PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, or PUBG for short, is at its core a Battle Royale game. Battle Royale typically means 100 players leap from a plane and parachute to different locations on a large-scale map. The objective is simple: be the last player or squad standing by any means necessary. How you survive and how you choose to play the game is up to you. All players begin the game with nothing to defend themselves, and you must search buildings and nearby areas for weapons, armor, and healing items. This is referred to as looting, and is typically the very first thing that you do after landing. At the start of the match, loot is randomly distributed around the map. While some areas are more likely to have better loot, you never know what you'll find in any given location. It's your choice to parachute into a crowded and dangerous location with large quantities of loot, or land somewhere quiet with lower quantities of loot. The loot that you obtain throughout the match might affect how you play the game. You only found a shotgun? Then focus on short-range encounters. Found a rifle and an 8x scope? Explore the mountains and pick off players from a distance. Early in the game and shortly after looting, a large circle will be placed randomly onto the map. This circle is the new play area for all players. Once inside the circle, the game will continue as normal. The area outside of the circle is called the blue zone. If you're caught inside the blue zone, your health will slowly drain until you have no more left. The play area will continue to reduce in size in phases, and this encourages you to keep moving, and it also makes it difficult to stay hidden for too long. Of course, there is a lot more to PUBG than simply staying within the play area. Utilizing the environment around you is essential, whether that be hiding inside of a building, using trees as cover, or finding a hilltop to snipe unsuspecting foes. It's all fair game. The sounds you make throughout the match will play a large role in your survival. Running through a field, firing your weapon, driving a truck down the road, or simply walking up a set of stairs, if another player is close by, your presence will be obvious. But making loud noises can't always be avoided. You have to walk upstairs, you have to defend yourself, and sometimes you need to get somewhere fast. Vehicles are randomly scattered across every map. You can find 4x4 off-road vehicles, motorcycles, buggies, vans, and more, each with different capacities, top speeds, and durability. On top of land vehicles, you can also find various water vehicles like boats and jet skis scattered around the edge of the islands. In Battle Royale, being the last player standing is the ultimate goal. You may not win at first, but if you can quickly loot an area, mastering your favorite weapon, and survive into the top 10, you'll land that #1 spot in no time. Good luck, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to what is going to be an absolutely awesome event. We are in the XP ANZ PUBG Open. My name is Cops, and I am joined by the beautiful Ezra. How are you doing tonight?
I'm pretty darn good. A little bit cold. It is awfully cold here in New Zealand, but I'm so heckin' excited about this event. It's been a long time in the running, and I'm just so excited to show everyone about what we're doing and what XP can do.
Yeah, and look, this is actually going to be a really good event. We've had it's called an open, but we've got so many good teams that have signed up. And just to name a few, we're talking about Fury Australia, or Fury Global as they're known now. Also the guys in Athletico. You're talking about two really, really big OS teams right there. And also coming in, we've got the guys from Ballerina Elites, the B.A.E guys. That's absolutely fantastic C team there. And sporting some of best from OS as well, I believe.
I'm so excited about this. Like, the fact that you do say it is an open event, but the lobby's looking pretty darn stacked. You will see a lot of these teams playing in the top tier OC events. And you did say we've got Battle Arena Elites. They are B.A.E. They're actually a Malaysian-based organization, and they have 2 Australian players and 2 Southeast Asian players, which means that they can be in the best of both worlds and play in OCE and SEA. And they were luckily to be able to get into this tournament, and we're really excited just to see what they're going to do competing against some of the best OCE players that we have in the region.
That's it. And look, the biggest exciting thing about that is that they're going to bring a different dynamic. You know, it's always spoken about in OS that the guys from C play very, very different. Obviously, 2 C players, 2 OS players. It's going to be a mashup of something less words would say amazing, but it's going to be something fantastic. We have the best on the field tonight, and look, that's just the tip of the iceberg as well. There are so many other teams that are going to be here, absolutely throwing out. We've got the likes of Team Bliss, we've got Apple Nana, we have also the guys in Hoth Tauntauns, which surprising up pretty well. The guys from TNG, Dark Allegiance, Pandemic Esports, not a new name, but definitely different players under the Pandemic Esports banner tonight as well. We've also got the guys in Endzone Tractors. We've got Valorant Gaming. I know it's misleading, but they're playing PUBG. We get it. It's a good meme. But also we've got the Mod Boys. We've also got Bants Gaming as well.
Used to be Gatka Spread, and
that's right.
They have been picked up by B.A.E Gaming. So congratulations to Kaliru, Jakovsky, Dueno, and Roy, Gibru Roy, on that amazing pickup. I personally know the B.A.E community and the people behind it, so that's a really awesome choice you have made, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do under the B.A.E umbrella.
Yeah, exactly. And then the last three teams that we have are Kingdom, Thrust, and also Justice. Obviously, they may be the last three on my list, but they're not the last three in skill by far. These guys, as you said, this whole lobby's stacked. We're coming out with probably some of the best moves, some of the quickest scenes, plays that you'll have in your memory for a long time to come. And look, this tournament probably couldn't have come at a quicker time as well, because we are legitimately 1 week out from a OS qualifier, and that means that all these teams are going to be putting everything on the line right now to really test their limits.
That is really true. With this OS qualifier for the PUBG Continental Series, we're going to see most of these teams, if not 99% of these teams, battling it out again. And this is a really good opportunity just for them to observe how one another plays. And I know that some of these rosters have got new additions to their team. So it's going to be a good opportunity, a good practice opportunity for them to get the competitive experience and the competitive practice that they need for the PUBG Continental Series that's coming up.
Yeah, and look, I'm excited to do, I suppose, this tournament, knowing that these guys are going that extra level to get there. What we might do, if we can, we're going to get one of the players in to have a little bit of a chat with us and just I suppose, break down their mentality for the night. We'll see if we can get them in here shortly, and I imagine we'll get a little go sign when they are. But I want to know from their experience tonight what they are going to be trying to do, what they're going to be expecting out of it, because, again, I've got my expectation of watching the game, what it's going to look like from there. They have a different mindset where they're playing it. Obviously, they need to be a little bit more in the front of the mind on how they're going to be playing the game and things along those lines. I want to know, I suppose, from them exactly what it's going to look like. And that's going to be the big thing for me.
I'm quite excited as well. And it's like a lot of things can happen tonight. And going into this, I had my favourites, but by looking at the lineup, looking at changes to rosters, I don't know what's going to happen after these 12 games, 6 tonight and 6 tomorrow night. I can't say who is going to be the winners of the grand prize of the $900.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. There's prize money on the line as well. That's probably the biggest thing about this. We've talked about how everyone's going to be throwing in for the sake of it being a tournament. It's an open, but there's money on the line too. Like, it's not just a preparation tournament. This is money. Everything matters right now. So very keen to see what we got there. And I can tell you what we do have. And I'm very excited to see this face in chat as well. It's Fludd. We've got Fludd.
Hello.
Hopefully he'll be joining us shortly. I can see him. You guys
can you hear me?
Will be able to hear him shortly.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
That is
Fludd.
awesome. How are you doing today, Fludd? Tell us, introduce yourself to the viewers out there.
I'm Fludd. I'm playing for Battle Arena Elites. We recently moved to, well, actually, I just left Atletico. I was previously on Atletico, and I'm on a team with Nefahor, Sophia 666, and Loki's with our coach, Company Man.
Oof. And look, I absolutely love the fact that you've come in with Battle Arena Elites tonight. You guys are definitely something of, I suppose, watch out is probably the best way to put it. But you guys are coming in with a little bit more vast experience because you've got the best of OS. You've been to international stages as an OS team, and you're now going out full ham with the best from C as well. Like, tell us about tonight, my friend. Tell us about what you think is going to come.
I think at the moment we're kind of just this tournament is more of a learning experience for us. We're trying to figure out how we should like use our style of play in different regions. Like we have different styles for different regions, from what I've seen at least. I've only been in the team for I think 5 or 6 days at the moment, but every region we have a different style. So it's we're trying to figure out what style works for us at the moment. So I think tonight we're just going to give it our best, play aggressive, get some kills, frag out, and have a good time, and then go over the VODs after and see what we can do.
Yeah, and look, I'm glad you said you're going to frag out, because that's exactly what I want to know is how much aggression are you guys going to be bringing tonight?
I mean, we do have 2 SEA players, and our IGL is an SEA player, so that should be enough said.
And look, that was definitely something I touched on before as well. They play a different game to what most OS teams are used to. Can you give us, and this from your personal experience, give us a tip? One thing that's, because you know I'm bad at the game. You know I can't aim to save my life. Give us a tip that would help improve my game.
I definitely think you need to spend like time in training mode. Like most of this game is actually recall. Once you figure out how to control recall, it's actually gets pretty simple, and you start improving faster. So definitely, I'd suggest sitting in training mode at least once a day if you really want to get good. If not, like once or twice a week. Just practicing, seeing how the recoil on every gun feels with different attachments. I think that's probably the best tip to get better.
Yeah, awesome. And look, what's your gun right now? What's your go-to kit? What do you run for?
I am a Mini 14. I'm a certified Mini 14 spammer. So I do love my my 6x Mini or 8x Mini with a nice fully decked M4. I think a 555 is pretty good. But I also think the barrel's coming up. It's an up-and-coming gun. I think I'll start using that a bit more as well. But definitely for now, my favorite kit is M4 with compensator, vert grip, EMAG, tac stock, and then a 6x Mini.
Oof. Look, I'm already getting chills just thinking about you running out there with a Mini as it is. Look, thank you so much for joining us. Look, I'm going to be trying. You know, I'll put in my logs. I'll do what I can to chuck those 5 minutes a day into training mode. I know you probably spend a lot more than that in there, though. But no, look, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll let you get into the game, and we'll hopefully see you out in the field absolutely popping off.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
See you later, Fludd. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Bye.
He is a mad lad, and I mean absolute mad lad. I am excited to see what B.A.E bring to the evening. They are that little bit of a wild card in my brain right now, because we know and have seen what Fludd can do. We know and have seen what Neff can do. Obviously, he's had a lot of experience in the C region as well. This is just going to be something that is either going to surprise a lot of these other teams, or it's going to be something that really, really throws everyone else for an absolute six.
It is definitely going to throw it, because a lot of these teams actually haven't played against B.A.E yet. They have been playing in scrims, but because we only had 3 teams that competed against Southeast Asian teams in the PUBG Charity Series, a lot of these teams actually haven't played with them in the Continental Series. Or in a competitive environment. And I'm really excited, because before we start the first game, we've got another interview who is from Fury, Australia. His name is Ykikamucow. And
yeah, Fury. Oh, sorry, I'll jump in. Fury, they're one of those teams that, look, you can't really have a post-game chat about OS region without talking to Fury, and probably more so without talking to Ykikamucow. Yeah, this guy, he's been to more international events. He's been to more, I don't know, more experience on the field, I think, than nearly half these other teams combined. You know, he comes in with such a great knowledge of how the game should work, how everyone should be playing it, and you know, I'm excited to get his thought process on how everything is going. He'll be with us very, very shortly, but I'm a little bit nervous. You know, he's got so much wealth of knowledge to him that I think that we might scare myself in how insanely good this guy is. And not even to mention that, he's also been doing a little bit of casting practice on the side as well. He's out for everything.
He is. He's just trying to dominate the PUBG scene, from a player to a coach to a caster. So he's very experienced. He's a well-rounded individual, and as you said, he is one of the most experienced on the international stage. Him and Ronan, I think, the OG Incognito from 2 years ago, I'm pretty sure they've got some of the most lands. in OCE under their belt, because they have been to a lot of lands together, both New Zealand, Australia, Thailand, 2 in Europe. So they're pretty. These two, they're pretty OG in the PUBG world. So I'm really excited to have hopefully a quick chat to him just before the first game, just to pick his brain, see what he's looking forward to tonight.
Yeah, and look, I really, I think, look forward to seeing what he can bring to the chat as well. You know, he is here right now, so he's listening to everything we say about him. So I've got to say nothing but the nicest of things. He'll be with us very shortly, but this is the Ykikamucow of none other than Fury Australia, aka Fury Global, the man, the myth, the legend. And look, the biggest question on everyone's lip is, why would you kick a Ykikamucow? Like, where'd it come from, mate?
My name?
Yeah.
Where'd it come from? Oh, shit. It was a long story. I hope you can't hear that. No, we're good. It was a long story. I think, like, it's just not. My uncle played World of Warcraft, and he had a similar sort of, phrase. Like, it was like, what, for example, I'm gonna give you a really shit example, is why punch a cat, right? And then you have an action, and you have a different animal. And I came up with Ykikamucow. Because why not? Why would you? Exactly.
You know, funny story, and probably nothing PUBG related here, but I've been playing a bit of WoW Classic. I was on there. There is actually a Ykikamucow that plays WoW Classic.
I've had multiple people ask me if that's me, and it's not me. I don't play WoW. I've never played WoW, and I would suck at WoW. This is the only game that I may be able to be half decent at. I'm going to stick to it while I can.
It must be good knowing, though, that your fan base does go beyond the limits of just the one game. People like you. People love you. What is it that you do? Like, how are you so damn good at this game?
I put in a lot of hours, I guess. Like, I mean, a lot. I have built like a really good connection with, my team. Obviously, we've been around for, like ages now. And I think like that's one of the big things that a lot of players and teams miss out on, is that, they're always switching and changing players up, and that's a bit silly. So they need to try and stick it out with like one team. And I think I've done that, and it made me a much better player, much faster.
Yeah, awesome.
What are you looking forward to about this evening, Cal?
I'm looking forward to having some fun with everybody in the server. Maybe, trying to ruin a couple of careers if I can.
Awesome.
We're looking forward to I guess putting our mark on for the qualifiers, because the big one's coming up with the PCS calls. It's all those teams. So I'm looking forward to getting into everybody's head a little bit and trying to destroy them in this tournament first.
Yeah, and look, I'd have to think that everyone's going to be taking this one very, very seriously for both the fact that there's money involved and that we've got the qualifier coming up. The big question I have then is, what teams are you looking out for? Who are the teams that you have to keep an eye on?
I mean, I think coming into this event, including ourselves, is this is probably the most diverse range of teams that we've had. Like, how many teams can be at the top? So I'm kind of looking out for your B.A.E, your Atletico, your Bliss, even Carnage, even though they're not playing this tournament. But I'm looking forward to them later. But the big ones that I'm looking out for is Thrust tonight. I'm gonna make sure I destroy the shit out of them, because they're good mates of mine. So I'm gonna make sure I hunt them down. In particular, they're my biggest threat tonight.
Well, I would say that's because you gave them a fair bit of coaching there at some point. So
they're going to use it against me. They're going to kill me. I'm going to kill right.
That is absolutely excellent to hear, mate. Look, we're nothing but excited to see what obviously comes out tonight. I asked Fludd, the man, the machine, before, what his little tip that you would offer anybody that wants to get into the scene or just gradually get better, because I'm trash and definitely need as many tips as I can get. But what advice can you give the simps like myself to get in there and get going in a better way?
I mean, for starters, use the tools available to you. So outside of the game, training mode, arcade mode with your team death matches, it's a really great way to get really consistent repetitive practice. That's probably one of the big things. And then the big one for me is to find a team that you're happy and enjoy playing with. Stick that out for 3 or 4 months, and then if you want to branch out, if you're getting looking to try and join a better team, then that's your time to do it.
Beautiful. All right, look, we're going to leave it at that because the game is started. Definitely want you to be tabbed in and not miss out on the first one. So thank you so much for your time, mate, and get in there and frag out.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, guys.
So, Ezza. Are you as hyped as I am right now, knowing what is coming up?
So heckin' excited about this. It's not funny. I don't think these teams, as I said before, these teams haven't had the opportunity to play competitive games together. They've been playing scrims, but scrims is a whole different kettle of fish. There's money on the line. They've got this best of 12 over the next 2 days. First place gets $900. Like, this is exciting. We will see the teams play in the PUBG Continental Series over the next few weeks, but this is pretty much a taster of what's to come and how awesome PUBG in the OCE region is. And having a chat with Fludd from Battle Arena Elites and Ykikamucow from Fury, it was just absolutely awesome to hear just how excited and pumped they are. The little jest between the different teams and how Cow's looking forward to getting hunting down Thrust just because they're good friends. And it's just great to see that you can tell that they really enjoy what they do. They really enjoy playing the game, and that's all we want. We want people to love the game, to love what they do, and have fun in this XP Esports ANZ Open event.
Yeah, look, absolutely spot on. And I love the fact that there's these little inner rivalries that talk about it before. He wants to get the domination happening. He wants to be the one that does come through and puts everything on the line for it and walk out victorious. You know, this is what these guys are looking for. And I'm looking forward to those moments as well, because it means that they are going to be trying a little bit harder, you know, and we do know that the players do like to recognize other players by the outfits that they're wearing, by the kind of get up and the way they move and certain rotations and things like that, that a lot of these teams generally have a good idea of who they're up against. And I think that for me is really just going to show in tonight. Now, we are in the first map. As you can see, the first plane path has popped itself up. It is looking like it's going pretty much over that eastern side, ending up in Millie Island. It's going to be cruel to those guys, and especially the guys from Bance, if they live true to their old name and go to Gatka. It's a little bit of a far-fetched to get over there, but there is vehicles, there is time, and I honestly think that right now we're going to see a nice little bit of spread out, except for maybe what's going up at Starbar.
That is, so Starbar's a little bit interesting to me looking at the map, because there's, 5 teams up in that general northern area. We have got some player 4 from Justice looking for the car and trying to get to a good looting spot, but it's that circle though. That is a very interesting circle, because the plane was a northeast to southwest plane, and so the top, there's 75% of the circle that no one's in at the moment. So if some of these teams that dropped really far north, if they actually get vehicles and rotate into the circle and do some looting in the circle, that's going to give them the advantage, because they have less time. Will have more time to loot and less time needed to get into the circle.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's a bit of an interesting scenario, as there is going to be a lot of contention, I think, on these early rotations. You currently see that your player 4 who was up there and stole the vehicle at the top, he's already going past the guys in end zone tractors as they're also rotating in. But even above them, we have the mod boys as well, way up in the north, that are looking just to loot around that coastline. They're going to have to come in from this direction. And then as you go further around, obviously you've got the guys in Fury sitting in Yasnaya. You've also got the guys in Apple Nana on the next road intersection coming in. And it's just going to be a case that as teams move in, they're slowly going to be compacting, unless we see a lot of these teams go well and truly the far fat wrap all the way around to the side. And I just don't see it happening straight away. It's going to be something that takes time, and even then you're probably going to be going through some teams.
That is very, very true. I'm at the moment, like, the teams that I'm concerned about is the Battle Arena Elites, because they are smack bang in the middle of 2 teams. But I mean, they've got some car spawns there, and they will be able to get into the circle quite easily if they go up the shelter ways and try and get a nice spot, maybe around north of the hills around Pachinki or something like that. So it's going to be interesting just to see how they get out of that position that they're currently in.
Yeah, and look, it's going to be very, very interesting to see where these guys even end up not just this zone, but the zone after, because obviously it's going to shrink down. We've got this massive river right in the middle of the map, so it's either going to go far north or it's going to go far south. So a lot of these teams are either going to be trying to pick up where these teams are going to be going, or maybe they're just going to, you know what, let's just stick to the rim. We'll play it quiet. We'll play it a little bit slower. We'll pick up kills in the later game. It's all going to be a challenge to see. But that being said, the guys in TNG, and specifically Gage, he's got a little bit of trouble on his hand at the moment, as there does seem to be a pull-up from Apple Nana with 3 players rocking up to the other side of his compound. Now, this is something that they're either going to get a free kill on, or they're going to get surprised about. And look, these guys would know that TNG do loot here, but they're probably a little bit surprised because there are things on the ground. This may not go the way they want, or it may go perfectly the way they want it to.
It could go one of 2 ways, and hopefully, I hope it goes well for them, because we saw these guys play in some of these guys play last week in a different event, and they were showing some skills. I'm really excited to see how they just come up tonight, and if they can be one of our top 5 team who are in the running for some of these awesome prizes.
Yeah, look, it's a team, and I'll say Frozen Sniper specifically. I played a game before. I wanted to test my computer out. I wanted to see what I could do, so I did everything I thought was right and thought I'd play against some bots in OS. Didn't work out. Frozen Sniper was in the server. He saw me once, killed me in just as half amount of times that he saw me, and that was the end of the game. So look, definitely a player that I don't want to be going up against, and look, a little bit worried for TNG Engage if this does work out going in the guy's favor of Apple Nana. And you can hear some shots already happening as Holty is rocked up. Gage still completely stealth right now. They have no idea that he's here on this corner.
Absolutely no idea. And I mean, they're going to have a pleasant surprise there, because Holty's just going to be feeding information down to the rest of the team.
And Holty at the moment is just popping ties. He's making sure that they are not only going to be camping here, but they're going to be staying here. As Holty gets a couple of good tags on towards Rapidos, but Rapidos is going to get a good shot back in response. So, and just like that, Badman official gets a lot of good taps on Holty. And Holty needs to be taking this one maybe a little bit more quieter, waiting for the rest of TNG rocking up. As you can hear, Big Boy Macca on the side, setting those shots in. But it's still a case that right now, TNG very much on the back foot, with all 4 members of Apple Nana looking to lock down this one as their hometown.
And we did actually lose in zone tractors in 16th place. I just caught that in the kill feed. Unfortunately, Bulldog, Snow, Husey, and Ninja Shack are the first team to be eliminated in this event. Now the blue is coming in, and if you can see, most of the teams are actually in the circle, which is really exciting to see. We've got pretty much what I told you B.A.E did. They rotated north into shelter, and then we're going to the Pachinki Hills area. But going back to TNG, with Apple Nana, it's TNG just want these kills. They are just hunting Apple Nana.
I mean, someone wants kills, and at the moment, it even looks like the guys in Thrust are having a bit of a trouble, as they do come very, very close to the guys in Valorant Gaming. They are going to be able to get out of that one, but it's definitely a little bit too close for their own liking. But you and I both know what's the guy who I'm going to have on stream right now. We've seen Beef not too long ago, just last week, put up a lot of good efforts in what was a very much a big frame. Holty has dropped from TNG. Unfortunately, he's going to be the one to go down, and it looks like the guys in Atlanta have looked to secure their bit of hometown.
Yeah. Rapidos did actually get Holty. So that's 1 point on the board for them. And I mean, 1 point is 1 kill. So the more kills you get, the higher the leaderboard you're going to be.
Exactly right. And as you said, this is a best of 12. So you can't really have one bad game, because if someone else has nothing but good games, then you're going to start falling behind. So right now you can see this is why they are going for the kills. You can see Rapidos and Bless both looking to try and make a push against Gage just here. Rapidos is just looking to mess around with the door right there, maybe throw him a little bit off kilt, maybe trying to see what he can do to Gage. Gage though is very much to hold onto angles. He's being pushed in. He's going to get taken down. That's going to be Rapidos walking away with yet another kill, picking up 2 for the guys already in Apple Nana, and they're going to be sitting very comfortable to start this game.
Cops, have a look what TNG's doing now. They've pulled up on Watertown and Atletico. Extreme and Nikos are already there. So that's a bit scary. I don't think Macca realised that they're there because he just straight pulled up. But they're getting out of there. New zone has popped, and it definitely isn't in the favour of our northern team here. They're not. No. Do you know whose team? This what circle? Sorry, do you know whose team is favoured this circle? Team list.
Yeah, well, look, it's definitely got to be Bliss. It's got to be Bliss. You know, they're sitting happy. They're already in there. They do need to be careful, though, because there is a wild guru that is parked here, but he is looking just to get out. I think he knows that there's too much coming for him. Edge is looking at his time. Like, coming out. He's out the front. He's not left on much at all. He is trying to get out of here. He's
and
on
Tatum
fire.
only 3-man at the moment. So, unfortunately, Bliss can't outrun those, drive those gunshots.
And look, the kill's actually picked up by none other than Notenrage as well, which is the newest member to Bliss. He's already stepping up and put in a lot of, I suppose, money moves right there to make sure that they know that he's here to stay. And yeah, that's a really good starter for those guys. Now, we are seeing Garfield actually getting taken down, and I'm not sure where that actually happened, as I think may have been a bit of a wild rotate across the north. But as you can see, the guys in Pandemic seem to have already got themselves a crate by the looks of things, and it looks like it was a Grozen. It was picked up as well, so there's a lot of ammo that is going to be coming out from Esper later on in this game. But this guy is going to be someone that I'll be watching out for, because we know that this team can be capable of quite amazing things when they get going. So we'll have to see what they do and how they do rock up in that later game. We are starting to see some rotations, though. There are some teams coming out.
One thing I am a bit confused about is what mod boys are doing still in the warehouse out in the blue.
They're just chilling. They're taking their time. They're being happy.
Vehicles. I'm a little bit concerned. Oh, no. There is a car. Phew. I was getting very concerned for these mod boys out in the blue.
Now, I'm concerned for anyone who's around Bliss at the moment. Look like they're a bit surrounded. You've got Gasper spread over to one side. You've got, I believe, Hoth Tauntauns on the other side, and they're just standing strong. Edge just got a knock on the Tragics before and made it look pretty effortless, and you can see Critical Motion still looking to hold that ankle, making sure that no one's coming in. You can hear some shots coming out from the north as well, just again showing it how many teams are going to be looking at Bliss, but Bliss generally unfazed by it. They don't really care. They're just going to hold their positions and keep looking at angles, and you can see that they're looking way down south at the moment towards those guys in Pandemic as well. And again, there is nothing phasing this team, and they're sitting pretty much dead set center of zone, and you'd have to think in a really good spot for where the later game should slot feet towards as well.
That is really true, and we don't have much time until the next circle pops. Where do you want to see it go?
Look, if we're talking about where I want to see this go, I want to see this go. There you go. It's going to tell me for me. But I was going to say I want to see this go north because I like my chaos. You know I like my chaos.
I like my chaos as well. And I was going to say I really want to ruin circle. We don't see enough of them, but it's awful to play in, but it's absolutely amazing to watch. So I'm really excited about this. As you can see so far, and you can hear we've got a lot of teams that are needing to rotate into circle business actually out of it. So the only good thing about this is mod boys, they are pretty much the only team on the north side of the circle. They actually are the only team on the north side of the circle, even though they've been out in the blue.
They've made it there though. They've actually got themselves into the zone, and as you said, they're the only ones on the north. They're probably not sitting in the best of positions when you want to look at what island. And I'm going to call it an island because they're cut off from everything else. But there's not a lot there for him. That being said, it looks like Tchaikovsky's going to be able to pick up a kill in rotation there, but he's going to get taken down very low. So the rest of his team are going to be looking to do some damage here as Dueno is going to get flushed out. You can see that Ykikamucow is actually going to get picked up there. Flixfox is going to get that knock, and Killaroo is taken down next to nothing. So it is just Roy at the moment looking to try and hold what angle he can. Ykikamucow's managed to crawl himself down underneath the house as well. It's a little bit of an area that doesn't get used that often. Flixfox, he just goes for the wipe. He doesn't care. He's going to pick up all the points, and that is going to be the guys in Bance out in what was 15th place.
But looking, we've got in the center of the zone, we've got 3 teams fighting. We've got TNG, we've got Bliss, and we've got Atletico trying to maybe share the same compound. So Headkick's picking up Macca. Team Bliss just completely full sent into this compound that they knew was already there. And then Atletico heard the gunshots and was like, you know what? We want a piece of this.
Yeah, and look,
go home. We want to get in.
They need to be careful because there are shots going back out towards Athens. I think the 1 or 2 shots that just did happen are going to be more than enough to go, you know what, we don't need to be part of that fight. That's your issue. We'll come back later once you've had the fight, once you've withered down a little bit, once you're out of your armor and helmets. That's when we'll step up and do what we need to. But again, this is not looking good for the guys in TNG. It looking absolutely fantastic for the guys in Bliss, as they really are just looking to try and dominate this area. Big boy Macca, he has been revived, as did Non-Reg before. But you can see the Edge. He's gone pushed up nice, close, and aggressive just there. He wants in. He's going to pop the door. The guys in TNG, they've gone up to the top. Headkick's been knocked down by Textile all the same, though. You can see Edge looking to try and get a bit of a clear here. There is going to be a smoke on towards the steps, but it's not going to stop. Edge, come forward.
Come on.
Edge just going to wipe, and that is going to be TNG out in 14th place, and Bliss going to be walking away with another couple of kills for themselves.
I think Team Bliss are quite blissful right now. Say it. And we've got Battle Arena Elite shooting down south as the new zone actually pops, which is a surprise, an exciting one. Still ruins are in there, but mod boys are probably questioning their decisions. But look, Australia Kent, he's sitting out in the blue, and he just had 2 teams shooting at him. For Valorant Gaming, last one alive, only got bandages. I don't know if he's going to make it through this, because he's going to either run into Fury or Battle Arena Elites.
Yeah, I mean, the good news you can hear just on the stream is that down towards Fury, they are looking to push off. They've already gotten their vehicles. They're already looking to do a bit of a run on themselves. They're going to look to actually push directly onto Conton. And Insight's actually going to go down. It's going to be squeezed. That actually gets that knocked down. And sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly there, but they do have the backup. But Ronan's also going to go down as well. So this is going to be Ykikamucow left in the area. But Asper's doing a little bit of trouble in the background to him just there. Australia is going to finally go down to the blue zone. So that is going to be our 3rd team knocked out with 12 teams left alive, I should say. You can see, though, that Ykikamucow, he is up close and personal at the moment. You can hear some nading action happening. Ronan is in a bit of an awkward spot for himself, as Jukesy, though, he gets knocked as well. And that's not a good thing to happen, because Jukesy's a mile away from their team. And it's actually the guys in B.A.E that are putting up the effort just there. Some good shots are coming back out for the guys in Fury.
Those shots from Cal, they were just beautiful.
He said he was out to have some fun. And I think when you're landing shots like that, you know you're going to be having fun. That being said, we do have ourselves a little bit of action happening across the map as well, between what looks to be Dark Allegiance and also the guys in Justice, with other Fury in the game at the moment looking to try and gun down Speedy K. Speedy is out in the middle. That should be a couple of quick taps. He's outside of the zone as well, so he's going to go down. But Downey comes up behind Fury. He's also going to get the knock on player 4. It's just Rupenny left alive. Rupenny does get a knock on towards Power, but it's all going to be at the hands of Downey.
Justice is out in 12th place. Oh, well done, Dark Allegiance. I don't think Downey is going to be able to get Speedy up, so his best bet is probably to get into the zone. And it looks like Insight has finally been knocked out. Cow's gone into the building with Hoff, Tautons. So this is pretty interesting, because we do actually have Pandemic Esports pushing on the house where Fury and Hoff Tautons are, and they've got B.A.E just
from above.
shooting. Yeah, chilling from above, overlooking, just trying to shoot them. And then you also have Team Bliss, critical, from halfway across the circle, just want to get involved in popping some shots over in that direction as well.
Yeah, look, it's definitely not looking good for, I think, any of these teams at the moment, but it's going to be Circuits that actually does find himself Sars on the Ykikamucow is going to be able to steal it away. It's now Ykikaman trying to dance it off for Seconds, and Seconds is going to be able to pick up that one too, but Ykikaman is in a little bit more of a better position for himself. He is right in front of Suspect, so Suspect should be able to get this revive, but you can see they're trying to pull it back from the windows. They don't want anyone popping up in front of the windows because they know exactly what these guys are aiming to do. As Tragic does go down, it's now just Seconds left alive. He is going to pop out as well, as it's going to be a tag team between Ykikamucow and Insight that does take him out. So we do have, unfortunately, Tauntauns dropping out in 10th place, leaving 9 teams on the board. But that could very quickly change, as both these teams here are still looking to try and fight this one out.
They definitely are, and that was an absolutely beautiful push by Ykikamucow and Insight from Fury when they were trying to find out where the Hoth Totems team were. They just went in side by side and just wiped them out.
Ooh. And look, they've decided to do the run. You can see that Pandemic, they've definitely gone to leave. Oh, Nonrich! He gets Ykikaman out of the car. One shot, one takedown, that's all it takes. And that is actually going to be Pandemic completely taken out as they get a little bit of tag team happening, but I believe it was B.A.E that finally got the last laugh in that one. However, there's still a little bit of action happening between them and Fury, as you can see Insight's looking to try and get those tag downs on towards Neff, but they need to get moving because that blue zone's already here, so they are looking to try and take the rotation, and they need to be very careful because Downey is still over towards the side. Downey is the last survivor on his team. He finds Insight, leaving just Ykikamucow left alive. He is the last hope for Fury right now. That being said, he does have 5 kills.
He does, and I mean Downey, that was impressive. I don't think B.A.E are going to let him. No, Sophia, he just had his sights set for Downey, and unfortunately, Dark Legions were eliminated in 8th place. But speaking of B.A.E, Ykikamucow pulled up on the side of the hill and just turned around and decided that, you know what, B.A.E, I don't like the looks of what you're doing.
And look, it was at the expense of Fludd on that one as well, which, look, oh, never mind, Sophia as well. He's going to go down. Ykikamucow is just making a mess of the guys in B.A.E, and it's just left to Neff to try and maybe get the revive on the Fludd. You can hear there's a lot of shots coming out. You can see that on that mini-map, Lynxie's trying to do a bit of shot himself. The guys in Atletico, they're trying to get involved with this.
Trying to kill them. They're just not having a good time right now, this B.A.E team, but it's interesting. This circle though, I'm happy. I love ruined circles. I have absolutely no issues in this. And right now, most teams are in a pretty good spot apart from B.A.E and Fury.
Yeah, and look, you say they're not in a great spot. I think B.A.E are probably in a worse spot because they were one man knocked, the other man rezzing, trying to battle it through the smoke. And you can see Zoid is going to take full advantage of that as well. And they are just looking to finish off, and Zoid is going to be able to finish off his target there. Fludd also going to go down. That's going to be B.A.E out in 7th place. Atletico picking up a couple of kills for themselves there, which is absolutely fantastic for them to see. And then they can go and just, you know what, let's regroup. We have this compound. Used to call them yellows. Obviously not yellow anymore. The Rainbow Connection compounds that we've got right there. So they've got a whole bunch of real estate that they can deal with, while on the flip side, you can see that our mod boys, they're just chilling, again, outside of the zone, in the north, working their way through ruins as they've got to get to the other side. However, Apple Nana are there waiting for them, and that's probably going to be a few points that these guys are going to be looking to pick up, because as you can see, Rapidos knows they're out there. He can see it, he can smell it, he can just get that inkling that there's kills to be had, and he wants to have them.
And he's probably just feeding that information to the rest of his team with Badman, Blessed, and Frozen Sniper. And Mod Boys, they don't have anywhere to go. They can try and sneak up into the circle like Ashley is, but I mean, this is not looking good.
Oh, it's not looking good for Beef at the moment as he rolls his vehicle almost directly in front of Batman Official. Batman Official is actually going to get one tap onto him. However, he's going to get through there. Flick Fox, he's looking to push through. Batman Official's actually fallen off his grounding, so he's not going to be able to get the shots that he was wanting to get. Batman Official looking, though, to try and chuck a nade out. He can almost get Flick Fox with this one. He's going to get the chuck happening. The nade is going to go over and above, which is a little bit unfortunate. But they are still putting pressure on.
With Thrust coming in, it means that Mod Boys actually can try and get into the circle. So they've kind of distracted Apple Nana. But Beef, though, he impressed us last week, and I'm pretty sure he's going to impress us again.
Oh, that's a good nade coming out there from Frozen Sniper onto Sigs, leaving just Beef and Flickfox left alive. Now, Flickfox, he's actually got the 4 kills. He's doing pretty well for himself at the moment, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot. He's trying to find his way maybe to his teammate. You can see that Sigs is doing the crawl. There is going to be some shots coming out from Flickfox, though, as he does get Bad Man Official knocked, and that leaves 2 left alive also now on the side of Apple Nana. And these guys are doing a lot themselves. You can hear the nades coming out. Flickfox maybe stuck in a little bit of a down moment and not looking happy as he's just trying to revive his teammate. He needs to get out of the dip, though, and get the revive happening. That being said, the guys in Apple Nana, they don't have time to get the revives themselves. They're still trying to deal with the other 2 teams, and I mean 2 teams around them that are pushing against them, one being Athletico, one also being the guys in what is Mod Boys. And look, this is gone a lot better. Wow, Flickfox.
If you have a look at the map, though, Cop, Atletico are just asserting their dominance and trying to get most zone control. So you can see Lynxie's still on the south, and Nico, Soyd, and Extreme have pushed up where they were hurting a team fight. So they wanted to get on this third party, get some kills. But at the moment, the only person in the circle is actually Lynxie.
Yeah, but that does mean that it's working really well for the guys in Athletico, because they know that there's some teams up the north here. They've seen the names on the board. Frozen Sniper, he's going to go down. And I think that's going to be Flickfox coming up with yet another kill onto himself. And that's actually going to be taking him quite high and keeping the dream alive, because I think 6 kills.
He's got 6 kills at the moment. And I mean, the next highest killer is Ykikamucow from Fury, who's currently on 5. So these two are just leading the board with kills. I mean, 6 kills is 6 points, and considering a win is 10 points like this, they should be proud of themselves. And Mod Boys is trying to get up onto the hillside and just getting absolutely annihilated by Africana, Atletico, and Team Bliss. They tried to use their utility to get through this, but unfortunately just couldn't.
Oh, Mod Boys are going to drop down seconds after they take out Apple Nana. It is going to be the guys in Bliss, though, that do come through to ruin a couple people's days just there, as they do also take out Thrust place. But it does mean now we do only have 3 teams left alive. We've got the guys in Athletico who are still 4-man strong. We've got the guys in Bliss, again, 4-man strong. And then we have this little long on the other side of the map there. It's nowhere near the fight. Ykikamucow, he is just chilling at the moment, letting these guys take each other out before they go heavy for the fight. Extreme Nico's both knocked down, but Sawa Textile and Non-Reg Edge also going down as well. It's just down to Crit on Bliss, and the guys in Athletico, they're going to know this as well.
And that nade links, that Molotov was so close. But I think Crit he's the last one alive, and I don't believe the rest of the team is going to be able to get into the circle to be able to potentially get res. And I was right. Sadly, it was not meant to be. Atletico just annihilated Team Bliss. So now it's potentially it's a 2v1, potentially a 4v1 if Lynxie can pick up.
He doesn't care. He's happy. He's got his kills. He's running off. He's denying the point right there. He doesn't care about those extra 4 points for the chicken dinner. He knew it wasn't his to be had, but he's going to deny the guys in Athletico 1 point as they do end up finishing in second place. But Athletico taking home the first chicken dinner of the day, and looks like the lineup doing really well for themselves. Lynxie on 4 kills, Zoid made on 2, Nikos on 1, and Extreme 2G also on 1 kill. They've done some absolutely fantastic moves just there to get themselves that first chicken dinner, and I think it really came down to how much of that zone that they actually controlled for the better part there, as they were just really kept on brute forcing their way into the right spots.
It was absolutely beautiful. And I mean, they had a lot of zone control, as you said, for the last few zones. And I mean, with the 8 kills and their first place, they're currently sitting on 18 points. And I mean, that is fantastic to see for the first game. This is the first competitive opportunity that these 4 players have been able to play together, with Nikos only recently being joining the Atletico lads and playing with them during this event. So it's fantastic. They must be on a high at the moment that the first time they've been playing like this together, they exceeded expectations. They had pretty much 4 up until the last circle, and they won it.
Yeah, they wanted it. They got it. They did really good. I suppose the big thing there as well, it wasn't just them that got 8 kills. And, looking over the rest of the scoreboard there, you've got guys in Fury. They put up 6 kills in second place. Bliss also walked away with 8 kills in the third place. They got themselves a good amount of points there, tying it up, I believe, with the guys in Fury. So we do have a tie for that second place at the moment. Obviously, they would be in second place with a count back on the kill side of things. But then following that down, you've got 9 kills on the side of Thrust. Absolutely beast. I think there's going to be a few messages in DM, hopefully through the night. I'm going to say hopefully, as probably a message from Flickfox to Ykikamucow saying, hey, I got more kills than you, mate. You said on stream you're coming for us, and I did better than you. But look, I absolutely love it. I love what these guys are doing in the stream. I think they're absolutely fantastic. Rounding out the top 5 as well is that surprise team, and this one's come out of nowhere for me, but the guys in Mod Boys rocking up in 5th place, also getting 3 kills themselves. Very much the thorn in the side for what was the end of the run for the guys in Apple Nano, who, they were looking like they were going to be going places, didn't get any more kills after their engagement with TNG earlier on. Really surprised.
I was surprised as well, but I'm team who came in 8th place, Dark Allegiance. Like, they got 7 kills, and that's, even though they went out in 8th place, they didn't get a lot of points for placement, but Downey 4 kills, Speedy 2 kills, Power 1 kill. That's they should be proud of that, because they are going, like, as I've stressed throughout this whole time, kills are points. If you can get the kills, you are going to climb the leaderboard and just frag out. And like you saw with Downey, he was just doing it. He was seeking opportunities to kill people, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, and look, it's probably safe to say that he's the reason why Ykikamucow had to deny the point at the end, because he did get that kill in that rotation when they were trying to leave the compound to get around to that side. So he was very much on point there. But you're actually spot on. Kills translate directly into points. They are the best and quickest way to get points on the board. A team like Justice, I believe, in that game, they scored 5 points. So they very much kept themselves relevant because they didn't get any placement points. They went out, I think, would have been 13th place. And that's a huge gap to say. If you didn't get any kills there, you were walking away with nothing. So these frags, these kill points, they mean so much more than what is actually needed for the rest of I suppose the teams that maybe didn't do as well for both the placement and the kill points.
That's true, but I mean, it is the first game. We have got 11 left. Like, the first game, like with anything, the first time you do something, there's a little bit of nerves. You're still trying to get used to things. So the first game isn't ever what you should judge any teams or players off. They have 11 games to go, and I mean, anything can happen. And there are 5 opportunities to be in the money for this event. I don't think we've actually told everyone what the teams are playing for. So we do know that there is a $2,000 prize pool, but first place get 900. Second place, 500. Third place, 300. Fourth place, 200. Fifth place, $100. And this is because Esports, Glitch Gaming, and Computer Alliance wanted to do something awesome for the PUBG community, which is this ANZ Open, best of 12, 16 teams battling it out for their share of $2,000, which is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, and look, they've done absolutely fantastic. It's great to see sponsors getting on board. It's great to see organizations getting on board as well. It's really good for the greater scene of things. But again, this is prize money that's not to be scoffed about. Like we were talking about, I said $900 before is what they're playing for. That's just the first place. There is more than that, as you just said, and that's why there's so much more on the line. And at the moment, you're looking at those top 5 teams, and you're thinking, wow, we're really in for a run. But there's still another bunch of games to be had. There's still so many more so much more than just what we witnessed then. We know this is PUBG. We know it's full of RNG as well. There is so much that you can't just say, you know what, we're going to have this after game number one. Everything else is just going to be the same. No, it doesn't work like that. We know what PUBG brings. We know how different this game is, how dynamic it can be, how RNG is the god of all things PUBG related. And
Remember PUBG Global Series last year, FaZe in the semi-finals? They weren't looking to be able to even qualify for the finals. And then that last game, they got over 20 points. I can't remember the exact amount, but they did the impossible, which was they secured their spot in the finals of PGS. And I mean, it all comes down to one game. So none of these teams should feel disheartened at all. It's only been one game. We know anything can happen in PUBG, and it has happened in PUBG.
Yeah, it's great to actually see that we really, really do have what is, I suppose, what's going to be absolutely fantastic for the scene, probably more so than anything, is that RNG is something that really plays hardball when it comes to predicting the late game. Some of these teams do it better than others, but it's really great for the scene because it means that when we do take on those big comps, and we're talking about how the qualifiers are coming up as well for the next global thing, this is where maps like what we just had, where everyone believed it was going to go to the fields in Gatka. Everyone was so determined that's what was going to be. Obviously, it's not what happened. It's definitely wasn't the end result. And as you said, it was more of a ruined finish, and it ruined a few people's lives, that's for sure, because it wasn't anywhere near expected for the teams. And, some teams were doing absolutely fantastic. Some were not. And, the ones that played it late, and like I said before, the ones that absolutely surprised me, the guys in Mod Boys, they really stepped up their game. You called them out for being out of the zone for so long. But they came. They did absolutely fantastic. They held out right until the very end. And, it was only, I think, the guys in Bliss that finally finished and put the nail in the coffin for him. And that was an absolutely fantastic run. And they got 3 kills along the way as well, which was more than App and Nana did, who were in the zone from nearly word go. So absolutely kudos to that team. And I'm looking forward to more of what they can bring.
For sure. And I think Copt, we're going to go to a short break because we did notice, and I'm sure you noticed at home in the first game, we didn't have the team logos or the team names in there. So we're just going to go to a short break because we've got it all set up, and because we want you to be able to follow along with the teams just as much as we do. So we're going to go to a short break, then we'll be right back, give you a quick update on the leaderboard, and then get into the game 2, another beautiful, beautiful Erangel game.
Excellent. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us after that 10-minute quick break just there. We had to get a few things reorganized. We want to get those logos in there. We know what those teams are, but that doesn't help everybody. So we want to make it as much of a good thing for everybody as we can. So please keep the feedback rolling in. But also, we're done with game number 1, which means we do have some scores to talk about, Ezra.
We do have some scores to talk about. And of course, sitting in first place is Atletico on those 18 points. 8 from kills and 10 points from coming first place. But second place, Thrust, 13 points. And they are currently tied with Team Bliss, who are also on 13 points. So that second equal for Thrust and Bliss at the moment. Fourth place is, of course, Fury Global, with the wonderful Cow being able to make it to second place for his team, and they're currently in 12 points at the moment. And it's exciting. That whole leaderboard is quite exciting. Some surprises there, but it's exciting. And I know it's definitely going to be changing over the next few games.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely, as you said, it's going to be changing. This is by no means the final mark of where things are going to be ending up. There's still a lot of games ahead of us. It's a best of 2 nights, best of 12 games, We're 1 game down, so we have 11 more games to go through. We've got 2 more of Erangel tonight, and then we're flicking over towards Miramar to really, really drive it home and see what these guys can do for the first night. But look, I'm surprised more so, I think, that Thrust was able to squeeze their way up into that second place. And they are tied 13 points with Bliss, but they have that 1 kill more.
Yeah.
So they're already in the second place.
That is the tiebreaker there.
That is something that I probably wasn't expecting. And even after watching that game and watching it out to the end, I would have thought, Bliss did really well for themselves. They picked up a lot of kills. Fury, they also got a lot of kills. Maybe that's what we're looking at their top 3. But Thrust have just snuck their way in there. 9 kills definitely does a lot to get you into a position like that. So absolute kudos to those lads. They're as we heard before, we know that they were coached by Ykikamucow. Maybe he coached them a little too well. Might be regretting that going into tonight.
Maybe he is regretting his choices about that at the moment if Thrust are doing as well as they currently are doing.
And look, the other surprise team for me there as well is actually Dark Allegiance. Now, they're currently sitting in 5th place overall. 7 kills they got in that game. And I think they dropped out in 8th place. Like they actually went down pretty early on. Only got 1 point for their placement. But because they got so many fragging points, that they got themselves up into that 5th spot. So absolutely kudos to them. So really keen to see what does come into this next game. And we will flick over to it very shortly because we have the lobby loaded. We have everyone in that plane. The flight path has been lined up. And we are looking at a big, big match ahead of us with what looks to be a very, very nice reverse playing path for what we had last time.
It is. It's pretty much like a mirror image of what we had last time, which is really exciting because, I'm a bit sad because we don't have the Stelva teams anymore, but we've got what happened in the first game. A lot of teams jumping at the start of the plane, and there's a lot of places that they can go. They can go over to Milta. They can stay, on Military Island because there's a lot of places, good places that you can loot there. But it's going to mean that a lot of teams, unless you're the likes of Fury who do loot in Yasnaya, that most of them should be able to get into areas that they're quite familiar with.
Yeah, and look, Fury, they're very quick to change. They don't care. They've already jumped themselves right into stealing what is Military Island, right in the middle of the big base itself. And you can see Juicy on screen at the moment. He's already picking up the good loot. He already has that mini, which is a wicked weapon in itself. One of the DMRs in the game that just pops off, especially when you want a gun to pop off. And this is going to be really good for the guys in Fury who I honestly think are taking a calculated play here to what is going to be a melee finish with that burst zone popping up.
That zone is exciting because it can go anywhere. It can go north or it can go south. So these teams that are currently out of the circle, they have to decide, do they want to risk it and rotate to military base, or do they actually want to stay up in on the main island? And we currently have 7 teams outside, apart from Bliss, who are a bit half and half outside of the zone. So that's really interesting. And we've got, what I'm looking forward to is these spicy endings if it is a military base zone. I do like a little bit of observatory tower endings just because that whole area around there is really rough. And we've actually got the first knock of the game. We've got Husey taking out straight against.
Yeah, and look, this is the team that dropped out first last time. Husey's showing up big here. I don't think he liked being the first one out because he's come in with the first kill of game number 2. These guys are a long way away from the zone, which it's going to be a challenge. They might find a boat and look to do a bit of a rotation in around that western coast because I'm actually curious. And I feel like it might happen this time. Because we've got so many teams over on that eastern bridge, the likes of B.A.E, we've also got Pandemic, and even further out, you've got the guys in Thrust. They are currently over there. I think B.A.E are looking to make that rotation across the bridge, but there's a good chance that someone's going to camp that bridge. That to me would be, you don't go there. That's way out of the question. It's definitely where you shouldn't be. And then you go over to the other side, over to the western bridge, and then right there, we have ourselves a whole nother team who are looking to hold this one down. The guys in Kingdom, they're not going to be giving up this spot anytime soon either. So I feel like we might have ourselves a bit of a bridge camp scenario where it is just going to have to be a case that everyone has to take a boat or you're going to get left behind.
I think that is the case as well. And I mean, there's some really good positions around the bridges to not just camp them, but also be able to anyone else that's looking to come anywhere near those roads or anything, they can just like completely ambush people, which is what we like to see. And if you look at the map at the moment, we've currently got Bliss rotating onto the eastern bridge at the moment, which is quite exciting. They may be setting up for a little sneaky bridge camp.
Yeah, well, look, in my experience, Bliss have always known this area. You know, Textile, I'm pretty sure, was one of their previous loot zones was exactly what the guys in Kingdom are doing at the moment. So they're going to be very accustomed to this area. What I don't know if they're going to be accustomed to is having to actually share it with a team like Kingdom. So they may be caught a little bit off guard. They do look like they are setting up shop. Across the other side, we did have the guys in B.A.E go all the way across town as well, which definitely something of a newer play. Well, not newer play, but surprise play, I think is more what I'm thinking. But Bliss, they're expecting bridge campers. They've pulled up halfway along. You can see them looking to try and scope it down. I mean, we know there's no team there. There's no way they don't know that. And they're being very cautious, and rightfully so, because when you look up on the screen in front of us now, you've got Juice X. He's looking to make a rotation right in front of them. Very, very dangerous rotation, especially with Bliss up on the field as well. That being said, look across the other side of the map. Donuts is going to get taken down as Justice have themselves a little bit of a pickle with the guys in B.A.E, waiting for some rendering to come in on top of the... There we go. Observatory at the moment as player 4 did actually get a knockdown, I believe, onto Loki's. He is going to get revived, so it's not the be-all and end-all of the squad in B.A.E just yet. But B.A.E did walk away with a kill on Stone Lord, so that's going to be a huge little pickup for them too.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, this position that they're currently in, Justice, like they can see most areas of that eastern side of Sosnovka Island, and I mean that they're in a really good information. They'll be able to position to provide information. They'll be able to see where Cow and Jukesy is. They'll be able to basically make get information, feed it to each other to ensure that they aren't going to get pushed up or anything. And they are aware that B.A.E is down in the crossroad intersection. So if they could hold this for quite a while if the circle is in their favour.
100%. And looking at this at the moment, we do have ourselves thrusted a bit of a pickle as well with Apple Nana, but it is actually going to be a little bit of a tie each way. But Rapidos already knocked down onto Apple Nana, and you can see Badman Official, he's out in the open at the moment trying to run around. You can see that Frozen looking to try and contain himself, but he's going to get tagged up very heavy there. His vehicle wheel almost has been blown up there. Sorry, it was Six. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ignore me for a second. But Six is going to come through with a massive big knock just there on towards Frozen Sniper. As you can see that the guys in Thrust are really top this one. But Six, he was surprised. Badman Official coming through with the plays just there. It is going to get a knockdown to Six. Six is on the last legs of life. You can see how close to death he actually is. 4 HP in a knockdown state. That is very, very dire, but a very big clutch revive coming through from Maxoris just there. Molly, damage 6 is going to go down again. Badman Official, he has a very rough angle here. You can see Maxoris is they are going to get the knock. They're going to look to go for the revive, but where's the last man of the guys in Aquanana?
Bliss is actually coming back in. He wants to give this a go, and I don't know if it's the best idea. It is for 4v1, but if
he's got the C-swap!
And he takes out Beef, but he has cover. He does have cover, but it is a 3v1. Can Bliss do this? Flip-flops, they just all know where he is. So this is going to be interesting to see just how this plays out, because he's not in the best. I would be nervous. This
could be really detrimental, though, to the Thrust, because they're sitting in second place going into this game. They've just lost a member. They're going to be able to keep up less there. There's nothing that he can do. The Molly does it all, and that's going to be Apple Nana eliminated in 16th place. But did they do enough damage to the likes of Thrust that now they might be suffering in the later game. Like, you don't like to see the team currently sitting second losing members so early on. Yes, they were on 4 kills, but it's early.
It is. But I mean, Cow, he ranked tanks for a couple of years there, and he did get second place. So anything can happen in PUBG. But over at Fury Pier, we've got 3 teams there. We've got.
I think we might have an issue at the moment, so
no.
I do apologize for the people watching, but I think the stream PC has actually had its game frozen, and PUBG is definitely no stranger to what is a crash, so we may need to end that task and get it loaded back up again. And it probably had a really, really bad time as well.
It is a bad time because we do actually have the next circle, and it's a north circle, pretty much centered just a little bit to the west of Farm. So all of these teams are currently rotating into the circle. And the team that has the best position right now is actually the likes of Pandemic, that center zone. We have got everyone else currently rotating. And I'm feeling really, really sorry for Garfield from Valorant Gaming, because they just boat-tated, as you said, copped to the southern side of Sosnovka Island, and they don't have any vehicles at the moment, and it's a northern shift. This is going to be spicy. We may be able to see some drive-bys, but I will be able to see it. Cops will be able to see it, but sadly.
There's nothing like a good bit of PUBG radio. Let's be honest. It's where it all is. I'm going to be getting back in very shortly. But what happened to Fairy Pier? What happened? Where?
They new circle, and they all came out of it. I mean, we've got 1 kill, I'm pretty sure, for our team in Kingdom. Pablo, he's dead. And Dark Legions, they got the kill. Benny SHD, he got the kill. But that is rotating into the circle. I think they saw this and they were like, look, we can't. We just need that circle. It's horrible for us. We just need to get in there. And it is exciting. Can you see what I'm seeing right now?
I can see what you're saying. I'm ready for everything to be on the screen, because did you talk about this zone? Did you actually express the severity of what just happened on this screen?
It is dirty. Everyone thought it was going to be a military base, and it wasn't. Look at it, viewers.
Wow.
What is this circle? What are we looking at right now?
I mean, we're looking at a bit of a rough patch, really, because it means that the likes of the team on the screen right now, Fury, they've had to go and push themselves back across the other side, because everything behind them has just been knocked out of the zone. There's nothing left for him. And it's very, very rough, but you can see that there's other teams in here as well. The guys in Thrust, they've managed to get themselves a bit of reprieve from losing that one man, but they're now right into the face grill of the guys in Atletico, as they are just trying to claim a little bit of land themselves. And I have a feeling they would know that there's teams here. You can see that Maxoris is currently looking down towards that compound. It does have Lynxie inside, so they do need to be careful. I believe Dark Allegiance just suffered something extremely massive over towards the guys in Bliss as well, who...
Yes, they just rotated into Team Bliss and got annihilated, but still have 2 alive of Dark Allegiance, so it's not all over for them. But it's interesting to see on the map, Stevie Downey are still trying to rotate through Pachinki, which is a bit questionable from my side, because they do know that Team Bliss is there. But this zone, though, it is interesting. And I mean, teams are still rotating, and we already have the next one, and it's pretty much centered over the compound that Pandemic is in. And these Pandemic boys are probably crazy RNG. We've got Justice rotating next to Extreme, and also Thrust. It's just crazy.
Oh, and actually, Two Shoes actually going to be able to pick up Maxoris there. You can see that Siggs is just going to keep on the way. Flickfox is looking to try and pick it up, but Ashley Two Shoes is actually going to be able to get that kill. So Maxoris is going to go down. That means Thrust are down to just 2 members. Rupeni is trying to make the dash of life at the moment just to catch up with player 4. You can see that Fury, though, they've been able to claim themselves farm, which is actually on the outside of this new zone. but they are going to be looking to do what they can. Ykikamucow looking to have that bit of sweetness that he was trying to get back into that first game, where he's actually taking shots over towards the guys in what is thrust, and you can see that Ronan's going to be able to get that knockdown in the 6th, and you can see Ykikamucow looking for it. He wants to finish it. He doesn't want to let them get away. He knows what's going on.
Did you see Ronan do that knock? Because he actually just seat swapped them. He was chasing them in the car, got into that passenger position, and killed him.
Wow.
That was absolutely beautiful. Well done. That was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Ronan doing what you can only describe as Ronan things. Like,
yeah.
That's the only honest way you can mention it. But Atletico, they've actually put themselves up underneath the guys now in what is pandemic, and Extreme's going to take a couple of bit of shots towards the chest just there. It's going to put him down on 11 HP, but Lynxy actually going to get a knock using a Molotov against Starsummer, which is a huge little push in. The bike is going to cause a little bit of grief as they are trying to push in. You can hear those shots coming in from behind. Lynxy, they're Extreme just trying to clear out this building. The building's already clear. Everyone else is against them at the moment. They need to try and find these new angles to get against Pandemic. Lynxy looking to try and flick this around to see what he can find. However, it's not going to be the case of anything soon. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Bliss going in a bit of a fight against End Zone Tractors. Husey has been knocked, but there has been a couple knocked already against the guys in Bliss, as we do see Edge taken out. I believe Critical Motion now, and Lonred's last two members left standing. Crit is taking a bit of damage already, though, as it is coming across the field. I believe that was actually coming from what is TNG, who have themselves a couple of splits happening, but they
our second place team went out in 15th place with, I believe, did they have 4 or 5 kills at the end of that?
Probably, that's a good question. I'm going to say 4. We'll confirm after the game, but I believe they only got the 4 kills. You can see that Fury, though, looking to have maybe a repeat of the previous game. They're trying to take out B.A.E. Now, B.A.E. have themselves a really good spot in zone. This is, and I say it's a really good spot in zone, because when you're looking at this next one, you'd have to think this is Phase 3 going to Phase 4. As most of us know, there's a little bit of shifting away from water that does happen in pro settings, and it is going to feed back over to this direction. So these guys have actually been set up really, really well to be able to set into the next compound, or sorry, the next zone, but they need to be careful of what does happen with the likes of Fury, because they're looking to just rotate around the top. You can see that the guys in Atletico, they're still pushing against what is Pandemic. This time it is Suspect that has been knocked down. As for High Command, last one standing at the moment, trying to find a way to see if they can get Suspect back up. The smokes have been thrown out. However, the angles are just too tight to be running against just yet. And you can see that Extreme, he's looking to maybe make a little bit of a push play himself as he does leave that building and looking to rotate around, but they need to be careful. They do need to be careful of what's up ahead of them. High Command is sitting very much out in the open here, waiting for someone to step out in the open and join him. Got a little bit of one-on-one duel, but Lynxy to spot him first. This is not going well for Pandemic.
It definitely isn't going well for Pandemic, but I mean, they still have 3 alive, and they are at the centre compound. And what's surprising is that there's so many buildings there, and there's only one team. They do have Atletico in the one building to the north of them, but I'm surprised no other teams have just sent it into the middle of the zone, and Asper's gone slowly to the next set of compounds in that little village area so that he can get some more information for the team. But we have got Kingdom pushing in right now on Sharky TV. Rest in peace, Kingdom Gaming. End Zone Tractors were not happy that they went out 16th first game. They were like, you know what? Wait, that's just not acceptable. We're going to change it. We're going to change it. And I mean, change it they did. They've already got 5 kills on the board. 3 of them from Husey, but 5 kills right there.
And look, we have our last team finally leaving what is Millie Island. The guys in Valorant Gaming, they've finally come across, so they are going to be able to get themselves into, well, not into the zone yet, onto the mainland, but not
onto
quite.
The right island.
Exactly. Now, it does look like we do have Hot Tauntauns in a really bad predicament for themselves, as it is looking like it's just going to be Guru left alive. Tragics is knocked down just there. We've also got over the other side of the map, the Mod Boys. Very, very awkward situation for themselves as well. Stuck outside of the zone and stuck in the sights of B.A.E. They're looking at making the only choice they have available to them, which is actually going to end up running it directly at Valorant Gaming.
Sophia just running for them. He heard them. He wants them. He's going to try and take them. We've got Lockie taking out Zappington. And so there's actually only one person alive. 2 not, 1 alive for Mod Boys. And Sophia is just hunting them. He is hungry for the points. But I don't actually know if he is aware that Valorant Gaming is in that compound. That's going to be a pleasant surprise as he gets quite close to Cherry ML. So that's Cherry has actually seen him. I don't think Sophia knows this, but he's definitely going to hear this grenade go off.
Oh, and Sophia's caught in a pretty bad spot, but Sophia's just standing strong, standing true.
Oh.
Cherry's actually going to go down the blue. Nothing he can do about that. That is just an unfortunate thing, but it is going to be denying points to B.A.E all the same, as it is going to be Garfield Lol and Full Chaos. Last one's left alive for these two mad lads to run themselves around. And this is the team that was stuck on Millie Island, so they have a definite hard yard, and I mean that in all it's worth to try and get into the zone just there, as you can see Cherry is finally going to get deleted from the server, I believe is the correct terminology there, because he didn't really get much off and no one really hit him, so he is going to be unfortunately dropping out. But that means 2 people on Valorant Gaming trying to get in, and you can see with Killaroo, he has perfect angle to be able to see when they need to come in, along with his fellow teammates in what is, I believe, Tchaikovsky and Roy that are over on this side. That being said, you can see on that mini-map, Sophia is looking to try and come this way. The silent breach is in full effect. He's heard the shots. The shots can't come his way, but it's not actually the team that he's close to. Sophia doing. Now they've heard it. Now they've seen the shots coming out. Pandemic are actually doing the shots from the compound over on Chucky, but he is still looking to try and track this one down. He's managed to get himself in a shack, and he is now safe again.
And what I don't think our audience knows, Copt, is that 3 of the players of B.A.E are actually based in Malaysia at the moment. So we've got Neff, Lockies, and Sophia currently outside of Australia. And Fludd's the only person in Australia playing from Australia. But Neff is actually born and bred in Brisbane. So he's the second Australian player on there. So these guys are battling with ping issues, and they're still doing pretty darn well, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, and doing pretty damn well for themselves at the moment is actually Critical Motion, as he does just knock out the last 2 members of Dark Allegiance, doing a really, really nice nade there, taking them out on their vehicle. But they have a bit of a run to go for themselves. You can see that white line at the moment, gunning them down.
Have Atletico trying and get them.
Now, that's probably going to be a little bit of a stalemate for a while, but what's not a stalemate is actually what's happening down here in the south. We've got Valorant Gaming in between B.A.E and also B.A.E, and it's not looking good for Valorant Gaming, as they are going to end up leaving the in what was a respectable 10th place, but they have to now leave these last 2 teams that are down in the south here to fight it out with each other, B.A.E and also the guys in what is Valorant Gaming, but sorry, in Bance, I should say, as we do have a little bit of a knock happening towards the north there. Sophia's been knocked. We've also got Neferhor knocked as well. It's just Fludd left standing up there. Loki's just trying to play it down around the south here. He does have the guys in Bance he's trying to deal with. There's a lot of shots coming out. You can hear the peppering on the ground behind. He's just zigzagging. A suspect's going to hit him a couple of times. Loki's still trying to get over towards that shack. He's found himself a little bit of cover in what is a buggy, but this is only temporary measures. You can hear that the shots are still coming out, and the zone is not where this buggy is, so he needs to go further, as it's not looking all that pretty at the moment for those guys. And we'll have to see what happens to them. Over on the north side, we do have End Zone Tractors, who have actually ended up quite lucky with this zone. They've managed to get themselves pretty much all this real estate to themselves, while everyone else has to fight this out. The guys in TNG, though, they're having a bit of a better game this time around than what they had in the last one. You can see Holty just getting a knock just there onto Roy. He's trying to look to see if he can get the final little bit of shot to finish off Roy, but Tchaikovsky's straight on the mark there. He's going to be able to do what he can. Head kick did spot out Dwayne just then, so they do know that there's someone over there. Gage is actually going to be able to find it, so that does clear up that side. And now that does leave the guys in Vance a little bit of a challenge, as we do see Killaroo going down. Did actually trade out Big Boy Macca just there, leaving just Tchaikovsky and Roy to push their way in. You can see that they do have their little smoke trail just there. Nate's going to be coming out. Anything's going to be coming out to help them push further in. They're looking to try and go a little bit ham, a little bit hard, a little bit anything right now to get themselves into the zone. And Tchaikovsky's actually been able to get...
saw Fury pull up on the end zone track.
Oh, wow. And that's going to get Fury Global down as well.
Didn't end well for Fury. Oh, I was just watching the map right there, Cot, and I saw it play out, and I am in zone tractors, 9 kills so far. Hopefully getting Ninja Shack back up.
Oh no. Ykikamucow's going to get taken down. That's going to be an Advanced Gaming as well. 7th place, good position for themselves, but did end up costing them a little bit too much. Big Macca actually did get revived there. He made that push out. But now you can see the aggression that's come through from the guys in B.A.E. They're looking to try and take points themselves, looking to just dance it around. Loki knows there's someone just here. He's looking to peek. He's spotted out. Oh, he's going to do the back of the spot. Take it. And that is going to leave just 2 members left alive of B.A.E. Fludd, who's taking damage from Pandemic still, and also Sophia, who is out in the open at the moment, looking just to try and run around, get the dips, get whatever cover he can. Aspa not going to get away with it. Even just Fludd left alive, and B.A.E. not looking like they're in a good spot. Even though they do have 5 kills already, it's not looking pretty at the moment for the guys who are a bit of a split team. I don't know if I want to call them most. Call them SOS, I'm guessing. But these guys are very much in a bit of a predicament. 5 kills, it's a good point. But Fludd's not looking like he's going to be sitting comfortable here for a while.
Definitely not, because TNG know where he is. But, I mean, that circle does favour Fludd a little bit. So he is probably a little bit thankful about that. He's going to met up, hopefully come out of this live. But it doesn't look too good for him. But it's...
Yeah, and look, it hasn't also favoured the guys in Pandemic. There's a lot that's to be had just now. They lost Summer earlier on against the team that they're still fighting and have been fighting constantly this whole time, which is Atletico. But you can see that Asper has been able to spot out Husey over in the distance too, which might be able to help him out in the long run. They might be able to let that team come in, fight with Atletico just like they are, and they could potentially pull up the scraps. You never know. It's all about the strategy, all about that long con to see which team is going to get the better advantage in there.
For sure, and it looks like the end zone tractor lads have got their cars, and they're going to try and make a barricade in the circle. Hopefully be able to take some, get some cover there, but they do have Pandemic and Atletico shooting at them both, so they had to stop short of the circle, sitting outside of it a little bit, trying to get, and head kick finally takes out Fludd. So Battle Arena Elites did unfortunately go out in 6th place, with Hot Totems out in 5th place as well.
Yeah, and look, Guru was just holding his own for a long time there. He wasn't looking to make anything big, wasn't looking to really disrupt the play at all, but he did manage to get himself a good, solid 5th position. He did rank tank it, as we call it, and did work out for the best, so that's okay. But what that does mean, though, is that it's now up to everyone in the north, and you can see End Zone Trackers really looking to try and take the guys in Atletico. Husey tries to wrap himself around, not going to be able to go in his favour though, so it's just going to be Snowlull left alive. You can see Bulldog may be able to get a revive off, but he knows that there's a Zoid mate very close by. More smokes are going to come out, more cover. Hopefully he can get this revive. But you can see that Zoid mate is going to be looking to try and find himself that Husey, final knock just there. Bulldog is just close by. They need to get this revive off if they can, if they want to have a chance of making this game last longer. This Pandemic is just down to High Command. That's rough. That is very rough.
But High Command got out. He did take his vehicle over to the shack quite early in the battle between Atletico, End Zone Tractors, and Pandemic to get out of there, and actually secured himself a top 3 position. And Atletico unfortunately did take down End Zone Tractors, but they did really well for the second game of the night. I think they had 10 or more kills. Unfortunately, I didn't see just at the end how many confirmed kills they had, but that's so impressive compared to game 1 when they went out last place with 0 kills.
It is, and look, At the moment, though, I'm a little bit worried for Ykikamucow all the same. We have got ourselves a little bit of an Oreo situation. We've got ourselves that sandwich. It is a pandemic sandwich with Ykikamucow just rocking in between two full squads of 4, Atletico and TNG. At the moment, Atletico do have themselves 6 kills, as we do have the guys in TNG on 8 kills as well. And then it's just poor little Ykikamucow sitting in the middle at the moment, wanting these two teams to take each other out, when hopefully he could just pick up whatever scraps left over from the fight. But at the moment, it's not looking like it's going to be going either which way at the moment. As you can see, that the guys in Atletico are just looking to wrap themselves around this zone and hopefully get close.
Only one of them are currently in the circle. So if they keep holding out Zoid, Lynxy, and Nico's, like, it's only going to be Extreme 2G, and then with the zone slowly coming in. Unfortunately, Macca taking down. Well, fortunately, Macca taking down Lynxy, depending on who you're supporting. But and Ykikamucow.
Ykikamucow actually going to steal.
And actually finishing Macca's kill.
That's actually really big from Ykikamucow there. He would have been able to just see that out the window, I dare say, to be able to get that kill. And it would have only been just barely. But look at Atletico. They've come for the push. They're going to go all the way. Nikos is going down, though. This is going to be Extreme 2D. No, Extreme 2D is also going down as well, leaving just Zoidmate. Zoidmate, he's looking to take the shots. He can't get the knockdown. The spray's coming back. He's going to go deny the point. He's thinking that's all she's thrown. But there's one more team left to be had right now. And it is going to be Ykikamucow. And Ykikamucow now needs to know that against Gage. He gets really good shots on towards Gage. Ykikamucow looking to try and make the big play. Spot out one. He's got the shack. He's got the sensor zone right now. Everything just working for him. He could just wait this out for as long as he needs to and hope that no one has any grenades on the side of the guys in TNG. But he is just looking to rotate through these smokes right now. He's playing guerrilla warfare. He knows that he needs to just take one fight at a time, one player at a time. He's got one grenade as well. He could really spoil everything for everyone just here if he's clever enough for that. No, he's going to get taken in the back. It's going to be Holty taking it down, and Tough Nation Gaming taking out game number 2, this time with 11 kills. They have definitely bounced back after game number 1.
21 points. TNG just got that game. That was awesome to see, considering they went into that game in 13th place on 0 points. Getting those 11 kills, 11 points for the kills, 10 points for the win is awesome. And this, tell me a little bit about the TNG lineup, Copt.
Well, it's actually an interesting lineup because Gage is from North America. So he is also a little bit of an international player that has come on board, which has definitely brought a different dynamic. As you can see, he brought up 5 kills just then. You know, you can't blame latency on everyone just there, but there's definitely some dynamic that they're bringing to it. But look, they are definitely a much stronger team at the moment, and one that you know, has attention of myself for obvious reasons, but of a lot of other people too. But look, away from TNG though, Atletico still came in 3rd. They still managed to get themselves 10 points with the combination of their kills and placement. So they are still going to be in 1st place. They need to keep up this consistency, and they will definitely be able to walk their way through, because that's 2 games in a row now where they've been able to get themselves a lot of good points.
For sure. And we did see Thrust and Team Bliss actually go out in the bottom 8 teams. I think Team Bliss went out in 9th, and Thrust actually went out, was it 15th if I recall? And they were sitting in 2nd and 3rd. So, I mean, Atletico is showing this consistency, what you need in PUBG, because this consistency means that you're just going to constantly climb the leaderboard, and it doesn't matter if you don't have the best game, if you go out in 15th or 16th position. If you're consistent the rest of the time, you're just going to see the results at the end. And Atletico, 3rd place with their 6 kills is awesome to see. But I mean, 4th place, Endzone Tractors, Husey on 5 kills. That's completely a roundabout from when they were in the first game when they went out in 16th, and actually Husey was the first person to die.
Yeah, look, he's definitely a player of emotions. He will go full hardcore mode and sweat it out with everything he's got when he knows he can. And I think that's what he just brought to that game. 5 kills, you know, matched with the likes of Gage. and I don't think anyone else actually got 5 kills this game. So a few 4 kills from Jukesy and Loki's as well. But these guys definitely something that I wasn't expecting Endzone Tractors to bounce back with, and it's looking really, really good for them. Now, I do also want to touch base with, I suppose, some of those other guys that are there as well, which obviously second place, the guys in Pandemic. Now, they didn't have the very best of first games. Ykikamucow obviously did clutch out that rank tank, so to speak, to get them into second, also stealing in towards what was, a 1 kill, which, look, I'm going to say he stole that fair and square.
He did steal it fair and square. And I mean, that play for Ykikamucow to leave, even though his team was getting Atletico and they were pretty much having a third-party fight on the northern side of the circle, Ykikamucow did choose to go take his motorbike, go crash that shack, and it paid off. It turned out that TNG and Atletico were going to have a bit of a rough and tumble, with TNG taking out Atletico at the end of it, and Ykikamucow just sat there, got Lynxy, stole Maccaboi's kill, and it paid off for him. That was a really smart move for him, going to that shack at one of the final circles.
Yeah, and look, it was a really good shack to hold as well, because the door on that one obviously faces away from where TNG were, so he was able just to sit in there relatively without too much hassle. When you've got a shack that's fully exposed, there's that issue of obviously having the door broken in, nades thrown in response. But when you've just got those little windows, it makes it a little bit harder to long distance throw grenades. So he definitely did have a really good position to be able to get second for that. So absolute kudos for Ykikamucow for not only obviously making the play, but for realizing how good that play was. So absolute shout out, and look, I'm sure you'd probably be happy for Ykikamucow as well, being a fellow Kiwi on the board and doing such a fairly good effort in himself. But there's a lot to these games, and we talked about RNG Chaos really reigning supreme, and obviously the first game we had was very, very different, with it ending up in ruins. But we just had ourselves another bit of RNG Chaos, which was that rotation of the zone, thinking it was going to go Millie Island, and then doing the flip. Obviously, I didn't get to see it straight away until I got back in the game, but that flip in itself is crazy. Like, you don't see those things too often. You don't always have that kind of experience in these maps. Usually you see Millie Island fully in the zone and you go, it's Millie Island. And a lot of those teams did. They committed to it, and then they had to come back. What really works, and I don't want to give away too many of their strats, but for TNG, is they're one of those teams that does actually go late when it comes to Millie Island. And there's a few teams that do this. They know that they're going to be a little bit stuck when it comes to getting on Millie Island, because they do loot further away. So they wait, they go in, and this was just one of those lucky moments where RNG played favor, and the zone ended up coming back to them. So they only had to go and get one of the open compounds, one of the many open compounds that there was in that zone, and it kept on feeding there. So absolute kudos to them for being able to do that. Now
we have the leaderboard updated, Cocked. We do have the leaderboard, and you're actually right. Atletico still in first place, 29 points, 14 kills, but TNG have gone from 13th place to second place on 21 points, and that's all from one game. So they got 21 points in one game, and that's amazing. Third place is Fury Global. They did get some kills that game. They did get some rank points, and they were also being quite consistent, and they're top 3. But 4th and 5th, that's still Thrust and Bliss, even though they dropped 2 positions each. If this was the results after 12 yes, they're still sitting on the same amount of points, but Thrust is leading because they do have 1 kills. But I mean, it's all about the top 5 position for this event, because the top 5 are the ones who are in the money. So everyone is fighting for that. But Endzone Tractors, they were also a team on 0 points after the first game, and they're currently sitting in 6th place. But what is quite exciting are our top players for kills, Copped. Flickfox, 8 kills. Even though Thrust went out second to last that game, he is still the highest kills. Second place is Lynxy on 6 kills. And actually, second equal is Lynxy and Husey on 6 kills. And Husey got those kills in the second game because he was the first to die in the first game. So that's awesome. That's awesome to see Husey up there in the top 3 for the kills. But,
and look, more so to Husey as well, though. He's also number 1 at the moment for knocks. He's actually topping the knocks count as well. So, and again, you said he went out first in the first game. So he's done all this in that just last game alone, and he's done absolutely fantastic to get that happening. And, Flixbox is actually second, only 1 knock behind, but he's still obviously being that consistent player. And, normally you do look at kills translating from knocks and things like that, but there's a lot of kills that get stolen, a lot of knocks obviously get left around. We saw Ykikamucow do it just then in that last game. So that's why we have someone like Lynxy who's up there with 6 kills, but he's 5th for knocks at the moment. And it does happen.
If you're getting confused about what the heck we're talking about, just type in exclamation mark leaderboard and you can see what's going on. You can follow along with your favorite teams of the evening. And actually, 5 seconds until this match starts, Copt, what do you think of the playing so far?
Okay, so when it comes up on the screen, you're all going to be looking at it going, you guys are just scripting this. You're somehow managing to manipulate. This is all just RNG right now. This is absolutely crazy because we have ourselves another playing path, which is a flip of the last one. Before we had complete reverse. It was gone the different direction from south to north rather than north to south. This one's literally just gone, all right, I'm going to fold it in half and we are going to have this playing path doing the same thing. And look, there's going to be a lot of teams that may look to go, you know what, we're going to do things differently. Fury obviously being one of those teams, they can reach Yasnaya this time. They are going to want to stick to Yasnaya. Obviously didn't work out too well for them in dropping Millie Island last one, even though Millie Island was the place to be. Didn't necessarily actually work out for him in the end. So they are looking to go back to Yasnaya. There's a few other things that are happening, but it looks to be pretty much stock standard to what we have seen so far today, and as it should be.
There's good and bad things about similar playing paths. The good thing is that a lot of teams can get their spots, but the bad thing is that there's only 6 Erangel games. And so we know where teams are generally going to drop, but all of these players are probably going to do VOD review after this. And if they get planes that are pretty darn similar, they can't actually know how teams react to different situations. Like if we got a crazy east to west plane, that would be able to tell players more information than a 2 north to south or south to north. And what happened to non-reg? Did he just get knocked when he was flying? Because I just saw him...
I feel like he may have clipped a tree.
May have.
He fell to his knock. He's a long way from the rest of his teammates at the moment. You can see Crit is probably one of the closest, but I don't even know if he's actually going for him at this stage. He looks like he's just getting some loot. He's going to get himself a gun before he looks to go over there because, you know, if teams are aware of where some of these players go, again, they'll know that there's a TNG player that just loots down here, and that might be too much of a scare for them to just want to go out in the open and actually get that res. So Crit's going to go for it, but he's going to be, you know, damn well sure that he's not going to get knocked easily in the process.
He's running out because he doesn't want to draw attention by the TNG player, which is the noise from the vehicle. But Dark Allegiance, Power, knocking Jutsi up in heavens by Mansion. That's quite unexpected because Jutsi Fury don't normally stray this far out of Yasnaya. So they may have been a little bit greedy here. And unfortunately, it just didn't play out for Jutsi.
But sense is not being made here. Full Chaos actually right close to where Jukesy is, doesn't know that Jukesy's right there and that he has a free kill in his hands. He's just assumed that a player got knocked a long way away, and he's going to be able to hear Insight now looking to come in. And this may really backfire against Fury because Fury know that they got knocked from a long shot from Power AU. They won't realise that Full Chaos is right here, but Power AU, he's doing a little bit of damage to the background there, so Full Chaos needs to get moving a little bit faster. He's going to be able to get into this building, but there's still shots from Power AU. Power AU absolutely god-shotting this one. This should be absolute alarm bells going off for what is the guys in Fury right now. Oh no, he doesn't realise, he doesn't know. And this is going to be the quick get out of jail card right now thing thrown at Fury because they do not want a part of this. They thinking that, you know what, this, oh no! No! No Not like this.
Not like
gotta
this,
wait
and
for
it's
it
a
to the hour.
second knock. So full chaos. If he's been paying attention to the kill feed, he would have known that Juxie was the knocked player potentially, and that he just got knocked again. So it could have been maybe a free kill. But Ykikamucow did, as soon as he saw those Juxie get knocked, did rotate to be able to provide some coverage from a distance just to protect his two players. But I don't think we've actually spoken about the circle yet. Oh,
I showed it and I ran away from it because it's one of those baity zones. Everyone is looking at this one now going, is it going to do the same? Are we going to have a repeat? Look, I'd like to think that we're not going to have a repeat. I'm very confident that this one's going to be melee zone, just given that that zone is so far south that it doesn't actually fully land on the map. There's a lot of area that unfortunately will get zeroed out on, and it's going to be Millie Island that I feel like is probably going to be the place to be. Obviously, the guys in B.A.E, Justice, and also the Hoth Tauntauns, these guys are all going to be pretty happy at the moment, just knowing that they're already on Millie Island. Again, we're talking about it briefly in the last game, that there is a few challenges that does come with rotating to Millie Island. When we've got so many teams already south on the map, you can see one of these teams already, Kingdom, looking to set up shop on the bridge. I'm so glad that I was able to flick to them this time without them crashing my computer. But these guys, they're not looking across just yet. They're looking to set up shop. And I think some of these teams are going to be very worried about what happened in the last game. They're going to be very much along those lines of, well, it shifted back last time. Do we want to cross right now, or do we want to hold the bridge? Do we want to set ourselves up with a boat on both sides, or how do we want to do this? Because it's going to be challenging.
it is going to be challenging, and there's quite a few teams that haven't got vehicles and aren't rotating into the circle yet. So that's interesting in on itself. And I mean, Team Bliss are getting awfully close to Kingdom. Textile, I think, can see that there's people on the bridge, and it's providing the information to the rest of this team, to his team. But this is going to be interesting. I hope it is a military-based circle, but I mean, I like it when the unexpected happens, and that circle that shifted directly north away from military base, that was unexpected, and it was delightful to watch. So I like unexpectedness, a little bit more unexpectedness in this beautiful game of PUBG. And not much is really happening right now. People are just
You say that, but I'm looking over at Apple Nano at the moment, and they've literally just fully circumferenced themselves around prison, which is got 3 members of Mod Boys in there. Apple Nano know they're in there. Batman officials been watching Neems. They've been watching Ashley. They know that there's teams in here, and they are just waiting for the right time to be able to take them down all at once. There's not too many places you can rotate out of. You can see Rapidos fully going around to the other side. Look, it's intimidating when a team can circle you like this and just send shots down from everywhere. The con to it is that if you get one of your players knocked, it's going to happen, because Mod Boys have no idea what's going on. They're just scrambling for their own lives right now. But what I was going to say is, if anyone on Apple Nano gets knocked at the moment, they are survive. Neems is going to get fully taken out as Frozen Sniper just runs forward to finish off what was his own knock. Just trying to get some damage down to Ashley. Ashley is looking just to hold it back a little bit, but they need to be careful of Rapidos, who is looking on the backside and can actually see both of them. He's just waiting for the right shot. Now it's the time to strike stun. Now you should go for it, Rapidos. Stop giving the information. On 3 shots, 4 shots. Ashley's going to go down last second time. He's also going to go down. That's going to be the end of Mod Boys.
Completely hunted Mod Boys. That was beautiful. Them just completely surrounding prison, getting all of that information. Bless and Rapidos on either side, feeding the information to Sniper and Badman when those two pushed into the compounds, and they didn't lose anyone. No one got knocked. It was beautiful, and because of that, they now have 3 kills. 3 kills because of that. Wonderful, wonderful play.
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost for words here. Killaroo, somehow all by himself for Vance Gaming at the moment. Trying to steal the esports spawn, which... and I know for a fact he knows that Macca drops here as well, so he was doing this fully aware that there was going to be a team here, and he has got some good damage on the Macca already, and may have very well surprised TNG. But just like what we saw over the other side of the map, it seems to be happening this time against Killaroo, as TNG are looking just to set themselves up on the higher ground. They've got nowhere to go anytime soon. They're just waiting for Killaroo to step out. The rest of his team, down in Prim. Killaroo is just off on his own, and I'm a little bit worried for him.
I'm a little bit worried for him as well, but look, TNG can either hunt him, but they don't know if there's only one player or more, or they can try and get into the zone because they are quite a way away. But it looks like Headkick is going to go into the zone, try and get a good spot for the rest of the team, while TNG do exactly the same thing, which is actually quite smart because it's a bit rough when you're fighting out in the blue with an undetermined amount of players who you're facing, and they really don't know just how many of the Vamps game people are there. But look at that zone. You called it. You prayed for it.
Called it.
You did pray for it. We do have a military-based zone.
And look, it has definitely been one of those games that you can't really say it's all been for the best, but Fury, they are currently engaged in a fight against Valorant Gaming at the moment. This is more than just a game right now. This is more than just the match we have in front of us. We've got ourselves PUBG professionals in Fury going up against Valorant Gaming. I think there's something to be said outside of the game for that as well, but it does look like the guys in PUBG Fury are doing the deed right here. They have managed to get themselves a kill, and it's actually forced Valorant Gaming off and away, as they are looking to very much respect what is the blue zone in this one, because in a couple of seconds it's already starting to close, and they know they have to get through this one very, very quickly. However, as they've rotated, Badman Official, he's there waiting for him.
Yeah. I don't think they realise that the Badman's pretty much up on a whole team. So even though Apanana came out thriving from that the skirmish with Mod Boys, they're now in a bit of a difficult position where they're out in the blue. They do have vehicles, but they do have a team in their way to try and get into the safety of the circle.
I mean, they do, but Garfield has been knocked, so he's just going to be stepped. Jamkich actually stepped forward, but it's just been a bait. The vehicle was nothing but a bait to get Rapidos to get the shot, and unfortunately for them, it's just going to be two more members down. Lean Valorant Gaming, one man left alive, and I believe it's Straya, and he's already over on the island. He's just going to sit there. He's going to stay happy, and that's going to be, I think, the final resting point for his little bit of a journey so far.
And speaking of journeys, look at Killaroo is. He's run all the way from Ruins down to the fields of Gatka.
Well, there's a buggy here, though. It's lost some tires, however. I'm guessing TNG may have set this one up for him. He's going to get really excited in a second. You'll see it. He's going to go, oh, piece of candy, and then realize the tires are gone, and then just go straight on his run again. But he may want to still take it because it's going to be a little bit faster. And I mean a little bit faster. It's not exactly the express transport that you want, but if he's driving in a straight line, he should be able to go okay for the time being.
And going back to the circle, though, it's about to close, and we have got Fury and Endzone Tractors fighting over the cliff of the southern end of the island.
And look, it's kind of worked out for both teams so far as the 2 kills apiece, which means it hasn't worked out for both teams either. However, Jukesy and Ronan, they're both outside of the zone at the moment, so they need to get themselves moving a little bit, while the guys over in Endzone Tractor, they still have a little bit of zone there. The revives are starting to come through. As you can see, Ninja Shack is already up on top of the hill. They're just going to finish off Ykikamucow. They're looking to try and make some money moves here. They're trying to make the play. They're going to get... Oh. Knockdowns, but goes down first.
Oh no!
And Solol is going to finish it off, and that is going to be the end of Fury Global for this game, going out in 15th place, which is definitely a bit of a shock play coming out.
And I think both of those Endzone Tractor players are going to be able to get revived and be able to get back into the circle. And that circle, though, Cop, that is...
I mean, it gives the ability now for Endzone Tractors to go for a swim. That's
does.
what this does. It also may help out Killaroo, who may get to see a little bit of the North for a second close again. And I say may because he's still in the blue. But that being said, Kingdom taking some shots at TNG as they finally make their way across the island. And like I said in the last game, they played late and they got across here late. And usually works out. But this time, they are just looking to make some. That's what across the way. But Guru, he's got the aim in line just there and actually gets the beautiful knock on towards Gage. So Gage is going to go down. He does have all the players around him, so the knock isn't going to get confirmed. But that is definitely some big power steps coming out from the guys in Hoth, and especially from Guru just there as he's exerting some dominance. But they're looking down towards the guys in B.A.E. They know the players have see that they are just trying to be cautious, making sure that they can regroup because Tragic is down over in that compound. So he does need to be careful where he is. Killer is going to go for the swim, where the guys in Zone Tractors, they're going to go for a drive. But he's on 8 HP. He's got 15 bandages. He's in the water, Ezra. He's going for a swim.
I just hope in Zone Tractors don't see him.
He needs to beat this blue, though.
Fingers crossed, but we don't really know if kangaroos can swim that well. But I'm quite interested to these teams, though. There's not a lot of safe positions that some of these teams can rotate into, and I mean, it's going to be interesting. This deep zone, I just don't know where it's going to go. I think it would be quite interesting if it goes hard to the south. It's always interesting when teams need to fight over buildings, and I always love a good military base ending, and it did exactly what I thought it was going to. It hard shifted to the south, and that centre compound directly below Canton, that is...
Yeah, this particular one is very much a challenge. It's the compound that a lot of teams are going to be going for, because when you're looking at this zone at the moment, yeah, it looks like there's a lot of cover. You've still got everything down in Millie base. There's really not a lot to be shared here. And that's the issue, is that a lot of these placements are going to have to get fought out. And I'm a bit worried that what's going to happen is that all these teams are going to be looking to compress, but they end up right on top of each other, that we are going to have kills coming left, right, and center. Because honestly, if there's probably about 8 teams left, this zone's perfect. You'd be able to space out. You'd be able to shrink into the next one. You wouldn't have to worry as much. The issue, though, is that we have 14 teams left, albeit one of them's only one man. Well, 2 of them are only one man, but they are still, we'll say a solid 12 teams full right now. And that does mean that there's a lot of issues that are going to be had by these 12 teams trying to squeeze in. And you're already seeing that the likes of Trust getting those knocks into the back of Atletico, because there's just no space to be shared, and it's going to actually cost Extreme his life, as Sig's actually going to be the one to pick that up. Now, they have the rest of Athletic to go through. They also have over towards the side the rest of Apple Hannah if they want to choose to go down here. But again, these are very defended places. You can't just go and squeeze yourselves in, so you've got to be very, very careful.
And you need to understand the surroundings, because I mean, right now, Atletico are in a bit of a tricky position, so they don't have Thrust just shooting at them. They also have Justice from military base apartments shooting at them. So they need to use all of the resources available to them to not get killed. And speaking of getting killed, Husey taking revenge on his own teammate, Big Boy Macca here. In zone tractors make their way over the bridge and pushing on TNG. And unfortunately, TNG is getting swarmed and hunted by all sides. On the south, we've got a little bit of Bliss taking some pop shots, and it's looking too well for TNG right now.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a knock on a Ninja Shack. Unfortunately for them, Bulldogs are already straight onto the revive. Holty has been knocked. Gage also knocked. It's just Head Kick left alive right now. He has got everything against him. He's doing some good damage. He's dodging some bullets, but it's only ever a matter of time. TNG going to go out in 14th place. Going to do so without a kill, I believe. I didn't get to catch that before they did drop out, but definitely what do you call hot and cold, ice and fire. They're definitely playing a very, very different set of matches in between each other. But that being said, we still have 3 more today and another 6 tomorrow to see what they can pull out.
I'm a bit worried about end zone tractors right now because Tragics just pushed up on them from Taunton's, and I don't think end zone tractors realise just no. They do.
They've seen him, and he's running. He's running away.
He's running a little bit. He changed his decision right there. But going back to the eastern side of the map, Cop, we've actually thrust.
Sorry,
pushing.
just watching Guru finish that one off. He managed to do himself a good kill just there. But yes, over the other side, Thrust, they're going up against, as
Pushing
you're saying.
Atletico, but we also have Bance Gaming wanting to third party this event.
Now, that is Bance still without Killaroo, because Killaroo actually did just finally get knocked. He managed to get onto the island. He did a good job there. But as you're saying, the guys in Bance, they're looking to try and get in on this fight too. And they may very well do it, because if you look at Linksy, he's just looting back to them.
Oh.
I feel like that's maybe a little bit of a slower play from what Bance could have actually given into that one. They're crawling slowly up the hill, but it doesn't mean that Atletico has been able to get away, and Linksy's even got himself into a vehicle to get himself across. They are still backs to them. They need to be careful what that does mean. You can see that Justice sending some shots up towards Zoime and Nikos as well there, doing a fair bit of damage. You've also got the guys in Apple now. I think Throws and Sniper did actually do some shots there. Hoth Tontons are going to finish off end zone tractors, so they are going to be able to clear that one out for themselves over there, and that does mean that they can start to push up against the guys in Kingdom, and Kingdom may be ready for it. They were also the ones that did actually get that knock on the Killaroo. He's going to finally go down. But I'm going to flick back over towards Bance at the moment, because they have actually got themselves a knock on towards Zoidmate and a flush as well.
At that, they've got Justice down in the military base apartments just taking pot shots at them, and now Atletico know where they are, so they're going to struggle probably to get into the circle, because Justice can and may just try and push them.
Ooh, missed opportunity there to get that knock on a player for, as he does make that vault, into the window. That being said, though, the rest of Justice, they're not in the zone yet. So while it is looking very rough, and Dark Legion's weighing in the matter as well just there, it's looking very rough for the guys in Bance Gaming. It's also looking very rough for the guys down in Millie Base as well. And just to give you, I suppose, a little bit of a reason why, is that you've got Justice, and I mean, meters away from what is Dark Allegiance, and Downey just spotting out Stoneuts there, not knowing if Stoneuts saw him back. It hasn't drawn the attention of Justice just yet, but they need to get in the zone. The rest of Dark Allegiance are over in the zone at the moment, so Downey is playing very much a back play to it. He can't walk out in the blue for too long. He needs to pick up the pace a little bit, because that blue zone is ticking for 5 damage a second, and as you can see, it is just chunking away at his life, and he's going to be able to find player 4, and that's going to be a quick flush through as well, so a beautiful pickup just there. He needs to pop a med, he needs to get some first aid.
And our
Yuri.
first placed team went out in 9th place.
No, Downey. I mean, that's big. Atletico going down now is absolutely huge for them. It's going to give an opportunity for some of these other teams, especially the likes of Bliss. Also, the likes of, what was I going to say? I believe the next team after that was Apple Nana. Is that right?
End Zone Tractors, B.A.E, Pandemic, they're all currently in the top 8. But Apple Nana, they're currently in 12th on 5 points. So, I mean, they can have a big game and they can be in that top 3 position. And, the car are currently on 6 points. They may be able to get Bance Gaming.
Actually, some good shots coming out from Kovsky, though, on Bance Gaming over towards Apple Nana, and this could be the bit of a turnaround that the guys in Bance Gaming need. That being said, Penny's to look at the spoil from behind, and he does a damn good job of it. Tchaikovsky does go down as well, leaving just Roy left alive. Roy looking to try and push up this hill. He's trying to, I suppose, get the off angle against what is Apple Nana, but there's just so many of them, not much he can do. And that is going to be Bance Gaming out in 7th place. Going to be able to pick up some points for themselves all the same, though. And now we are left with 6 teams left alive. And Apple and Nana, they're looking now to be that team that might cause a little bit of trouble for Justice. And they do indeed. Frozen Sniper taking out Stoneuts, but it was actually Dark Allegiance getting those other 2 kills on towards the squad.
Justice were in a really difficult spot right there. They did have pretty much most of Millbase covered with the angles in the apartments, but Dark Allegiance and Atletico on the hill, and then Bance Gaming and Apple Nana just were picking them off one by one. Unfortunately, didn't make the transition into the circle fast enough, or just didn't work for them. But this is the last Erangel game, so they don't have to think about any more military-based zones or any Sosnovka Islands. They can focus on Miramar next. And 5 teams alive. We have 2 full teams, 2 teams of 3, and one man. So this is going to be quite interesting because there's a lot going on both sides of the circle. We've got Apple Nana taking on Dark Allegiance down the bottom in a 2v3 situation. Up the top, we've got Pandemic Esports and Kingdom Gaming, and we've just got Australia sitting chilling in the middle in the compound, just biding his time, wondering where the next step is going to be. And
Some beautiful shots.
Yes, that was absolutely beautiful.
High Command still looking to try and put some pressure on. He's got the right angles. He's just unable to get the hits down to where he wants just there. So it is going to be a little bit of hard trouble there for the guys in Kingdom. As you can see, it is just going to be Sharky and also Twerker. Last 2 guys left alive for the side of Kingdom. And they're trying. They've got... It's a challenge for them to get in. That's it. They've already got themselves the kills. They're guaranteed 5th as their worst place right now. If they were to drop out right now, then they're getting themselves 5th. Some good shot into the backside of Pandemic as they're running up the hill just there. And actually a headshot onto Asper as he's looking to rotate through as well. I don't think Asper was ready for that one. Twerkerfish definitely doing some surprise damage just there. But he needs to get himself in a zone. He does have a nice hill that he can get some cover with if he can get to it. He's just got to get past his first little bit. And then he's home free. That being said, Sarsummer's looking to get those shots down. You can hear the bullets ricocheting off the tank just there. The smokes are down in full, so he's going to look to try and make a run. He's actually looking to make a big rotation around to the side, trying to, like I said, use this hill to his advantage. He's got to be careful, though, as Sharky just went down, so he's the last man left standing. And if he keeps going, he might end up onto the backside of the guys in what is Dark Allegiance, and also what is happening over the other side with Apple Nana. It's just BDK left alive for Dark Allegiance.
It is. It's just that Dark Allegiance and Apple Nana had just been picking each other off one by one, and Speedy's actually about to run into the rest of the Apple Nana team, and I don't think they've completely wrapped around him, chasing him through the smoke. Oh no! Speedy, can he do it?
He's literally listening for footsteps right now. It's just Rapidos versus Speedy.
Holy heck.
Now,
this would be the time to use your nade, maybe, Rapidos.
BDK. Now, I just thinned out the smoke there, so obviously we can see a little bit more than what they could. Definitely was good. Rapidos is getting a lot of damage sent his way, but it is actually going to be Sarsummer to the rescue. Actually takes down BDK, which means that Rapidos can get the revive back on towards Frozen Sniper, and that does now mean that they are going to have 2 men left alive, and hope is still alive for the guys in Apple Nana, as they are now looking to try and reposition themselves. But Pandemic, they've all but left Australia behind, and I don't mean the country, I mean the player.
Australia hasn't moved at all from that. He hasn't made a sound, so Pandemic don't even know that he's there, which is really smart of him. But now he needs to think about how exactly he is going to get into the circle, because there is a lot of open area, but there's also the Pandemic team which is spread on his side of the circle. But they don't know that they may need to look behind them, because once you don't really expect people to be hiding out in buildings or in the grass. But this is definitely interesting to see right here, because Australia can completely just sneak up on Pandemic and could put them at a disadvantage when they battle Apple Nana.
It really could, because right now, you're Australia, you're like, all right, we know that there's 2 more teams. There's 7 people left alive. I'm 1. There has to be 2 more teams at least. You know, you're on the side of Apple Nano and you go, there has to be 2 more teams. We know that the squad can only be 4, so there has to be 1 more somewhere else. You're in Pandemic and you're like, it's just 1 more team, guys. There's only 3 more players to kill. We've got this. They're just in front of us. We know where they are. We heard them shooting before. This is perfectly an easy game for us. And they would not be expecting what is that last solo player right behind them. And I mean right behind them. The guy on my screen right now, he's literally being stalked by Straya. And he's not even looking for it. Straya just needs to pop off, and he's got himself an easy flush. But he needs to make sure that when he gets this kill, and he's actually going to let it go by for the time being, but he needs to be sure that when he gets this kill, that no one else can kill him. And as you can see, he just spotted out Asma there for a second as well. They are now all trying to push forward. They're all trying to get themselves moving towards that zone. You can see that Ykikamucow is looking to try and rotate himself around as well on the spot here, just to get onto a better position to, again, cut off what is Rapidos and Frozen Sniper, because they're nowhere near that center zone. So they know that they have to be pushing in, whereas the guys in Pandemic, they just need to hold down what is center zone at the moment, which Suspect, he is looking just to hold. Straya is literally that wild card that this team would not be expecting. And he is literally just proning directly behind him. And in Pandemic's mind, there's no way a player could have gotten behind him. They've had this sweep. They've been watching. They've been keeping good eyes out. And they know that he'll be fine. But there goes Ykikamucow knocking down a little bit probably too early in this engagement if he wanted to. But the rest of Pandemic now, they are only 3-man up. Ykikamucow's in a position where he's probably not going to get revived. He's a little bit far out to the wing. So now it does mean that Sarsummer has to be that one to keep this side nice and covered. More smokes are going to be coming out. You can see Ykikamucow crawling forward just to get a little bit more information there. But he is going to go down. So there's going to be a point being passed across to Apple Nano, who are now on 11 points, I might add, doing some massive things. Both Rapidos, Frozen Sniper on 4 kills apiece right here. But they need to be careful because around on that side, and you can see Asma is looking to come for a like he's going to get one, but he's taken down 4 HP. He's going to get taken down by Frozen Sniper. Frozen Sniper, last one standing at the moment for Apple Nano. He can't get the revive, and he can't believe he should be getting this revive. He's now looking to play that smoke game yet again, which didn't work out for him against Speedy K, but he is on that outside. The zone's hitting very hard. They need to be very careful. Australia, who's just gone and left himself on the center zone. There goes Frozen Sniper. The team's been wiped, and Pandemic's now like, what just happened? They had no idea.
They thought that they would have won that if they killed that team. But they weren't expecting Australia. Australia secured second spot for Valorant Gaming. And Pandemic, 11 kills, first place, 21 points from them. They're currently in 8th place on 10 points. That jumps them up to 31 points. So this is going to be interesting. The leaderboard after this game, which should update in a few minutes, is going to be interesting. That was an awesome push from Pandemic at the end. They just pushed the whole circle, gained all the information so that they could find who was left and kill them, which is what they did to secure them that first place spot. But aside from Valorant Gaming in second place, third place, 11 kills.
Yeah.
That was awesome. That was absolutely awesome play to watch Rapidos, Sniper, Blessed, and Badman go from hunting out mod boys at the start to running into the team just over the north of Eastern Bridge, the 2 teams, and then finally making it into third place. That was absolutely awesome.
They had themselves a very, very roller coastered event of what was that map of PUBG. Like, as you said, they started off with the massive circumference on what was, the guys in Mod Boys, and that was it just looked intimidating. They showed up in that game to really show off, and it was absolutely fantastic to watch. But yeah, as you said, they went up against the guys camping on the bridge. They had to work their way through so many teams to get where they got to, and pulling out a third place, I really do feel sorry for them. I feel that was a bit rough. This is one of those cases of you really need to make sure that you clear what's behind you. Pandemic got a little bit, I think, too ahead of themselves. They didn't clear all those buildings. They just did not expect a player to be behind them. And you could really see that when they finally got that knock on a Frozen Sniper, that it was just confusion in the air because it was an instant kill. It shouldn't have been instant. There's meant to be one more player, and they just did not know. And instantly they all turned around and started looking into all these different cracks. And there was only one place you could have been in the end, but it was absolute panic stations. So, definitely something that they can take away from. But absolute kudos for the fact that they still got the chicken dinner. Did it with, majority of their players. Only one man got knocked out in the end there, so they did it absolutely fantastically. But yeah, look, absolute kudos to some of the other guys in there as well. And, John Shout also pulling up 4 kills for his team. We also had, the guys in Atletico. They didn't get the good placement. They still got 6 points. Zoid and Lynxie still got 3 kills apiece. So they still did very well for themselves, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And, also, I believe really, really good from Endzone Tractors still. Didn't get any placement points, but still walked out of this map with a solid 7 points themselves. So they are closing gaps. They're still making points, which is absolutely fantastic to see. But, we'll have a full update on that leaderboard once it's updated for us. We'll be able to share. But, we're still halfway through the first night. We're 3 games down. That is going to be the end run of what is Erangel for the first night. And we had a roller coaster of different things happening. Looking back over it all, it was fantastic.
It has been an absolute roller coaster so far, and I'm so excited to see the last 3 Erangel games tomorrow. What I'm liking so far is that all the people that are on the lower side of the leaderboard are actually doing really well in a game. So like Valorant Gaming, currently in 16th place, they just got second in that game. So I mean, it's great to see the likes of the people that aren't doing the best on the leaderboard are actually turning things around in the game, which is what we want to see. We like to see that all players are actually playing the game, getting kills, getting points, and so we like to see a very fluctuating leaderboard, because I mean, we don't just want one team to come in and that they're the favourites, that's going to win. Like, unless they're your favourite team, it's pretty boring. We like the uncertainty of these people, like Mod Boys or the likes of Thrust or Dark Allegiance, like all of these teams. You just may not expect it, or even Apple Nana, like you haven't heard the names before. You've seen the players, you haven't heard the team names before, but then you're like, Apple Nana, that is fantastic.
Yeah, and look, it's absolutely great to see. And we've actually got a player in with us now for a bit of an interview. He comes fresh in from Tough Nation Gaming. I believe he is the IGL. He's a bit of an experienced player, definitely seasoned. The grey hairs are natural because I believe they just get sent crazy for everything it is. But we have Maccaboi on the line. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, not too bad, thanks. Yourself?
Not too bad as well, son. Like, you guys have had a bit of an up and down start to the series. Obviously, not doing so well in the first game, not having the best of runs in the game just now, but that second game, you guys popped off. What happened? What was the difference?
Look, there's been some communication errors so far, some just minor problems that we've had as a team, people getting crashed early and cutting out our rotations and stuff like that. So the second game, kind of everything just played out how we wanted it to play out, and obviously we won.
Yeah, and look, I don't think it could have played out any better for you guys either. You were lucky, and I'm going to say lucky is the best way to put it, because let's be honest, you saw the zone, you saw that first circle, and you're like, this is going Millie. We're going to have to go late, we're going to be stuck, and we're going to have to fight our way in, and all of a sudden it's back on the main island before you know it, and everything's looking good.
Look, we kind of do like milli circles. We have our own little strategy and stuff in place for milli circles. We like to try and frag on them. But, obviously, so it was a little bit of disappointment, but also we were pretty happy with the outcome. So, you can't be too mad with a win in the second game.
No, look, you're absolutely spot on there. Obviously, there's still a lot of games ahead of us. We've got 3 more games today. You've got 6 games tomorrow. What is the plan? And obviously, I know you can't give away too much, but what's your plan for really keeping those points up?
Better communication, better teamwork, and just trying to frag out. We've got a crazy lineup, we've got a nuts lineup, and I think that it's about time that a couple other people step up in this region. So we're going to try and do that.
Now, I can see Ezra just absolutely begging to ask a question here, and I feel like it's going to be about Husey. I feel like what happened in the last game, she called it out on the stream as well, you know, the ex-teammate coming back and giving a little bit of maybe extra salt into the wound just there, but, you know, how is your, I suppose, agenda when you're playing? You see a team, you go for a shot, you realize who the team is, and you go, oh, that's Husey, I want to get a knock. You know, is that kind of thing happen for you, or do you just play it all the same? You know, what's the mentality?
Look, I love Husey. Went to LAN with Husey. He's one of my best mates in the scene. So it's really good to see him fragging. You know, so may have to drop Holty or head kick and pick him back up. You know, you never know what's going to happen, but no, it's all love. We love Husey. You know, that's where communication comes into play. We knew they were behind us, and we just we thought we'd give them a couple of early points, and you know, let Husey continue on his fragging train, and we'll get him back later.
Beautiful.
So, what teams are you excited most about competing against or hunting down and annihilating in this event?
Atletico.
Atletico.
Now, why Atletico? Why that team in particular? And obviously, no blood to be shed, but obviously there's a good little bit of placement where you guys do drop near each other. There's obviously the fact that Atletico has been to nearly every single international that has been offered towards the O scene as well. But are they your stepping stones? Like, is that your, I suppose, mark to get better in yourselves?
I think that, I mean, anyone will tell you, like, if you want to be the best team in a region, or you want to be the best, you got to take out the best. And Atletico and Fury are the two best teams in our region. I think everybody can agree with that. So if we want to be the best, then we've got to try and take out teams like that. And you can't be scared to do it. So no better place to start than a smaller tournament like this, which is amazing. So
yeah,
why not do this?
That leads on to the next question for you: is this event? I know you told me earlier that you're excited for it, but how excited are the guys? Like, how does the theme around this one, as opposed to, you know, your GLL dailies, your scrims, your things like that? How does this one, I suppose, differ?
Look, it's a tournament that we can actually play in, and that means something other than just, you know, scrims and basic things. So it's more or less, you know, it's such a good warm up and such a good event to get us ready for PCS and to try and qualify in that. So it's, yeah, I'm really happy to play in this tournament, and I hope there's more to come.
Awesome. And I was going to say we'll let you go, but I'm not going to let you go just yet because the game itself is not quite ready. But look, all things considered, I want to know from you. Obviously, you've got your strategy in place. You know, you've got your teams you want to be looking at. You've got everything that you want to be sort of throwing up and, you know, going for. But what are the tips that you can give the other players in the region? Like, what can you say? Hey, look, we may be getting better, but these are some things that you could be doing already.
For some like the lower level teams, I mean, we're not, you know, like, no one's really a lower level team in this region. I mean, there's like three or four teams in this region that are, you know, up there and have been to lands and that kind of stuff. And then there's everybody else. So it's everybody like chasing the same thing. Everybody's trying to get to the same place. The best advice I guess you can give people is just, you know, pay attention to your surroundings and scout. I mean, so many teams, you see so many people and so many teams just, you know, bombing center, first zone, not paying attention and dying for it. And it's like you pull up for 5 seconds and scout that building, you know there's like a whole team in there, so there's no point, you know, pushing in.
Yeah, look, definitely.
Now, is this event a practice for you and the rest of the team before PUBG Continental Series starting up soon?
It is a practice. We're not doing everything that we want to do because we don't want to give away some stuff that we have planned for PCS. But we're definitely using it as a practice and a stepping stone in the right direction. We're trying a few new things while also trying to win, obviously, because if you're not here to win, then I don't think there's much point at all.
I mean, 3 games in, you've already won 1, so that's
yeah,
look,
11 kill win as well.
Just a casual 11 kill win. So I think you're definitely on the right track. And is your roster actually finalized? Is this the roster that you're going to be playing with for PCS?
It is the roster we will be playing with for PCS. Look, you know, Gage has put in the effort, put in the work. He's waking up at 3 a.m. just to play these. So he wakes up at 3 a.m., he plays, and then basically straight after games he has to jump off and go to work. So his life at the moment is he's a plumber by trade, and so he gets 6 hours of sleep a night, and he's still fragging like this. So I'm excited. I'm excited for when he gets into actual like sleeping routine and starts playing to his full potential.
That's awesome. That is just great to hear. How is he finding the ping issues? Because I know that we do have a few international players that play Premier, the SEA, the B.A.E team, but Gage is from ENA, so that's a significant latency issue. So how are you finding it, and how is he finding it?
It's not too bad. He prefers to play on OC. So when we play in SEA competitions and that, he's getting more of like a 220 ping. He's from Georgia, so when we play in the OC region, he's more on like a 190, 180. So that little bit of like ping differences, it helps a lot. And yeah, like we just need to make end game with him and then let him use his peak as advantage, I guess.
And look, it definitely worked out for you guys, obviously, in that second game. Now, just a quick question for you, because I can see on your shoulder just there, you got yourself the little TNG logo. You're repping TNG right now. Is that one of the jerseys?
Yeah, it is. I've got I got the old one sitting next to me as well. Won't show that one. Looks like a 1970s football jersey, but this one's the new TNG jersey. I thought I'd put it on when you told me I was doing an interview. I was like, yeah, I'll chuck it on and I'll rep TNG tonight.
Does it feel more, and this is probably more of a mindset question as well, because you've really got to throw your mind into games. Does it feel when you're sitting there, obviously we're in isolation, we don't get that ability to go to LANs, we don't get that ability to sort of meet up with everybody just for a casual tournament. It doesn't sort of exist. So does sitting there at the moment in the jersey really give you that extra edge in thinking, we're here to win, we're really going for it? What else do you have to do to make the most count for the mindset?
I think one of the biggest differences between us and a lot of teams is we're webcam calling every day. Like the boys are hopping in, we're webcam calling, we're having fun with it, we're chilling, we're just having fun, trying to keep like a light mindset. And I think one really good thing that takes us apart from a lot of people is like we're actually good friends outside of this. Like we met Gage and had no intention of playing with him. We met him as a friend in the PUBG scene. And then it's just eventuated that like things aligned, and I mean now we're teaming with him. But we're all good mates. We've all met each other apart from Gage. I've arm wrestled head kick. I've had way too many drinks with Holty, and so it's really good to just be able to play with people that you really enjoy playing with. And I think that's one of the biggest advantages we have.
Yeah, and look, I think, we heard it from Ykikamucow earlier in the day as well, that, finding a team, sticking with the team, building that synergy makes a very big difference when it comes to your own performance. Is that something that you believe in as well? Like, do you believe that the synergy side of things sometimes can weigh higher than, individual skill levels? Or do you think that, hey, look, once we get a really, really good fragger, we're there, it doesn't matter how things work out as long as they can shoot?
I think that the more synergy you have, the better. I mean, we've been playing as much as we possibly can with this lineup for the last 3 weeks. I mean, not many people realize, not many people don't know, but we've been doing 3 scrim sets a day. I mean, Ykikamucow tweeted out and said nobody in OS is grinding. I mean, we've been doing 3 sets of scrims for the last 3 weeks. So we're one of the only teams in OS, I think, that is actually grinding because we want to do well and we want to be better than we are. And I think it does show when you do grind as opposed to when teams aren't grinding. So 3 sets of scrims a day. Yeah, everyone gets a bit tired and a bit burnt out, but we have our days off and then right back at it with NA, OC, SEA, and then wake up and do it all again.
Yeah.
What do you do to get over your burnout? Because I know that it can definitely be repetitive when you're playing scrims after scrims after scrims. And burnout is a really big thing in PUBG, and we have lost some really good players to burnout. So is there something specifically that you do or your team do to battle it or stop it from happening, or actually recognizing when you're burning out and doing something about it?
Yeah, look, we kind of organized between us what days that we're gonna have off. So we had Wednesday off. So none of us even touched the game at all on Wednesday. Like I played a couple games of Valorant. I'm terrible, but I still played because I thought, why not, But like I played a couple games of Valorant on Wednesday, and then I went out for lunch because I'm allowed to now. And, I saw my girlfriend and we went and did some stuff. And then I went and stayed at her house and did whatever I wanted. I didn't even look at my PC. I didn't even turn it on Wednesday. And then came back on Thursday, I didn't turn it on until, you know, the afternoon. Didn't play any scrims in the morning because of PCS and that. So turned it on in the afternoon and then did my two scrim sets, and now we're here today.
That
That's
is
awesome.
awesome to hear.
It's good that you recognize yourself and your team, and you actually take time away from the game, because I know a lot of people say that just grinding and getting all the practice in and getting as much scrims you in, but it's not about that. It's recognizing yourself that you do need to have a healthy balance between when you're actually practicing for this and when you are taking time off, because this game, it's not just about you physically being able to quickly shoot heads at the end of the day. It's all about mental preparation, because unlike other games, this game is so RNG based that we just don't, like, you could have the best game, but you can get no kills and you can only get a few placement points, but you did everything textbook written. And so being able to take time out and like de-stress and get away and work on your mental health, and just getting away from the computer is actually going to help you in the long run, to be able to like kick ass at this game.
Yeah, and look, I'll probably add to that as well. It's absolutely fantastic for, I suppose, the greater community side of things as well, is that you've got to put the hard logs obviously into the game. You know, that's obviously said and done. You can't get anywhere unless you're putting the effort in. But at the same time, you're not going to get anywhere if you burn out, as you said before. But the one last thing I really, I suppose, want to ask yourselves is, do you look at each game as, all right, everyone shut up, we need to take this seriously, we need to do this right, or are you still having fun?
I think at the moment in this team, I'm a dad to these guys. So like Halty sings before every game and during the looting phase of every game. And then I'm sitting here and I'm like, shut up, dude, like pay attention. And then you got Gage over here, like imitating Halty because Halty's from Queensland. And it's like the most Australian person you've ever met in your life. And then you got Headkick over here asking Gage to like, yeah. And then you got Headkick going, you know, like going, Gage, tell me to pump up, man. He's like doing his best American accent. And I'm sitting here like, dude, like shut up, pay attention. And then, you know, it all comes together in the end and we do pretty well. But it is a battle sometimes to keep everyone focused. That's like, I guess, you know, I am the RGL and I'm the, I guess, leader of the team. Even though I don't lead crap, they just do whatever they want and I just hold on for the ride.
Well, speaking of IGL, the game has we are about to get into the game, and I know
Yes.
there is only a minute until the plane. You jump out of the plane, and I bet your team is wanting you back because we have monopolized your time. So we will let you go.
I want one more question. One more question.
One
more
more
question.
All right.
Did you know who was in ruins just then?
Yeah, I knew. So I saw his rat little skirt, right? And I knew exactly who it was. And I said, this dodgy, not going to say any of the other words that I said, he's snaking in trying to get my shit. And I was like, boys, let's him up. And they were like, yeah, all right, let's get him. So we surrounded ruins, right? And then he shot me. I was like, dude. And they're like, where's the rest of your team? I was like, we're like, nah, screw this. Let's leave. And so we shot out every tire we could find. And then I only had 75 reloadable. I should have shot the rest of the tires out on that buggy and made him die to blue. The fact that he swam across, I tell you, I got words for him later. That little snake.
Hey, look, it's all about the hide and seek, mate, at the end of the day. All right, we'll let you get back to it. Go and join your team. Obviously, the game started, so you're probably going to go into what is a bountiful amount of singing in the lobby. So I'll let you go and try and get that under control. But thank you so much for joining us, Maccaboi. You're an absolute asset to the team of TNG, and we hope to see some good things come out.
Thanks, guys, and I'll see you later.
See you, Macca. Have fun.
See you guys.
Absolute mad lad there. Obviously, we had a little bit of an extended break just then, fixing things up the lobby. It does happen from time to time, but thanks to Macca for coming in with a little bit of insight there and obviously sticking with us as well for the break too. But I like the mentality that he brings into this game. I like that he is very much committed to the cause of PUBG right now. That, as you said, burnouts are a big thing. They seem to somehow power through. I don't know how. It's a surprise to me. But what is a surprise to me is the fact that we have a decent playing path in this first map of Miramar.
It's an absolutely beautiful playing path. It is a direct east to west along the map. No one really could ask for a better plane unless you looted the likes of Campo, Miller, or Tori Ahumada. But I don't think we have any teams that go up there. But this is exciting. This is the first Miramar map of the evening. This is the first time these teams actually in dropping locations, that it could be the first time that they're dropping, or regular like Fury, who goes to the warehouses in Los Leones. It's going to be interesting, and I'm really excited. I'm excited to see where the leaderboard changes are going to be. And speaking of leaderboard, Copt, we do have an updated. I'm just checking to see if our leaderboard has been updated, and everyone who is following along with the leaderboard, just exclamation mark leaderboard. You can follow it along yourself. Sadly, it hasn't been updated
Hasn't yet, no.
just yet, but we'll keep an eye on it because I want to know who the top 3 are after the last game, which was really, really exciting.
Pandemic just put a lot of points in, so they're definitely going to be pushing up there. They would have taken over the previous second place, but there's obviously going to be other people moving up as well. So we'll see what does come out of it. But that being said, look, I love chaos, right? You know I do. I say it all the time. Chaos is great for me. Not so great for the players, and I do feel sorry for them when it does happen. I'm expecting in 5 seconds' time a little white zone to pop up, and I want to see those 2 islands on the east side in it. I want to see the chaos that comes up, because we've had what has been... I've got one. But we've had that ruins finish. We've had a Millie flick back up towards Main Island finish. We've had a Millie finish. We haven't had a nice, easy run so far tonight. And at the moment, there is a lot of unplayable terrain in this zone. You've got a lot of water. Obviously, above Rupenny, where he is at the moment, there is a bunch of cliff face that is inaccessible. So all this, at the moment, is essentially play zone that's not going to get touched. And that's going to be a big portion of where some of these teams are going to have to go, because they're going to know that they can't go play on the water. So we're going to see a lot of cluster, probably around where Rapidos has pushed himself to right now, because these sort of areas, they get favored. You know, I'd be lying if I said, oh no, please no, please don't. Have I just clicked on him and he's wedged it? That's unfortunate. You don't normally chuck it on a rock like that. Surely here comes Bless to save the day. Oh, they're having some trouble on that banana right. All I need is a little bit of theme song music in the background here, a little bit of...
I'm surprised that they got their vehicle stuck, because everyone knows just how important vehicles are in this game, especially in Miramar, because you don't have the tree coverage. You need to make your own coverage, and by basically getting that stuck in the first zone isn't that good for Apple Nana. But I mean, at least they're in the circle. At least it wasn't the likes of Mod Boys, who are over to the very, very, very west of the zone and are going to have the longest rotation in there. But I mean, these teams on the west of the zone, the best bet, because of the playing path, is to rotate north. So I'm going to be interested to see what the likes of the House Portals are doing, is going into the north side of the zone right now.
That is the most solid pitchfork I've ever seen in any game at all. They got lost nearly a quarter of their HP to it. That is insane. I feel sorry for them. But look, they're definitely a team that hasn't been any stranger to long rotations. And even now, they're still looking to push up towards Alcantara, which is not normally a place that a team goes. We've seen a couple of teams loot there, and just as quickly as they decide to loot there, they decide not to. So look, it's free real estate for them to go and get their gear. but they are going to have to rotate out at some point. That's what I'm a bit worried about. But I'm still worried about Rapidos at this point. He did go and get himself, well, he didn't go and get himself. He stole one of his teammates' vehicles. He basically left Bless behind and said, right, I'm taking your vehicle. And he's gone and rotated on to the next lot of compound. But it's kind of situated himself right smack bang in between two Justice members in Fury and Stonenauts. And look, not to toot Stonenauts' horn in any way, but you put a bolty in this guy's hand and he makes sure that people hit the floor. He does really, really good things when it comes to certain weaponry. He does have a mini at the moment, which is definitely one for the sprays, but Rapidos, look, I don't want to say his days are numbered, but I am going to say he's definitely pushing in a bit of a questionable place right now, and Stonenauts should see him.
It is definitely a bit of a questionable play, but I mean, plays do pay off, so it could play off it. Well, let's just have to wait and see on that one, right?
And Stonenauts, he's had the rest of the guys in Appleton actually pull up on him. He's got Bless to deal with now. He actually already got the knock on towards one bad man. And look, that does help him a little bit, as we do see Bless getting taken down by Fury. And now Frozen Sniper is going to rotate his way through. He is being chased. He's being chased by Player 4. And Player 4, he's not giving up here. He's looking to try and get some damage down. Does get a couple of good taps. Frozen Sniper's not stopping there, though. He's just going to leg it right now and look to get himself out of dodge, because that is a dangerous scenario for him to be in. And now Apple Nana down to just one member.
That is a hell of a way to start this Miramar games. Only having one member left. First zone still there. That's definitely not what they wanted.
No, look, it's risky plays to get there. Like I said, they did make a very lengthy rotation, and probably for the better as well, because where they were, the guys in Atletico have gone and taken themselves as well. So they would have been in a fight regardless. You never know how that fight would have played out, but they did essentially avoid a fight. It's just bad luck on them that they went and found themselves another fight to go and get into. Now, I did quickly just look at Ykikamucow. He did pick up a crate for himself as well, so he did get himself what was, by the looks of things, an AUG, and also fantastic for him. But Justice, they're still on the engagement here. They did just have a player knocked. It was, unfortunately, to themselves, was a run over by a teammate. You've got to wait for the vehicle to stop, because just like, oh, wow. That was a just in the nick of time right there. Because Bance, they were ready for that kill. They got a tap in while he was knocked. That could have been disastrous for Fury.
It could have actually, it could have been disastrous, but it wasn't. They lived to fight another day. And Bance is actually seeing if there's people in the compound where the rest of the Justice team are, and just trying to find out where they all are. And Killaroo driving along. Maybe I was about to say, is he going to try and crash the compound with Bliss in it? But no, he's just swapping his vehicles.
And look, he's got himself the bike. He's got himself what is essentially the quick-mobile around everything that is Erangel. And, you know, it's the kind of the preference that you want to be on one of these, because you can get from one place to the other. You can scout really well, get yourself out of situations. There are a lot of teams that are rotating at the moment. A lot of teams that are rotating in front of other teams as well. At the moment, I hate doing this. I hate looking onto someone and then watching them flip their vehicle or get their vehicle stuck. It's only happened so far twice this game alone, but hey, it's happened. That being said, Kingdom, they need to be careful here, because while they are moving as a group and they do have all the vehicles, Valorant Gaming are just behind them, so they need to be cautious of that. They can't just hold up and wait for the rest of, I suppose, the teams to catch up to them. They need to keep moving, even though they are in the zone. It has shrunk down. It's gone very, very far north. And look, you're saying that maybe teams that went north up towards Tarayamuda or Campo Militar would have been disadvantaged. Look, they would have had the easiest run in right now, because they'd be sitting around Tierra Bronca and they'd be loving life.
They would be loving life. And speaking of who's not loving life, Zappington just knocked himself over out in the blue, and his teammates aren't exactly close to him. Unfortunately, he was rotating and just maybe did some bad donuts on the motorbike or some wheelies. But hopefully Sydney can pick him up. It is only the second phase, but Sydney doesn't have any medication, so this is going to be very, very tight for them to get into the circle, because they're all quite low on health at the moment, and they do have a bit of a ways to go. But luckily for them, they're on the side of the circle that isn't the busiest, so they will be able to hopefully get a clean path into them. And it seems like the team is actually going to be sharing some meds with each other. Yep, we've got Neems here just dropping some medication for his teammates, just sharing the love around so that it can all get into the circle.
I like that you say that they're sharing the love around just there. I'm pretty sure Neems still he's got 4 first aids on him still. He gave one out to the 2 of the others that didn't have any. They had to use it straight away. They now still have none. He still has 4. There's still some sharing that you can do.
Better than nothing. At least he gave them one. Like, I think they were hoping to find something in the warehouse, but it doesn't look like they have. But that circle is very interesting.
Yeah, look, it really is, and you can see that some teams are looking to try and make the best out of it. I really like where Bliss have gone and put themselves in this one. It's a bit of a hard area when you're talking about what's around, but it's got a lot of shelter from both the sides, with it being a bit of a ravine in towards Al-Zahar's little roadway path there, which does mean that a lot of teams get funneled in your direction. And to sort of, I suppose, express further to what I mean, you can see at the moment Kingdom's looking to rotate through. Now they're going up the hill. They're going to get shot at from the guys in what is Bants Gaming on top of the hill there, but they can't really stay up there. So there's a good chance that they might come back down the hill, and then Bliss will be able to pick it up. So really good thought process that they have there to be able to hold that out, because only so many teams can stay on the same hill.
That is very true. And I mean, right now, pretty much half of the circle is empty. The northeast side of the circle is looking quite empty there. So that's really interesting that not more teams have rotated around to the north, but we may see Mod Boys going into it. And Extreme getting, was it Thrust that he killed? One of the Thrust teams?
It was I believe it was Flickfox that he did actually get the knock on there. Now they are taking some long shots down the barrel over towards the guys in Bliss, but while that's all happening, they're actually taking shots from Dark Allegiance, and Downey is just sitting there, just popping off as they're standing still, shooting over towards Bliss. And they're lucky that they didn't actually get anyone knocked just then, because that was actually very, very sketchy, very, very dangerous. Now, the zone has come up. It's come back towards the west, which is, like I said, favored the guys in Bliss. It's also worked well for Bants. It's also worked really well now for Kingdom and also Pandemic, who've squeezed themselves in. But Athletico, they did get Flickfox before, but they kind of left everyone else in Thrust to just go about their ways. And there's an opportunity for Max Zoris here to really pop up and just get some space in the back of Athletico. I mean, they're only a good 20 meters away from each other, so there is some good close-range fighting that can happen here. But Max Zoris feels very, I think, underkitted, I think, or undergeared. He's only got 40 bullets reloadable. It kind of plays into the mindset that you never have enough bullets.
And he's got a mini as well, so he's running double 5.56 guns, and hopefully he takes out Extreme, gets the loot from Extreme, so that he has actually got a chance at kicking Athletico's ass. But Athletico hopefully getting the revive on Extreme 2G. No smokes
Next nade's coming through. The next nade's going good. It's getting...
no!
Goes down to half. Now trying to step up into the He's actually going to get taken down from the side. As Six gets a bit of damage in from over on the wing. He's a long way over towards the side, though, and you can see that Zoidmate's going to look to try and flank around there as well. Towards Linksy, as Six on his bit of aggression. He's getting some good tackling out, but he's unable to get anything there. A good flashbang is going to come out across the top, and you can hear that going to get the tag. Actually, Zoidmate kill that one. So now beats the Max Norris close and personal, trying to get the tag down there, but he's still on 11 bullets now reloadable, so he has to make every bullet count for himself as he's looking to try and rotate around. They know where Nikos is. They know where Lynxy is. Zoid mate is knocked as well. Now, I believe that Lynxy is not really in a position where he can go and get the res off, so it is going to be up to Nikos to get this res themselves as well. Maxorus is all alone in the world, trying to live it very dangerously to get these tags down, as Sigs did end up falling completely into that little bit of an onslaught just then. But Maxorus, I don't know if he's going to give up or if he's going to continue this on, but either way, whatever's happening right now is definitely not what the guys in Atletico want, because they wanted to move. They wanted to rotate early. They wanted to get away from this side of the map, knowing that all the action is over on the north side of the road, and it's really only these two teams that are down here.
That is really true, but I mean, Atletico have a little bit of wiggle room because they are still our leaders on the leaderboard. They're on 35 points. Pandemic is next on 31 points. So Atletico can take these risky plays, but the question is, do they want to? Because they want to keep the leaderboard. They want to be the team that is in first place, gets the $900, goes into the PUBG Continental Series on a high. And understanding when to push and when to retreat is key. We did see it in the last Erangel game when Straya had the opportunity to kill the Pandemic boys, but he didn't know. There were 6 other people left, 7 people alive. It could have been him take out one person and then he could have come in 7th place. So he knows about risk versus reward and understanding if this is your time to fight people, or if it's time to say, look, actually, we just need to fall back. We need to do that. And you can see that with Atletico, who did rotate into this circle, which has actually worked in their favour.
Yeah, and look, at the moment, it looks like the guys in Pandemic are fighting fights on two fronts. They're trying to get the guys in Maccaboi down. They've gotten 2 knocks, which they're probably feeling very happy about there. You can see that Aspa not going to finish off actually just there, just waiting to see if the knock comes through. However, it doesn't matter, as Maccaboi are going to go down, as I think it was the last one left alive just then. Now, Dark Allegiance also going out as well. So we have 2 teams dropping out very quickly in succession to each other, leaving just 14 teams left alive. That all said and done, you can see that the guys in Endzone Tractors, they're trying to come in. And you can see Battle Arena Elites are really sending it in. And that's actually a massive long-distance vehicle blow-up there, as Loki's does get that one. There goes Husey out on the cusp as well. And that's going to be Endzone Tractors down and out for the count. Now, I believe TNG also are now getting pushed by the guys in Pandemic, as they did just lose Holty. Gage looking to step up to get some shots on the side. Someone can't get the shots in the corner. Big one, Macca looking to try and get Ykikamucow actually going to answer back with a couple of shots himself. Head kick. He's in a bit of a dangerous place and super close to everybody right now. But he is definitely looking to pop off. He's got those smokes over on the side there, waiting for Sussummer to come around the corner, but doesn't actually end up happening, as Sussummer is just going to be sneaking his way back around. The nade was really good from Gage just there. Takes Suspect down to half health, and he is looking to try and run it and flank it. But you can see that everyone from Pandemic at the moment is in a bit of a straight line. They are just covering their own bases, and they don't want to go and do anything too silly here. They need to regroup themselves and get those angles back on. While that's being said and done, the guys in Kingdom, they got some angles back on towards TNG now too, and Sharky actually got the knock on towards big boy Macca. TNG absolutely in the thick of it, and you can see that Pandemic know that's exactly what happened. Sussummer's back out there. He's back looking to try and get himself that frag. Nades are still being sent across. This one was a flashbang. And that is going to be an open player. However, Head Kick steps up to go for a little bit of a savior play just there, and it actually does stop the knock getting turned into a kill. However, the Molotovs, the nades, everything's now coming out against him. Head Kick's looking to step up. He's going to try and do what he can here. Meanwhile, it is still just a case of tap and done. Head Kick's going to get a knock on the Sussummer, but he gets taken down very low himself. He's actually going to get knocked down, leaving just Gage and Macca left to try and fight this one out themselves. Smokes are going to come out. Gage is on half health. He's got 2 first aids, but there is a play coming around from the side. Suspect is looking to try and do what damage he can. Macca, he's got 2 first aids too, and needs to get one off as soon as he possibly can. While the guys in Pandemic, they need to get this revive onto Sussummer, which they are already getting done. Asper's going to be able to get that one up, and that does reset the fight for them. There is a lot going on the map at the moment, though. I thought this fight was going to be quicker than what it is, but even we have Towntons getting in on the mix of things as well, and they are looking to try and make the play for the things. And that zone, it's changed. It's gone somewhere I didn't think it would go, and I'm very surprised. It's now south of the road, and Atletico are actually fighting it out with the guys in Fury. And
Fury. So as Maka said, Atletico and Fury are two of the top teams in this region. And Fury, if Fury know it's Atletico, they're going to try and hunt them. They are aware that these boys are on top. And the best way to stop them being on top is to hunting down and killing them, getting them out of the game. And so that just may be what they're doing. But Bance Gaming has found Battle Arena Elites in this compound, which isn't actually in the zone. So they potentially will be fighting out in the blue soon. And Tchaikovsky, it's getting one flush.
he does get his flush, and he's lost where the player's gone. He actually went up and above him, so he needs to be careful here. He does spot him out here, and actually gets a good clean shot onto Sophia, and that is going to be Battle Arena Elite actually out now in 12th place, and it's going to be just Dwayne and Ykikamucow left alive, but they are sitting on 5 kills, so they're going to be able to get themselves going a little bit further as well. We are seeing a few kills pop up, a few teams getting knocked as well. TNG still having it rough to take does go down the blue zone, but there is Hoff Tontons in the process. You can see Ykikamucow now getting in the mix as well, and they are going to get the fight. Going to be a flush out again, and this one it's actually going to be going back to Bance Gaming, but just as quickly as they think they've got a Juicy X, and Tchaikovsky's going to go down to him too, and Bance Gaming goes out in 9th place, and it's just really Juicy X trying to live the life, but he's going to go down to the blue.
Oh no, but I mean that is denying a team a point, which is both good and bad, but I think Hoth Tatum just wasn't their game for them. But we do have Kingdom, who are aware that they have teams on either side of them, Bliss and Pandemic. And Pandemic, they have some good circle positions, but I mean, if Sa actually gets knocked, he's all alone there, and he won't be able to get revived. So he's in a bit of a precarious situation. And I mean, Miramar is designed for the long range guns, the snipers, the DMRs, the bolties, and so if you've got that skill, this is your map, this is your time to shine. So it's really awesome to see some of these long distance kills and long distance knocks. You're looking at one player, suddenly they're knocked down, and you're like, they were knocked from halfway across the map.
Yeah, I think I've seen something crazy like an 800-meter kill in Miramar. Some amazing things definitely do come out of this map, and as you said, it's the Bolty, it's the DMR, it's where they reign supreme. The DMRs have always been the strongest gun, but this is where they really do show it, and you can see at the moment the guys in Fury Global, they're looking to try and just finish up and clean up on what is justice, and there are a lot of shots coming out, and Valorant Gaming are sending a lot of those shots out as well, but there are also shots coming from across the way. I believe Kingdom and also Pandemic sending shots up towards Fury, so they do need to be careful, but there are still 2 members of Justice actually just up behind him, and just like that, Player 4 has actually got himself the first knock, and it's going to be against Jukesy. He's going to look to try and go for a nade finish. He sends it out. The bounces... What? What was that bounce?
That was a good nade by Player 4. Unexpected, but good. But they're not in the best position right here. Like, Fury is going to be reviving potentially Player 4 in the blue.
No, Player 4 is down for the count. Fury is going to try and get his healing off. He does manage to get it off, but he needs to get moving. He's tagged down instantly the moment he steps forward, and it's actually going to be Ykikamucow who does get that kill. Now, I don't know if you realize, but Ykikamucow, he was down way, way, way to the north and actually got himself a very Bend It Like Beckham shot coming from this ridge over here. But that being said, there are still a lot of teams struggling to get themselves in. Pandemic were one of those teams. They managed to get into the zone, but at the cost of everyone on their squad other than Sarsummer. So Sarsummer, he is the last man left alive. He is very much looking to be the last man left alive and hold it out in that shack for as long as possible. Maybe pull out a little bit of Australia play. We'll see as the game progresses. Hopefully it comes back to feed him. It's going to be a hard one to call at this stage. But there goes a loot crate into Straya's hands, and he's got himself
the best gun for this map, the Orm. It is beautiful, and we do know that Straya can use it. We have seen him use it in other tournaments. So I'm excited about this.
I'm waiting for him to pop off for something crazy here. He does. I wouldn't say he favors the Bolty, but he definitely does really well with it. So we'll see what he can bring out. He's obviously got to get used to the fact that this isn't a Kark. There's less bullet drop, so some adjustment need to be had. But this gun is your one-trick pony. This is your one tap. I'm going to get you down.
Even I can use it, and we all know from the amazing race tournament how bad I am with sniper rifles. Even I can use AWM. So actually having someone who's ridiculously good with a sniper rifle, having it's just beautiful and magical to watch.
Yeah, look, he's definitely going to be popping off. The sad thing about a gun like the Orm is that you never know when he's going to get a kill until he's already got the kill, because it's just an instant one bang, you're down kind of scenario. Now, Ykikamucow and Ronan, the last two men left alive. Ronan's going to take some long distance barrel shots. And, we heard earlier about Fludd talking about this particular gun, that the barrel is one of those guns that seems to be becoming very meta. Everyone likes to be using it. That split with a mini seems to be the choices, as we do see Strayer actually going to go down. Lynx is going to pick him up. So that's now an Orm out in the wild. No one there to claim it.
But do they know that it is out there?
It wouldn't matter at this stage, I don't think. The zone's going to be closing in. And that body, unless it was just picked up by Garfield just then, and it doesn't look like it is, that body is somewhere that it's not going to get looted. So I feel like that Orm is now lost to the ages of time. Janguchi still knocked in front of the guys in Fury. Ykikamucow still spraying it down towards Atletico, but we do have ourselves Team Bliss. And the last two members, Critical Motion and Non-Reg, two players that would very much know each other's playstyle and have been playing together for a long time themselves.
Welcome back, Non-Reg, to the team, by the way.
100%. He's definitely something that I got a little bit excited about, a little bit of a fangirl, and he got just a little bit excited seeing that announcement of Non-Reg getting back on the squad. But that being said, he's going face-to-face with the guys in Atletico at the moment. He's getting a lot of damage in his way. He's actually going to get knocked, leaving it just for Critical Motion to get the tap down. Critical Motion is going to find Lynxie, though, and he's going to be able to get that one, but he is going to end up losing his partner. But it's Ykikamucow that does steal that one away. So even though Atletico did get the knock, Fury are doing what they need to do to keep the points on the board as well, as 4 Chaos is going to find SARS somewhere. So that's going to be the guys in Pandemic down and out now, leaving just our 4 teams, which are Bliss, Atletico, Valorant Gaming, and also Fury. And look, this is going to be one of those confusing games where people, if they haven't been paying attention to the kill feed, you don't know who you're against, and you don't know how many of them you're against. So
definitely not. And it's really exciting to see these players up at the moment, because Bliss, Atletico, are Fury, and even 4 Chaos. These are teams that we just love to watch. And I mean, we currently have the team that's in first place, Atletico, out of the circle, currently hunting Critical Motion, but they do have Ykikamucow, who's currently on 5 points, who's greedy and hungry for kills, watching their movement. So this is going to be interesting. I feel like Fury are in a really strong position to take out this game, unless 4 Chaos unexpectedly, or even maybe Crit or Atletico can. As we said, we have people getting killed from either side of the circle just because of the type of map Miramar is. But Crit, he wants to survive, but sadly the zone zoned him, and he did unfortunately die. And it's in that space of time, 2v2, Fury versus Atletico.
I don't think you could ask for any better 2v2 as well. And it's not just any 2v2. We're talking about Ykika and Ronan versus Zoidmate and Nikos. And these are 4 players that I rate really high within this scene. And
Ronan and Ykika have actually won multiple duos tournaments as a team. So they're a pair to be scared of. So it's great. Being able to watch these players move and sync with each other, it's like a dance at some points. But Nikos and Zoid, they do have the lower ground, but they actually are pushing up together. And unfortunately, Ronan does see that and gets Fury their first win of the evening with 9 kills. Winner, chicken dinner to Fury Global. That was beautiful.
And
That
look,
was well deserved.
more to the point as well, though, all the points they got, those 9 kills, were just on Ykikamucow and Ronan. They did everything as that duo. Unfortunately, Insight and Jixie did end up leaving the game a little bit earlier than what they were hoping for. But when you've got the dynamic duo, the two players that have been playing together since the dawn of time, when you hear that name a more iconic duo, these are the two players I always think of because they have been doing it for such a long time that they really know how each other play. And I can only imagine those comms would have been more about where the players are and less about the, hey, follow me over here or come with me, we need to group up. They would do that naturally. And that's the synchronicity that we're talking about, the synergy that comes out from playing together for such a long period of time. But that being said, Atletico back in the top 3 as well. They didn't get a lot of kills, 4 kills, but they're back up there. That takes them another 10 points for that second place with 4 kills. So they're still putting the numbers on the board. And even then at the end, yeah, Nikos was killed off, but Zoidmate ran himself out of the circle. He didn't stick around to give more points over. He knew that was the end of the days for him, and he denied the points. So absolutely fantastic to see that these guys are still fighting for that top spot. Then down in third place, we have ourselves Valorant Gaming, 4 kills for them. Now, they're a surprising team because I believe that they have actually got themselves a couple of, I'm going to say, top 6 at least games today. So they're slowly sneaking in with the points. We saw Australia, or was it, come second before, very little kill count, but he came second. And now they've just come third and they've got 4 kills. They're still putting points up on the board. They're not to be taken away from the guys in Bliss. 5 kills in 4th place for them, followed up by the guys in Pandemic with a solid 6 kill 5th for them. So absolutely fantastic to see. Much better playing from a lot of these teams to get where they got to. And, I'm excited because this is just the first map of Miramar. We still have 2 more to go before the end of the day.
That is true. We do have 2 more to go. And in case you missed it, we didn't actually read out the leaderboard before this game. So we'll quickly just run through it before updates after game 4. So before this game, the Atletico was sitting in in first place on 35 points. And I'm pretty sure that we're still going to see them in this position because although Fury did win with 9 kills, do we know if that's... Is your math well enough to know if they could skip Atletico?
My math is not the best, but Atletico just got 10 points. Fury just got themselves not enough. I'm going to say that. They got themselves 9 kills. They got 19 points in total. It's going to take them to 40 points. So the quick math says that they're not going to be in first. The long math says I don't know where they're sitting because Pandemic also had a great game themselves. They put some points up on the board. I'm not sure if Pandemic did enough to stay in second place. But there's definitely going to be some mixing up there. Obviously, Endzone Tractors, they're going to be dropping down. Bliss did a lot better. They might go up. There's so many more variables to be had here. And also up on the screen there as well, you see leading into this game, Husey was on 10 kills, but Lynxy was on 9 kills. Now, Lynxy, he did get a couple then. I believe he did actually get himself 2 kills there. So we might have ourselves a whole new kill leader. But that's also not taking into account what Ykikamucow just did too.
Yeah, and it's only been 4 games, so it's pretty neck and neck at the moment. But Ykikamucow, he is just popping off. He is like 5 kills that game, 4 for Ronan. It was beautiful to see, and very, very well deserved for this team. Now, I did just get information from our team back in the studio that these players aren't just competing for $2,000 cash prize. We've actually got a spot prize to one player from Computer Alliance and NVIDIA, which is a NVIDIA Shield TV Pro 16 gigabyte 4K streaming media player with remote, which is currently valued at $400. Now, when I saw this, I was absolutely jealous because this prize is awesome. Computer Alliance are one of our partnered sponsors. They have just been going above and beyond, and it was unexpected that we can offer our players this prize. So this is going to be going to one of our players at random tomorrow, and it will be announced tomorrow afternoon. So that should give all of the players just a little bit more excitement there, got.
Yeah, look, 100%. I wish that I was a player because these things are absolutely fantastic. And yeah, look, definitely a lot of jealousy from me as well. But yeah, huge shout out to Computer Alliance. You know, they've come on board. They've joined in to help us out with, doing a lot of things for this event. You know, they are the tech sponsor. They do a lot technology-wise. I'm pretty much hands-free for a lot of this tournament as well, which has been absolutely fantastic. So huge shout out to the guys there for doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes things. But this tournament definitely is something that I am happy just to see up and going because, every tournament we get in OS is definitely something that the players are desiring. They want the competition. They need the competition. It keeps us fresh, it keeps us going. And you can see that this kind of competition obviously is getting the attention of a lot of players because we had, B.A.E sign up, for instance. And while you could argue that they're half OS, as you said before, 3 of the players aren't currently in OS. So they're still over here playing for the big bucks and they're doing a fairly good effort. They're obviously not killing it on the leaderboards just yet. I believe going into that game, they were sitting at around 11th place with the unequal amount of kills to match, points to match as well. So we'll have to see if they have a bit of a late game run themselves. But I'm very eager, more so than anything, just to see what comes out of so much today into tomorrow. It's a 2-day event where 4 games through. The 5th game's just about to start up, which I believe we will see on stream very soon. But we are definitely looking at a lot of competition to be had. Scores are one thing, but we could have a very different day number 2. We talked a little bit before with Macca about mindsets and things like that. If you come into tomorrow feeling any different to today, who knows what's going to happen. And when I say any different, you might have felt a little bit out of it today, and tomorrow you come bring in your A game, you might just absolutely thrash it up. And look, usually, and this is where I'm going to say I'm a little bit surprised, usually for me, that's a team like Atletico. Atletico are usually that team that are down around that 6th, 7th sort of spot, just outside of the top 5, and all of a sudden, bam, they have one amazing day and they're back on top of the leaderboard. And I'm actually scared because if this is what they're going to do again tomorrow, then they could be looking to break a few records with their points.
They definitely could be looking to break a few records. And I mean, at the moment, is it 21 points in a game with 11 kills? That's the current record that we have for a team. So I am definitely looking and encouraging our players to break that record because that will just be extremely exciting. And I know I'm looking forward to that. And do you know what I'm looking forward to? This game of PUBG with this exceptional playing path. It is a northeast to southwest. Pretty much most people would be happy unless you're on the you're like Mod Boys who did drop it to the west of Opozo last game. But I mean, this plane should make everyone happy here, Copt.
Oh, look, it should. And I believe probably more so the guys in Mod Boys maybe just trying to respect where other people are going. Again, I'm more than happy to be corrected wrong here if I am being wrong, but I haven't seen the names around in the scrim side of things as much. I haven't seen them in the comp side of things as much, which means they probably don't know full well where every other team goes. So they are showing a lot of respect for where some players have to go and land, and they may be looking to pick up the scraps afterwards. It worked and didn't work. You could argue over the last couple of games, but they seem to be one of those teams that's either jumping straight away or they're jumping at the end. And I feel like at the moment they're looking to do something similar. I'm a bit worried for them now, though, because they look like they're heading towards Los Leones, which usually is the home of the one and only Fury.
Yeah.
They may or may not know this. There's a few tools you can watch in between games, like replay to see where some teams land. There's a few tools that you can use on the internet also to see where teams land. But this is going to be a bit of maybe a question one for them, but they still seem to be in the shoot. So I'm guessing that they are probably going to shoot over and maybe head towards Porto Patricio, as they are long dropping this one quite a fair bit. And that's actually surprising. But hey, look, it is quite a hot zone. There are a lot of zones that do end down in that area, and they may be playing to the favorites. And it's not going to be this one.
Of zones, that one is quite beautiful right there.
Oh, Power looking to try and get some shots on the fourth up in the air. They only got the red dot. He has no bullets now. He's just wasted them all taking shots at these guys rather than looking to line it up. But he's going to have to go back to looting. It's going to be painful. You take shots with a Scarrel with a red dot at someone who's maybe 800 meters away in the sky, and you use all your bullets, and then you go into the very next room and you find SKS sitting on top of an 8 times. Whether it would have got him a kill, I don't know, but it would have helped.
Definitely would have helped, but I mean, the good thing about him shooting at Mod Boys is that now Mod Boys knows that that area is taken, so they just need to get the heck out of Dodge. And Mod Boys definitely had stopped them going any more east than that, but that circle is not good for Justice. I mean, they can, well, in one way it's good because they can rotate directly to the west and then come in the northwest side of the circle, but I mean, it's a long way. Miramar's a big map, and we know people struggle with vehicles on this map, getting them stuck in ditches, getting run over, running team members over. Everything with a vehicle has happened. Well, anything that can go wrong with a vehicle tends to happen on Miramar.
Yeah, look, running over teammates, flipping it, getting it wedged on rocks. We saw it all in the last game. You know, it's history has a great way of repeating itself. It will happen again this game. We know it will. That being said, Justice 100% will look to go west and south in this one. It's what they do. They're not phased by the zone. They know they've got all the time in the world. It only ticks at 1 damage. It doesn't hurt that much when you're in that first phase, so they'll just take their time and do what they need to do. I'm actually really happy for the likes of the guys in Valorant Gaming because they have been fed the center of the zone in Chumacera, which means that they have all the time in the world to get the loot. They have all the time in the world to maybe go and get a position. Right now, I like what Garfield's done. He's gone and picked up this church very, very early, which honestly is one of the best ways to go because that is arguably one of the strongest places to be in this zone, and you can see why, because here comes a team rotating directly in this direction, and while you're up here you have nothing but free shots at everyone that's looking to rotate down there. However, unfortunately, he hasn't been there to pick it up, and Garfield is essentially what we call getting breached upon, as Lynxie's already looking to try and make some waves moves himself. He's out of the vehicle, he's looking to try and play. Garfield is like, hell no, I'm out.
He's getting out of there. He did the wise thing. You could have said he could have shot, but I mean, if the players hear that there's only one gunshot, they will know that there's only more than likely only one person there. So they would definitely just all push and breach that compound. But now Garfield has taken the smarter move and gone to actually regroup with his team members because, I mean, Atletico currently sitting in first place on 45 points. Even though he didn't know it was Atletico pushing them, that's just not a fight that you really want to come across in the first 5 minutes of the game.
I would argue that he knew it was Atletico as well, because we all know that Atletico go Picado, and they did come from that direction, so there's a high chance, and I mean a very high chance, that they would have known that that was Atletico. But on the flip side of things, over towards Fury Global, they are taking some very strong shots over towards Snowlol, who was probably a good 300 meters away, but he nearly lost a tire, he nearly lost his life as he was just trying to get a bit of ground, and now he's back to the rest of his team going, guys, you're on scouting duty now, not me, I'm done, your turn.
For sure, and I mean, some of these teams are setting themselves up because they can be really close together, but there's just so many defiles that you can hide in, especially around the area where Zoid is. But right now we've got Dark Allegiance taking some shots at Thrust, telling them to get the hell out of that area. They've currently 2-2 splitting it, but they need to get into the zone.
Yeah, look, they really need to get in the zone at the moment. The team that I thought was going to rotate west actually maybe did it to prove me wrong, as they have just rotated straight south. They've done so with a little bit of success here. They've actually gone to take the guys into justice. However, it hasn't worked out for Stone Noughts, as he has been isolated. A little bit of a solo push there has been punished for it. But that being said, it has opened up the shots on towards Roy, and Roy did get tagged once, and he's been put back down towards his little culvert that he's got over there. And he needs to be very careful, because there are a full justice squad looking to try and wrap in around him. And you can see that looking to try and make across this road. Roy's in his vehicle. He's in the most state. See, the shots are coming out. Nothing's connecting. He is gone and gets away with it.
He does get away with that, but I mean, he's positioning himself potentially to try and gatekeep justice when they push into the zone a bit more, because they do know that they need to pass them. But I mean, is this the best idea? Should they be waiting for them, or should they just get the heck into the zone? Now, that box, that crate, has that been looted yet, or is it?
I actually don't know where.
Oh, there it is. There it is, by the scaffolding to your left. Yeah, right there.
It did hit a few things on the way down.
It did.
It's been here for a while.
Ooh,
Hasn't been looted. It's fully there. But
that's
look,
missed
I doubt
opportunity.
very much no one's going to get that, because it's in a bit of a rotational path. But that being said, Mod Boys probably won't rotate this way, all depending on where this next zone goes. They're so close to it. There's level 3 gear right here, so close to where you guys are. I'm worried. I feel like that's just going to be a missed opportunity, as you said, wasted gear, and they probably would do really well with that gear as well, because they have been one of the surprising teams for me, and I've really liked what they've been bringing in to the lobby so far.
I like it that they're bringing. Like, I haven't seen the players, the Mod Boys players, much in competition, and it's actually awesome to see them going toe to toe with some of the top players in this lobby. But Hoth Hayden, they haven't been doing too well so far, and I'm just hoping that they can get over their first day nerves and bring it back in the last 2 games of today and the 6 games tomorrow, because sadly they are on 14th place on 13 points, and considering Atletico is on 45 points, that's a bit of a jump. But I mean, if they can have a 21-point game, anything can happen. They can turn it about.
Exactly right. And I'm a little bit, I don't know the right word to use there. I was a bit surprised of the choice of play just there by Gucci as he tries to vault through window directly into line of sight of Lucid, who was just waiting for him. It didn't play out for him. He did die, and Hothantons did pick up the kill. But they need to be careful here, because you can see B.A.E is making a little bit of a rotation. Valorant Gaming, they're still on the side. You've got the guys up the top in end zone tractors. Everyone is looking to try and position themselves in a favorable position right now, because that zone, it's moved, it's gone south. You can see the church has been abandoned by Atletico. They're instantly on the go. And I think where some teams are going to be wanting to position themselves, they may be surprised, because there's already some teams there that would really, really like to defend what they've got.
For sure. And I mean, this zone is quite tricky, because there's just so many hills and defilades that you really, if you pull up to one hill, you could have someone a couple of meters across just another hill from you, and it's very tricky trying to rotate into these zones and through these zones, because anyone could be hiding anywhere, and then you have people on top of hills from across the map just shooting at you, like we see here with Team Bliss getting their tires popped.
Yep. And it's by Atletico, who are suffering the same thing in response from the guys in end zone tractors, who are just peppering from the next hill across. And then you almost feel like it's going to go for a jump down towards the guys in Trust, who are very much looking to try and make a bit of a play themselves on towards Apple Nana, who at the moment is just a bad man official and also Frozen Sniper, that are looking to really just hold out this zone because they've got themselves a nice bit of spot in that warehouse across the way and also this close one, a nice little 2-2 split that they've got going, but they may not realize that there is thrust close by. And so they're going to take one knock and hopefully they do it on the close team, because if they do, you can almost guarantee that it's going to get translated to a kill, because that's when you push. You know there's only one other person there, and they either have to res or defend, and if they defend, then the teammate going to die. If they're res, then you can push and get another free kill yourself. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, whether they do like to hold it out. That being said, Flickfox has just alerted everyone to their position by driving up the hill, so that one is probably not going to go to a fight just yet.
Probably not. And I mean, Apple Nana, they are doing exceedingly well. They've currently climbed from a bottom 4 team. They're currently sitting in 5th place on 22 points. Considering Bliss are on 4th and 30, and then Pandemics in 3rd on 40 points, but they're actually on the same amount of points as Fury, who's on 40 points, but Fury have 2 more kills. And then, of course, Atletico is number uno on 45 points. So, I mean, Apple Nana and Thrust, they're just climbing, and it's really awesome to see these teams that are not exactly known in the competitive scene in OCE. The players are, but not the team as a whole, just pulling out all of these impressive plays.
Yeah, look, absolutely spot on. And impressive plays, I don't think are going to stop here. I think they're going to continue on for the rest of the day. The zones are very much forcing these teams into positions that they're probably not as comfortable with. Tchaikovsky, though, he's got the sneak play onto PowerAU right here, and PowerAU is not even paying attention to its side. Tchaikovsky's going to be able to fully see him exposed. And oh no, Tchaikovsky, you sprayed too soon. Free kill.
Oh, that was a bit too soon. If he waited a few more seconds, his team would have been able to come up and given him some support before he tried to push.
Just a few more steps to the side.
Oh, you'd hate to see it.
You hate to see it. But as we were saying, there are impressive plays. With every highlight, there is a low light. And unfortunately, that usually is for the team that does suffer the death rather than the team that gets the kill. Sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. But at the moment, there is a lot going on. I think we just had, I believe, Husey get taken down on end zone tractors. And these guys, they have a good position, lots of high ground that they can overwatch a lot of these other teams. However, they have to sort of suffer, I think, a little bit there. As you can see that 4Chaos actually gets a good bit of shot damage on towards Ninja Shack from a distance outside of the zone as well. So they're going to need to be moving. There's a team at the moment that is moving very, very close to the guys in Thrust, and that is actually Kingdom. And I don't know if they realize that he is literally going to be jumping on a snake in the grass, because Maxoris is just so quiet, and John Shout is looking pretty much in the opposite direction.
Oh.
They're going to walk on top of him. They're going to walk.
They are. But the thing is that he is completely outnumbered, but he does have Beef and Flickfox trying to give him some support. So if he's probably hearing the footsteps go away, going further away for him, which probably is giving him a little sense of reprieve. But you can see Thrust just coming in, all 4 of them now, slowly getting closer and closer to Kingdom. It's just about waiting to see who's actually going to make the first move.
Yeah, look, spot on. It's actually going to be Fludd and Loki's that make the first move against Beef. Gets team shot just there. That being said, Pablo is so close to Maxoris that he is not going to know what he can get. Pablo down and out for the count, and just like that, Maxoris does stand up, and he goes back down to his prone. John Shout, he's on the ground. He had 12 push them trying to get the position going. He knows that he can't stay where he is. That being said, TNG look like they're going for a bit of right on top of B.A.E. However, it looks like it is just Gage live at this stage, and everyone else has been knocked. Loki's did just get knocked by Gage, and now you can see that the Fludd coming out, the nades are going out. Fludd try and make a bit of a play himself. It's going to get one clean, and it's going to be TNG taken out, and they need to get this revived and have the time to do so.
That was very rough for both for TNG and Battle Arena Elites, because they had some shots coming in from the hillside to their north. So that was a very tough push for TNG.
I think we may. I'm going to call Macca out on that one because he did make a point of saying the greatest tip you can have is scouting, and I don't believe they scouted that one. I believe that they just went blindly into that compound and potentially it backfired against him. So I'll call.
I don't think
Macca out
there
in
was
his
any
own words.
potential about it. It definitely backfired against them.
That being said, there is still fights happening left, right, and centre at the moment. Up on top of the hill, we can see that it looks like Thrust have got themselves another knock. This time it's onto Twerkerfish, leaving just John Shout to try and get himself in. But he's kind of running out of places to go because he has to pretty much run it directly in towards the map along this road. And you can see at the end there, you've got B.A.E. You've also got Zone Tractors, who are currently fighting out. And they're actually getting a bit of support from the guys Tractors. I thought we're going to be a little bit harder for what was going on. They have had a bit of a hard run so far, but Bulldogs, he's looking to keep the dream alive and make this one last. He's in the zone. The molly though. Oh, that's a
I don't
rough
think
molly.
the
There's
dream's
nothing
going to
he
be
can
living
do.
after this.
No.
His dream crashed and burned. Went up literally in smokes just then. But Apple Nana, that's another point for them. They're just racking up the points at the moment. But unfortunately, Mod Boys out in 14th place by a combination of Dark Allegiance and Atletico, who are getting some more kill points at the moment. Now, Garfield
He's
just
running
running in behind Hoth Tortons, which is really interesting. Do we know exactly why he's separated from his team?
Yeah, look, he was caught in a compound. Hoftonton's trapped in there for a long time. They left. He left with them. This is another case of make sure you clear behind you because they haven't, and Garfield's just running with him. You can see that he's feeding information directly across Australia and for Chaos, who they're looking to send it in.
They're actually trying to get into a position where they can potentially try and gate, but
that was brutal.
They weren't expecting B.A.E. there. They
that was
just
brutal.
wanted to gatekeep Hoth Tortons.
But Hot Tontons, they've come behind the guys of B.A.E. Lewis is taking too much of that up and just towards the He is actually going to get gotta hit those, bro. He finally does, and that's but he goes down shortly after as well, and that's going to be the end of Valorant Gaming as B.A.E. only get one knocked, don't lose any players, and come out the victor on that one. And they're now actually sitting themselves on 7 kills, which is really impressive. Obviously, 4 for the Mad Lad and Fludd, who does impressive things. It's after you have enough. And I'm sure they very much want to get that kill, but he does get himself back to cover. And Ath are going to have to reposition themselves because you can see that they are trying to brute force themselves into a zone right now. And Zoid, he's got the longest way to go, and he's got the most players to go through. And it's Dark Legion that are doing a lot of the covering at the moment, so he needs to be very careful here, although they're coming towards him. You could pick up a kill on Speedy K.
He definitely can, and I mean,
He's got.
And why not? There was absolutely Speedy was just not using, like you said before, it's all about information and scouting, and Speedy just wasn't being clear scouting.
Where are you going, Matt?
How did he survive this? Is my question. But I don't
no,
think
the blue, not the
no.
blue, not like this. No!
Oh no! I don't think he realized it was so absolutely close to him. Oh no!
He drove right in front of Roy, and Roy just kind of let it happen. I'm lost. This game shows the best and worst, and the worst of the best, and the best of the worst in everything that comes out. That being said, Apple Nana find themselves yet again in another situation where they have a close range fight. It's actually against Justice, but Justice may not realize how close of a fight they've got, because look at this. They're literally standing up on top of each other. Bless is going to go down. Penny is going to get knocked in the process as well. Fury maybe baited a little bit out there.
Do you think Bless knew that there were 2 players there, or do you think he only saw one?
Yeah, but saw one. But Bless not out for the count at the moment, as here comes the revive. The God Savior in Frozen Sniper. He's actually going to get the pickup. And look, he's a 1 HP. 1 tick. Could you cut it any
That
closer?
nade was a bit too short.
That being said,
This team's just constantly surprising, and it's so awesome to see. But
right now, there are fights breaking out left, right, and center. This fight, though, between Atletico and B.A.E, this is a bit of a make or break it moment for the guys at B.A.E, who haven't really been able to get a lot of points on the board just yet. They need to get this team down and out now. There's still 7 teams left alive. If they were to take him out, then they are going to be setting themselves quite good. That being Justice is going to actually end up being dropped out in 7th place, as looks like they had Zoid's trying to get some shots around the corner. Looks like Atletico are just sitting themselves in a nice safe spot for the time being. I'm pretty sure Sophia just quality themselves. That one was a lot better. That's right on top of Lixie and Nikos. That's going to get him very low on HP. Oh, it actually dropped.
Nikos. This would be the best time, potentially, for B.A.E to regroup, and they know that one of them has been knocked. They have 4 alive. Like, this is the time to push what they like. Oh, you love to see it, but you also don't. Our current first place team out in 5th place, but they did go out in 8 kills and some place some points, so.
Yeah, and look,
they should be happy with that game. But that was a absolutely beautiful push by Battle Arena Elite. 3 on one side, 3 on the north side, 1 on the south side. That was great. That was well deserved.
It's absolutely fantastic to see. But what's the point? They can still 11 kills. Now, if they win this game, it means that they're either somehow managed to get 0 kills and tied for our current leading chicken dinner, or they're going to break that record. And look, it's highly possible that it could be the case. But that being said, we still have teams like Bliss. We still have teams like Fury. And also, there's a Kingdom member way down towards that south who is still alive, rounding up those 4 teams left alive. So, look, the dream's there, but there's a 4-man Fury squad. And they're still alive. They haven't really been in too many engagements. They've only got themselves 2 kills right now, which just seems weird even saying Fury's on 2 kills. It's not normally what we're used to. It's not normally what we see happen. Usually these guys are popping off like crazy. So we'll see what does come out as this game progresses.
After this game, Fury may be the new leaders. We just don't know.
It's true. I mean, the previous scoreboard, I imagine, should be updated by now,
It is,
which does show them 5 points behind the guys in Atletico, which that's not that much to close the gap on. And I think Ath may have had a similar amount of kills. I don't think they had really that many. They might have had 4 or 5, but
No, Ath actually had 8 kills when I last checked on them. But I mean, Fury's going to get more placement points and probably will get more kills because they have zone control right now, as in they're the only team inside the zone.
And you can see that Bliss, though, they've spotted out B.A.E. They know where they are. They've got an easy run to get into zone, though. But the issue that they have is that Fury knows this area. They know that they were over here, so they'll be expecting Bliss to come from this direction. So Bliss really need to try and mix things up a little bit. The next zone is going to be the clincher. The next zone is really going to dictate what has to happen. We're only getting a couple of really good takes set against him, and actually Non-Red's going to be able to pick up the knock just there, and that's going to be a huge little opener just there. As they are looking to finish, they do get the finish. Textile does take a bit of damage back from Ykikamucow there, taking him down to 35 HP, but it is looking a lot better now for these other teams picking up the time level up. It does mean that the teams are starting to level it up, but Sophia actually finds himself a knock on a Non-Reg. Non-Reg needs to come across, but look at the push coming through. from the guys in a B.A.E. Low-key's Fludd, they're already up there. They're already looking to get across in this one. And now going to be able to get that finish straight away on Norwich. So they're already at 12 kills. They're looking to get Textile. Can they get the knock on the Textile? They can't just yet. Loki's going to actually take a little bit of blue damage. They've got a nade to send back in response. This nade could go perfectly on Edge. That's going to pass. Edge's going to take a bit of damage, but he is back up, but he's not going to be able to do it. And Bliss actually get tag team 2 for the price of 1. And that is going to be Bliss out in 3rd place. And B.A.E.
B3 situation. 14 kills they're copped. Holy heck.
Half of those kills are on Sophia alone. That's insane.
That is beautiful. I mean, we were talking about Fury. Was it Battle Arena? Oh no, we were talking about Battle Arena potentially actually taking the top point champion away from TNG.
And it was a tie with Pandemic as well because they got an 11 kill game too. So they've already got the right amount of kills to do it. They just need to beat Fury. And look, that's an easier statement that's said than done. It's not so easy that you can just say, you know what, we're just going to beat them out. It doesn't work that way. You can't say we will.
They have, look at the spread that B.A.E have done. Like, they are just trying to get as much information as possible and feed it to each other.
You say that, but look at where Ykikamucow has gone. He has really split himself up, and he can see Fludd out in the open, and he's actually going to get that knock on a Fludd, which is huge. That is a massive takedown. What's going to happen, though, is if Sophia can get the response, because he now knows exactly where Ykikamucow is, just spotting them out. The only issue here is that we're in phase 8. The next zone just shrinks down onto itself. There's issues that it may mean that B.A.E have to kind of just get up and run for it. There's not really a lot of options that are given to them, which is awkward. It's hard. It's rough because Ykikamucow is just going to be camping on that middle zone, which is perfectly what Fury want to do. They want to be able to get there. And if they win this, that means they're going to get their second chicken dinner win tonight, and the only team to get 2 chicken dinners.
It's not surprising though, it is Fury. They're one of the teams that you would expect to get multiple chicken dinners, and if they don't, you'd be actively surprised and questioning what happened and why didn't they. But Jukesy's got a beautiful position, being able to provide oversight of multiple different angles to see where B.A.E is, and it's a good use of smokes to provide that cover for insight.
It's getting taken down very low indeed. Sophia's going to find Jukesy though. That's going to take Sophia up to 8 kills if that one's confirmed, which I believe it's going to be, because you can see that the push is coming through. Insight, there's no way he can get back. To get that spot, he is going to be able to expose himself though. He does get a couple of shots on towards Fludd, which does mean that the knows where he is, and they're just dancing right now around this building, trying to find a gap, and they are going to find it as well. So that leaves just last one left alive. Can he hold this one out? Can he do it? They know where he is. Sophia saw him before. This is just a time can tell game right now. But look what's happened to the map. While Ykikamucow has spread out a better position, the center of the map, and that is going to be all she wrote as the nade comes over the top. It's going to be shots out from Fludd.
17 kills copped. 17.
What
that is more
that
than
score?
the bottom. That's more than the bottom 10 teams in kills. Like Battle Arena Elites currently is in 10th place on 16 points. So in that one game alone, they got more points with their kills than they have in the previous 4 games.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. Sophia, 8 kills. 8. It's not only did they get the highest kill chicken dinner, Sophia has gotten the highest kills in one game, which is absolutely insane itself. Picking up the 8K, which, look, it's a very, very niche club. Not too many people can get their way to 8Ks in kills. That's insane amount of fragging potential right there, but nothing to be taken away from Fludd as well, who picked up 6 kills for himself. Nefahor picked up 3. Loki's playing the ultimate support player. Look, he got 0 kills, but we know he was putting out damage. We know he was in there in the mix, and that definitely can't have been a 3-man squad that won that one. He was there doing the damage just as equal as everyone else. Surprisingly, the guys in Fury, I think they fell into that age-old trap, which I see so many times in every game, that they got fed the zone. And not just once, but they got fed from the start, which means that they don't get a lot of teams trying to push direct center. They are there constantly. They managed to pick up 3 kills, which honestly, I'm going to say it was a damn good effort for them to be able to get 3 kills, because there wasn't a lot of teams they were fighting with, and managed to pick up 2nd place, which is great for them. But Bliss,
getting fed zone is both a blessing and a curse, because it's a blessing because you're getting fed zone. Who doesn't like that? But it's a curse because getting fed zone often means that you actually don't get a lot of kills, because people just assume that the compound you're in is already taken, so they don't try and push you, which means that you are missing out on a lot of points. Like Fury did, you saw them in the last few zones that they actually only had 2 kills before they started the engagement in the last few zones. So it's both as I said, blessing and a curse being fed these zones.
Yeah, and that's right. And if you look on the flip side, B.A.E weren't fed zone. They had to work their way in, and they worked for it. So many teams. You know, they had TNG push against them because they're on the outside, and you know, in TNG's defense, they probably didn't think a team would be there. There was a team there. They got the kills for it. So there was 4 kills picked up there. They then had the guys in Valorant Gaming come flying across the top and again, picked up some more kills there. I believe there was a couple of teams that pushed on that one, Hoff Tons. Again, they just constantly kept on getting these frags because they were on that outer edge of the zone where a lot of the teams were pushing in. You know, this particular zone was one of those ones that really meant teams were moving around, which, you know, it works really, really well for some. It works really, really awkward for others. If you're a team like B.A.E, which has a huge fragging potential, then there is a really good chance that you can win those particular matches so very, very easy. Now,
for sure. And I mean, they deserved that win, because the rotates that they did, that last move that they did before when they were going to this direct south of the zone, it was a fantastic play. It was a really good push for them, and I mean that did win them the game.
Yeah, and look, speaking of winnings of the game, we do have some points that are updated. Atletico still number 1. They're still on the top of the board just there. They're still wiping the slate clean with a whopping 56 points, 32 kills, I might add. Only one team is close to them in kills right now, and that's actually B.A.E with those 30 kills that they have. Now, B.A.E did a massive sky jump right there. I believe they were sitting
10th place with 16 points. 3rd place, 43 points. Anything can happen, Koff. Anything can happen.
And they're exact proof of that. So Fury is in 2nd, 49 points, 6 points ahead of the guys in Battle Arena Elites with 43 points, who are only 1 point ahead of Team Bliss. Now, Team Bliss, they had a good game them as well. You know, I said nothing to be taken away from them. They have been doing some constant efforts in there. You know, I honestly feel like having non-reg join the squad, I don't know if the right terminology to use, come back, join. It's one of those weird ones, Bliss, you know, but he definitely has made an impact, I think, with the synergy side of things, because they are looking so smooth right now. And honestly, they are one of those teams that you have to watch out for, because they're probably going to come up and sneak it from some of these other teams if you have a couple of bad games. Now, underneath them, it's only 1 point different with Pandemic in 5th. Again, these teams, they're also close in that top 5 right now, that it really could go any which way. And I'm definitely curious to see how this is going to play out. I think that's the right word, is curious to see how this plays out, because I couldn't call it right here. You know, at the start of the tournament, I said, these are the 5 teams you need to watch, right? and I talked about Atletico, I talked about Fury, B.A.E, and Team Bliss. I said, look, these guys, they're definitely a team to watch. Now, I wasn't expecting Pandemic in that top 5. They've definitely come out of nowhere for me as a team that I always believe they do well, but they always have these moments where they get held back, and they just haven't had that. They've had constantly good games. They had that 11-kill chicken dinner earlier on Erangel. They have constant top 5 finishes. They get frags. They're doing really well tonight. I just hope they keep it up into tomorrow night. Now, question for you, Ezra. Who are you excited to see maybe pick up a chicken dinner? Because we've had a few different chicken dinner winners. Who do you think's going to win the next one?
I don't know. It's too hard. Like, don't make me choose. That's horrible. I have so many players that I have so much respect for, and I want them to do well. And so I don't just want to name one team, because like I want them all to do extremely well. But I do want Bants to do better. I feel like Bants aren't doing as well. So Bants previously Gatka Spread, who have been doing well. And I just feel like Bants haven't been performing to their usual self. So I'm really surprised that they're currently in 15th place on only 12 points. So I mean 10 of those points are from kills. So we know that they can do better. So I would like them to have a good game this game. And I mean, it's the last game of the evening. We are on the 3rd game of Miramar, the 6th game of the day. So I'm hoping that the teams on the right side of the leaderboard, 9th to 16th, actually toss it up. Maybe go get into the top 8 position, because then going into tomorrow, it's going to be even more spicy, because we can see that there is a bit of a jump between 5th place Pandemic on 41 points and 6th place Apple Nana on 29 points. And we do definitely want more teams to get closer. And I mean, between 6th place and 13th place is only 10 points. So we want them. We want these teams that are sitting around the 20s, the 30s. Actually, we just want anyone out of the top 5 to get into the top 5 and spice it up and toss it up in the top 5, just so tomorrow is going to be even more exciting than it is today.
And look, it's highly possible that could happen. I mean, we just saw with B.A.E. They scored themselves a huge game, 28 points in that game alone. And if you were looking at any of those teams that were out of that top 5, every single one of them would very much be back in that top 5 if they were to get 28 points. So it really is just that one good game. And look, we may see it this time, because this is almost identical, this playing path. Almost identical to what we just had. So I dare say we'll have a lot of rinse and repeat. We'll have a lot of teams going to their own little spots. You've got the guys up in Justice doing Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca. Very, very similar sort of setups to what we saw before. Now, do teams learn from it? That's the big question.
I'm not going to lie, Cot. I'm a little bit disappointed with the very tame planes that we've had this evening. We've had very, very tame planes. So this is a surprise, because PUBG normally always loves to throw curveballs at the players and the viewers. But tonight it seems like it's going a bit gentle. But I mean, San Martin apparently just trying to shoot Mod Boys out of the air. I think Mod Boys surprising. They lost the owners last game. They didn't do it again this game. I think they're just trying to spice things up. But I mean, they are following in the roots of B.A.E and also Team Bliss. So this is not the best area for them to go and drop in here.
Oh, and Chris actually getting some shots on. He's been able to hit 2 of the players, one piece.
No scope.
But
M16.
But they're now on the ground. They're not near anywhere that you could call loot, so to speak. They are literally just running it out. It is open season right now on Mod Boys, and you can see that Critical Motion has just got Zappington stuck behind that rock. Zappington's going to make a bit of a run, Shots are coming out still. They are literally legging it. They've got themselves a vehicle. They're going to get themselves another one. Where do they go from here? That's going to be the next question because, as you said, B.A.E, they're here as well. The maps come out, and it's a very southern shift for them too. So they have to be very, very concise on what they want to do from here because there's not a lot of free real estate inside the zone. So they have to go and get some loot outside of it if they want to be happy.
They definitely need to get some loot or find some vehicles and then maybe rotate into the circle, loot up, and have a little bit more time in there. But that's a very interesting spot. But I mean, my boys has managed to find a vehicle, so that's a little bit reassuring right there. But Cop, this circle,
Yes.
favors pretty much all the southeastern teams.
I mean,
aka Fury.
it's literally written a piece from the last game. Like, it really is nearly identical to what we just had. A lot of these teams are going to do the exact same thing as what we just saw. It's going to be very much, let's go get ourselves a zone. You can see Ykikamucow already taking shots at some of those teams that are further south. Poor Hotontons, I think, were his target just there, and he spotted out their vehicle and just denied them that vehicle. So that's going to be a bit of a power play just there as well. But you can see that Snowlow, he's gone and captured this one little compound, which, it's got a good bit of power to itself as well. It's just a little bit further north than where we saw that zone finish in the last one. But I honestly feel like this is the area that you want to get yourself into. You've got all that experience from the previous match. Let's try and make it happen. And you can see that even Atletico, they're looking to make a bit of a different play. Last game, they went to Church. This game, they're coming around Church, and they're actually looking to go further in towards the front of Los Leones to go and capture one of these earlier spots and see what they can do. Now, this is all well and good, and I'm saying, hey, yeah, look, it's very similar to the last game, learn your experiences. This is PUBG. There's no such thing as two things happening the same way. We're going to have that zone close. Will start closing in a couple of seconds, and once it does close, we're going to see something that is called RNG happen, which does mean that the zone is going to go anywhere.
PUBG? What are you on about?
I mean, there's a reason that they both end in G. It's too much of a similarity to not be the same thing. But look, they have to be very cautious of where they're going because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to look to do the same thing, and that's what worries me is that they have so much to put on the line to go and get these priority compounds that it may end up costing them. And a team like Pandemic, for instance, they pulled up on the side of the mountain here, but they do have Thrust so close to them, and Thrust would have hurt them. And Pandemic is one of those teams that have got everything on the line for the top.
If you check your map, though, look where Jukesy just pulled up on. Who he just pulled up on.
Oh.
Yeah.
He doesn't know, though. He doesn't know.
No, but
So he
Joy
does.
because of Linksy providing that information.
And he's actually going to get that knockdown as well. So this is going to be either Fury making one of their god plays to save Jukesy, or it's just going to be all she wrote. And it is going to be all she wrote. That is too much HP now gone from Jukesy. He is just going to bleed out, and that's going to be an early point for Atletico.
It is an early point for Atletico, but going back to Pandemic, they've decided to push up on Thrust. No doubt about it. They just want the kills. Both of them.
And my hotkeys changed. I do apologize. Thought I had it set up. But yeah, look, they are trying to put a lot of pressure on these guys right now. You can see the Thrust are trying to hold out. Harkiman's taking that very low, but he can actually get that knock. And it is just going to be Max Zoris, which is a very similar scenario. And look, we go back to the first couple of games. It was literally everything was going in Thrust's direction. Now they've had so much more against them, and you can hear those shots coming in. That is actually Pandemic, but it's Pandemic from a distance.
Do you think Thrust is actually stronger on Erangel? Because that's where they were getting a lot of their points. And so they just may be struggling with Miramar because, Miramar is a whole different kettle of fish. And it's your some people just work with it and some people don't. But End Zone Tractors coming up against Hot Tons.
And look, these are two teams that I would consider fairly evenly matched as well. And I say fairly because there is that wild card in there. I never know what Husey does. He's a player of mystery to me. Like, he always does something completely different to what you'd expect. Like, close range with an SKS.
Yeah, I was literally just thinking, is he using a hollow on a... Yeah, he is, but that's fine. It's easy for you.
Bulldog's actually been taken down there. Snowlol's on very low health. Bulldog is going to get flushed out. Snowlol, he's going to get knocked down as well. So it is just going to be Husey left alive. And he is just holding on, I think. Going to get a good bit of damage on Lucid Freak, though. Lucid Freak's actually going to get knocked down, so there is still a dream alive. He's spotted that Juice X. He needs to get the tag on Juice X. Although you can see Trazik's looking to come around, but he's got to be careful. Ykikamucow come from behind. He's actually going to get the kill, though. And Fury do still one, and it's going to be the end of the zone tractors that have popped out in 15th spot in the final game of the night.
Bad luck. I saw Ykikamucow in the background, and I was like, yep, this is not going to end well for these zone tractors.
Yeah, look, I think even Husey saw Ykikamucow in the background as well, and that's why he was trying to run away, because he did have a good spot behind that tree. He could just go duck weaving, playing against him, but look, it definitely wasn't to be had, and unfortunately it did mean that it was the end of the day. How lucky is Insight right now? Not only does he already have a mini, there's another one on the ground, there's more ammo. He can just sit in this sniper tower for days and absolutely just love life. Keep shooting. Oh, I've just been tagged. That's all right. Pick up some life over here. He's fine. Yeah.
I think he's just having good fun at the moment, because he's been shooting at multiple different teams and just trying to get the tags where he can take some hopefully take some armor off, pop some wheels.
Look, he's a braver man than I am. He's peeking the window he just got hit in. I feel like I die way too much when that happens to me.
My issue is that I stand in front of the window and don't move. Just by looking at Insight, he was like going left and right. He was weaving. He was going up and down. I'm pretty much just a sitting duck in a window, and he looks like he is an Energizer bunny that has been wound right the way up and is just moving and shaking and basically being a unmissable target.
And look, yeah, I think he does definitely something a lot better than what we can. But this zone, I mean, it hasn't gone exactly where the last one did, but there's still potential for it. You can see that the guys in Valorant Gaming, they moved up nice and early. There is a bit of a 2-2 split happening with Atletico at the moment. Zoid sending some shots over towards the guys in Pandemic, just reminding them that they're there. However, the rest of the guys in Atletico are on the receiving end of some shots from Pandemic as well, where you can see that Extreme is just having a little bit of fun in himself. He's going to pop some tires and make these guys in Pandemic just suffer the bad rotation in, as a lot of these other teams are looking to rotate. But look how close Benny SHD just went to Fury Oz. He is so close.
I'm surprised that Fury didn't take any shots.
I am as well.
Because Fury could have, because he had the rest. Some more here, player 4 pulling up on him to be able to provide some extra support.
Look, he probably wasn't feeling comfortable with it. He usually runs a Vector, has an M4 this time. Not a lot of bullets, can't blow up the vehicle. Probably just chose to be the smarter long con rather than the instant I'm going to blow something up and hope for the best kind of play.
But it looks like player 4 is actually going to go right on top of one of the other Dark Legion units. But
now, you remember what happened last game where TNG pulled up on top of B.A.E. This time, it's B.A.E. pulling up on top of TNG. They are making a bit of a play for it. Loki is down on 6 HP. There are so many players that are being knocked right now. TNG, they're down to just a couple. Shots are coming out everywhere. B.A.E. is scrambling to get themselves in. However, it looks like TNG are getting the worst of wear right now. It's just Holty left alive. Gage is knocked and he's right in front of the building, so Holty needs to make the best of this. However, B.A.E., they're out for blood. They're looking to get some points on the board. They're trying to get themselves to the top, and they're so close. They can smell it. They know one more game like they had last time is going to be all they need. That being said, you can see Valorant Gaming also putting a couple of shots into Loki's as well. He seems to be the punching bag for everyone on just taking all the shots away from anyone else on B.A.E. He's going to take them all himself, but He's got
But
the kill this
BA
time.
have lost Sophia, and he
They
did
have.
get most of the kills last game, and he did a lot of moving before the rest of the team, so a lot of scouting. So I'm looking forward to seeing BA play and see how they respond without having Sophia in there. But I mean, if they're all very strong players, so this is going to be interesting. I feel a bit sorry for TNG at the moment, but I mean, they don't really know where Holty is, and Gage probably was feeding some information just before he died.
Yeah, and look, Holty seems to just be getting out of town. He wants to get away from that whole complex. The zone has fed away from it as well. I don't know if you have a good memory, or even just a decent memory, because I don't know if you noticed what just got fed, but this does look familiar.
This does look extremely familiar. But it's interesting because the teams aren't in the positions that they were in previously. So it's I mean, Fury hasn't been fed.
No, but Fury didn't go and take those compounds. They were already taken by some other teams, because some teams, and you'd like to think that RNG plays a little bit of a bigger part, so you don't want to go assuming where a zone's going to go. No, that's the worst thing you can do, is assume something. But a couple of the teams
Also, the worst thing you can do is currently be Bliss right now, and Maccaboi is just completely driving into one another out, and comes to nearer.
But this is the fight that started before fights actually started. This was the shots that were happening up in the sky. Remember, there was critical motion that was getting the taps down on towards them while they're still in the air. It's actually not even Crit that's in this fight right now. He's still driving in. It's just the rest of Bliss that are looking to finish off that fight that was started. You can see that Sid is knocked at the moment. Textile's out in the blue. He needs to get some healing done. Mod Boys, they're not having the best of times. Really good shots coming out from non-red just there. Zappington's definitely going to get knocked down. He's actually knocked down to the blue zone though. Maybe no kill's going to get picked up for that. There are some shots happening now. It's going to be Ashley Two Shoes that does go down. Textile going to be able to pick that one up. Edge is looking to try and rotate himself around. He's going to get out of the blue zone, and they're going to be happy with those couple of kills, and they're looking to go. It's just Textile, last one left over here to get out. Shots are coming out. His vehicle's very low on health.
No, Textile, get out.
Textile's got out, and there is someone out in the open. He's managed to get the kill, and that's going to be a team wipe. It was only 3 kills though that got passed across, because one was knocked to the blue zone, but we won't hold that against them, because Textile just cleaned up shop and got those kills.
That was beautiful. I was a bit concerned at the beginning, because since Critical was rotating in a different direction, it was 3 Bliss players versus 4 Mod Boys players. But I mean, we should never underestimate the Bliss boys. So that was an awesome play by Textile.
Look, Textile is an absolute fantastic player. Sometimes underrated, sometimes overrated. Depends on who you talk to. If you talk to Textile, probably overrated. But he is a very, very good player. I will give him his props. I love watching some of the crazy things he does, because he really does get those nutty angles. And just as we saw, he can squad wipe with relative ease. Now, next zone has come in, and would you look at that? It's a whole new zone that we've never seen before. Now, look, this is definitely just going to be those textbook plays that these teams should be used to. And I'll say should, because you can see that B.A.E, they're already looking to rotate around. They know that this is a good spot to be in. Holty is still out of the zone at the moment. He's gone back for his vehicle. He's just looting off his teammates, I think, to get some extra meds and things like that. Dueno has been knocked, as they are going up against the guys in Apple Nana. Unfortunately, they're outside of the zone. It's just Jakovsky left alive for bouncing.
Oh, it's really sad to see.
When your name's Frozen Sniper, though, you know you're going to get headshot, and that's exactly what just happened. Frozen Sniper, living true to the name, picks up the good kills, picks up the good vibes, and that's going to give 2 kills now onto Apple Nana, and also clears out that back area that we have seen a few teams have a little bit of trouble with. Now, it does look like B.A.E are in a little bit of a strife for themselves as well, as Nefahor's the last one left alive, and he has had to leave the rest of his team. Justice playing an absolute... I'm going to say pivotal part in those knocks, and it was critical that did end up getting that final kill. But look, they were in the target of a lot of teams, and you can see now that Apple Nana, they're looking to make a rotation in as well. Rapidos is just going to send the bike flying. He doesn't care. He's off it. He's in the shack. That's all that matters to him. yeah, it's a little bit of a stretch to get your bike back, but he's just happy that he has this now. So that is going to be Blessed and Rapidos in that little shack. It's only the other two guys in Frozen Sniper and what is the bad man official, but they need to be careful here because you can see what's happening to them. It's just open season at the moment as Fury standing on the top, and they are just shooting down the line, and it is going to be Frozen Snuff being taken out, but Speedy K is going to be able to get bad man official. Holty is finally going to go down as Bliss be able to pick him up. Bliss absolutely going mad. That's the top game of the day. Chris send some shots down towards Kingdom as Kingdom is looking to send it directly into the game, and then exactly that. Garfield is going to be able to get one, maybe two actually out of that one. He's going to finish it off with the molly. No need to finish off with the molly, but he's going to do it anyway. He wants to tell him to go burn in the last game, and he's going to make him remember not to cross Valorant Gaming. However, there is still Pablo left alive, and Pablo, he's done a little bit of what was done against before. He snuck his way in, but he's just got nowhere to go, nowhere to turn, and that is going to be the end of Kingdom. And the Kingdom has fallen in 11th place.
What is going on here? Everywhere you look, someone is running into someone else. We have Pandemic and Atletico, Valorant Gaming and Kingdom, Fury and Hoth Tontums. They were shooting at just recently. It's absolutely insane right now, Cops, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Atletico gets out of this situation because they're not
easily, I think is going to be the way to put it, because you can see Nikos, he's been knocked by Fury. Extreme is getting a lot of shots in his way, also by Fury. Lynxie's now under pressure. He's fighting it, but he's going to go down to Garfield low, and that is going to be all she wrote for Atletico. Not how they wanted to end the final game of the night. They probably wanted a few more points on the board. They're going to drop out in 10th, so they got no placement points either. And now Fury, they're looking to have to rotate in. They are going to be one of the last teams to get in. You can see that Garfield low actually is going to go down. Too sad for him. Full Chaos needs to med before he can actually get into the zone as well. The guys in Valorant Gaming, look, this is something that Valorant doesn't have, guys. There's this thing called a blue zone, and if you're not ready for it, it's going to come back and bite you. Full Chaos, he's had to run his way in because that blue zone is hurting so much, and now he has managed to get himself in the zone, but he's got to be careful here because there's going to be teams that can see that position and really be careful because you know, your teammates in front of you knocked, so you know it's a bit of a dicey situation.
For sure. And Atletico did actually go out, as you said, and they're only 6 points ahead of second place. So we could have another first place champion at the end of the night. Knocked Atletico off their throne, which has been 5 games of Atletico number 1. Fury and B.A.E are still up, but B.A.E aren't in the best positions right now. But also you've got Team Bliss on 42 points. They've already got a whole bunch of kills. They're 4 up out of the top 4 teams. Team Bliss right now have a really good shot.
It really could go to any one of those 3 teams right now. This is the door being opened. This is where normally we would see the reverse happening. It would be Atletico slipping into that spot. They would be the ones creating a new door to go and sneak through, but they've left the door open for these 3 other teams. And, you know, Nefahor, he's still alive. There's still opportunity for him to get in. There's still opportunity for him to get placement points. We're only at 9 left alive. As you said, Bliss, they have all 4 strong at the moment, and you know, they're sending a lot of shots, and I mean a lot of shots over towards Straya, and that's going to be something. Oh, Nefahor is actually going to go down, but he's going to go down to Edge. That's another point being picked up for Bliss, and now they're looking just to clean up shop against Valorant Gaming. They know that they're there. They just need to land the shots. You can see the running coming through. You can see the damage numbers being picked up. There is just a player prone on the ground. Full Chaos, he's going to get picked up. It's now just Straya to deal with. Straya's looking to try and pick. He's not anywhere he can go to just yet. He's looking to try and make a break for it. Can he get out of this scenario? That's going to be the challenge. He just needs to sit tight for the moment and pretend that no one can see him, because he is in a little bit more of a safer spot. He's actually found High Command. He's going to take him out. So that's Pandemic out as well. Pandemic was one of those other teams that could have potentially got there, just didn't have the numbers. And now Straya's going off. He's found himself tragics and everything. He wants more out of this. As you can hear that blue zone right on his heels. He's in the zone. He's safe.
Chilling feeling.
But look at this. This is nightmare scenarios 101. Where's it going to go? I feel so sorry for a lot of these teams because we still have 7 teams alive, and this is probably a 5-team zone at best.
Definitely. Who do you think are the teams at the moment have the biggest advantage going into the circle?
Oh, Dark Allegiance by far. This compound, which we saw get fed last time, it has so much more cover. It has ability to get to the high ground. They just aren't using it. They are sticking to the compound, which is kind of hurting my head a little bit because it's allowed Fury to come in and sneak underneath them. But by far, that is the strongest position in this zone. They need to get the best out of it. Hoth Tauntauns are looking to make a break for it. Just don't run over your teammate when you get there. That's all I ask. He's managed to get there, though. And Apple Nana, they're going to go down. It was a combination of Dark Allegiance and also Fury. As you can see, they tried to make a break and push onto those compounds. But it hasn't gone well for them in both directions. And it was points picked up for both. Now, Fury, they're sitting on 6 kills. 4 kills on a Ykikamucow, 2 on a Ronin. These guys are having a good time.
They definitely are having a good time, and this just a repeat of the last Miramar game with Ronin and Ykikamucow just getting the majority, actually all of the kills. I'm pretty sure. That is a beautiful nade, and I'm surprised they didn't get more hurt than that. But I mean that was brilliant.
It was brilliant. However, what is not brilliant for the likes of Fury is Ykikamucow has actually gone down, and he's gone out for the count as well, as Justice have been able to find him and pick him up. Now, that does leave a very big question mark on whether Fury can clutch this one out. We have seen him clutch it out with 2 before. It was, though, Ronin and Ykikamucow, the dynamic duo, that were able to do that. That being said, Insight and Ronin, definitely 2 players that you can't underestimate either. And they are looking just to hold out here, but they need to be careful because you can see that there is Justice, there is Dark Allegiance, and both teams are pushing at it. Finally, Dark Allegiance looks to be using that bridge that I was talking about. You can see Downey up there. He's not looking in the right direction towards Fury, though, so he is just looking to try and get some damage down over towards Bliss. As you can see, Critical Motion just running out in the open. He's going to get himself to a little bit of a safe spot, which does help out them. However, Justice are looking just to dominate here. However, that zone, it's going to shrink. Where's it going to go? Who knows?
I want it to go north.
Ooh, just going to center up in the middle, which works really well for Edge right now, as he is sitting dead set center, only player in the zone. He just needs to hold it out, keep every other player out, and specifically looking at Justice right now, he needs to be careful because there is a little bit of a sneaky player. Actually, he's not so sneaky anymore as he is shooting. Edge is playing the sneak, but can you hear that gun? Did you hear that shot?
I did, and it is beautiful. It's my favorite gun. Oh, I love it. But I'm a bit concerned with Edge because does he know that player 4 is in that warehouse? Because even though Edge does have that hill that he was up against, he's very exposed to the western side of himself, which is a little bit concerning.
I think he does know he's there. He would have heard the shots that player 4 was sending out before, and you can see he's doing a little bit of a rotation to get around and get underneath player 4. The vehicle has come out. You can see that they are trying to bait with it. Non-wrench is here as well, but they can't see anyone just yet. And Justice, they are a seasoned team, just despite, maybe name itself and some of the players on there. They definitely do have that experience, so they know what a bait sounds like, and they didn't fall for that one. And it actually ended up working really well for, what?
Edge.
How,
Edge?
Edge?
Is so lucky.
He's going to send something back in response. So that nade actually got on really good positioning just there. But the other nades, they're still coming out. The Tractor being absolutely monstrous against both the nade throws right there, just stopping all the damage from coming out. That being said, we do see that there is a final push coming out from Australia just there, as he does get a good bit of damage on towards that Hoth Tauntaun, and they are going to drop out of the game in 6th place. Australia just running around the zone right now, trying to get himself into a safer spot. He knows he can't go north. He heard all the shots coming in from there. There are a lot of shots coming out. It's going to be Textile that picks him up now. Textile, he has had an absolute brilliant game. He's sitting on 4 kills already, and that makes 9 so far for Bliss. This could be the moment that Bliss do skyrocket up into that top spot. They just need to close out this game.
I know I'd like to see someone in the top spot. I feel like Atletico are getting a little bit too cozy up there after 5 games. So it would be interesting if they do get knocked off because it's just going to make Atletico all the more hungry to win tomorrow, which is what we want.
Yeah, and look, it's what I think they're used to doing. I think they flourish so much more from being behind and winning themselves back up at the top. They're definitely a team that strives for greatness. I don't know. Maybe they're looking to flick over a new leaf and just going the Fury route of we're just going to dominate the whole time. And it could be what they were trying to do. But I feel like after this game, we're definitely going to have a new leader. I don't believe that they did enough. Come on, you can see that. Get that kill, Speedy K. Doesn't
Come on,
land the
Speedy,
shot.
you need to hit them.
You got to hit them quick. Especially when we're talking about Fury, because Fury, they don't give up for no one just there. That being said, Fury Oz does go directly into the face of Fury Global, taking it from a national to an international stage just there. As it is actually going to be Fury going down. I couldn't get around quick enough to see what happened, but we did see that Stone was the clean-up shop just there. So now it is just a case of 3 teams, Dark Allegiance, Team Bliss, and Justice. However, Justice only just a team with Stonewall's the last man left alive. And even now, he's going to get taken out. So it is just going to be Dark Allegiance versus the guys in Team Bliss. A lot of shots coming out left, right, and center as we do see Edge looking just to dominate the center of the zone. This means that they don't have to worry too much. Now, lucky for them, there is no wild card. There is no extra player solo running in the background. He was taken out earlier, so they do know that the rest of the behind him is clear. However, lots of shots coming out from Downey just there. Downey doing some really big things. Definitely a big player for the guys of Dark Allegiance. They are only 3-man, which does work against them. But Downey's going to step forward. He actually gets a lot of damage to Edge. Edge just seems to shrug it off, though. How he shrugs it off is beyond me, but he is a man. And there goes Downey. He's going to pick up Textiles. Non-Reg also goes down to Power AU. It's just players left. However, he finds one. He finds Speedy K, and that is going to be all she wrote as Team Bliss walk out of here. 14-kill chicken dinner for the final game of the night.
That was beautiful by Team Bliss. And they got 24 points from that. So they are currently 4th place in 42. So they're up to 64 points. And I think that they've knocked Atletico off the throne. Because Atletico is currently in 56. Did Atletico get 6 kills that game?
Atletico did get
8
5
kills that
kills.
game.
They got 5
Okay.
kills.
So we may just have a new leader. But that was absolutely beautiful. From when they were came in to push against Mod Boys, it was just a game for Team Bliss.
Yeah, look, they had a good amount of fun. They had some good time going for them. And Bliss, I said it earlier, they're one of those teams that I do rate up there in that top 5. They're an absolutely fantastic team. And I think Non-Reg really has brought it back to them in what has been a huge, huge high standard for these teams. And I love seeing them up there as well. You know, they're definitely a team you can't underrate. But when you even look at their scores, Textile 4, Edge 4, Crit 4, and Non-Reg 2. Absolutely fantastic spread from those lads. So really, really great work and, you know, well earned as well. They have been hungry for it. We saw them at the start of the game taking the shots to the sky. They wanted kills. They were hungry for the kills. And it ended up translating them to a chicken dinner as well, which is fantastic.
And it definitely has paid off. And I'm excited to see what the leaderboard is after this and if Atletico have actually been dethroned or not.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say they have. I feel like that is a definite scenario right now. I don't think they're going to drop down past second, though. I feel like they've just been dethroned from first. So I still think they are in that second place, which means that they are going to come into day number 2 feeling very strong. They're going to feel very happy. They've got the points. They've got literally 6 games to make sure that they can just solidify what they're doing, which is really, really good for them. You know, but the same can be said, though, for the likes of Fury, Battle Arena Elites, Team Bliss, and Pandemic even, is that they are up there in that fight for first. You know, one good game gets you equal, another good game gets you into the lead, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And that's what I expect. Now, we do have an updated leaderboard, and I'm sure it'll pop up on the stream very, very shortly for us. But Team Bliss, number one, as expected, 66 points. Absolutely fantastic to see. Not only are they, though, number one with 66 points, they've got 41 kills. They are top fragging at the same time.
That is insane. Considering 41 kills is 41 points, and there's only 5 teams with more than 41 points. Team
Yeah.
Bliss, I want whatever breakfast you eat in the morning, or I need to know how you get prepared for these games, because I want to do what you're doing at the moment. But in saying that, like, the top 5 are just exceeding expectations. Well, actually, when I say exceeding expectations, these are the teams that we're looking at to do the favorites in here. But they are just like between first and sixth place is 34 points, and that's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see what's going on tomorrow. I want the likes of the sixth upwards to kick some ass. We know they can. Look at Tough Nation Gaming. They got a chicken dinner. They were able to get a heck of a lot of points, 21 points in one game. They know it can happen. So tomorrow, any of these teams could dethrone Bliss. They could be the next person to the next team on the leaderboard.
And look, even to Battle Arena Elites, 28 points they scored in one game. 28. I doubt we'll see another performance like that, but that is absolutely epic. And, if you add 28 points to nearly any single score there, you are getting them in a fighting chance. Like I said, it's not going to be one good game gets you the chicken dinner. It's going to be multiple good games. You have to have 2 very, very good games and stay consistent over the next couple from there to make sure that you are fragging out in that top spot. So, look, I expect great things. I think that a lot of these teams will go back tonight, analyze things, because, again, this isn't your normal lobby of the same players. We've got teams in here that have just shown up. We've got teams that have come in from the C region as well to really mix things up. And this has definitely been an absolute fantastic night so far. And I'm excited for these next 6 games tomorrow to really see what happens in that final moments of the day, because I think it's going to come down to the final game of the night to actually show us who's going to win the final.
I think so as well. I mean, with PUBG, you definitely can't write teams off until the absolutely last game is over. So it's going to be down to the wire tomorrow, and I'm so excited. And I'm a bit sad it's over for today, but I'm also a little bit happy because it's it's
only midnight for you. What are you worried about?
It's only midnight. No, I feel like 6 games a day is an awesome amount for teams to get enough out of the games, and viewers. I feel like 6 games is the sweet spot for as a viewer, as a caster, and as a player. So I'm excited about tomorrow. I'm looking forward to see if any of the teams come in with different strategies, if they go away and do some VOD reviews tonight, look at replays. I know that the information that they get from today and tomorrow is going to be utilized when they start the PUBG Continental Series shortly. So it's going to be interesting. I'm really excited to see some of these teams in the bottom 8 to just show us what they got. We know Thrust can exceed expectations. They did that in Erangel. TNG got the second win of the night, so we definitely know they can kick some ass. And all of these other teams, they've got some exceptionally strong players in it. So I'm hoping that they do some review, they get a good night's sleep, have a hearty breakfast, come back and actually show us what they got and toss up the top 5.
I think there's going to be a great mix tomorrow night. And as you said, there's teams that we know are capable of getting those chicken dinners. Even Mob Boys, they pulled out a third place in that first game as well. They're capable of getting themselves that final mark and capable of getting a couple of frags as well. So, look, I'm nothing but excited to see what they bring out tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it all. So, with that, I am going to say one last huge thank you to our sponsors tonight, obviously Glitch Gaming and Computer Alliance. They are absolutely fantastic. Also, huge shout out to XP Esports and the guys behind the scenes. There's been someone in our ear all night making sure that things run smoothly, giving us the cues, and making sure that everything's worked.
Two people, actually.
Well,
Thank
true.
you. Big shout out to Alex, our production guy from XP Esports. He's whispering in our ear, letting us know everything that's going on. And Testroy, he's absolutely wonderful in the PUBG scene. You probably all know and have heard of him. He has been our amazing lobby host and player wrangler for this evening. And I don't think this evening could have actually gone as great as it did without the support of these wonderful, talented people. And of course, my co-caster Copt. Thank you for this evening. I'm looking forward to seeing the final 6 games tomorrow. Same time, same place, same channel, same teams. I'm looking forward to just seeing what's going on.
Me too. And look, we'll call it there. And thank you, everyone, and thank you as well as I know you can't thank yourself, so I'm going to thank you for you. But no, look, absolutely great to have you on here. And look, we'll see everyone tomorrow night. Make sure you come in, get tuned, chuck that follow on the channel. There'll be notifications to when we go live. But we have 6 more games to go, and there's only one way to get there, and that's to finish up tonight and get there tomorrow.
We definitely do, and we're hoping to have some of the players in earlier before the game starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Hopefully getting Atletico and another maybe Pandemic and some of our top 5 teams, one of the players in, just to have a chat about how they felt about today and what they're looking forward to tomorrow. So you can tune in. The stream goes live at 5:30 p.m. AEST with myself and Copt here from 5:45 p.m. Thank you for tuning in tonight, everyone, and we will see you here tomorrow.